Okay, guys, it's time for Trending Twitter Tuesday. And I've got Twitter open here. I don't know if it updated or I'm just confused. I cannot. Oh boy, I closed it. I can't figure it out. I can't find. What do I used to go to? What do you call that? There was a way to go to what was trending. Now I can't figure that out. That could be a problem. It has an ad at the top, which is trending, but if I click on that, it just goes to the ad. Amazing. People comment on the ads. It won't even just dismiss. It won't even let me dismiss it. Oh, boy. I'm not trying to make a statement here. I'm just clicking the bird. That doesn't do anything. The alarm clock brings up notifications. The mailbox brings up mail. Oh, there's a mail I haven't checked. That's not good. Find people. Didn't it used to be called Discover? Okay, I'm going to have to pause it. I'm going to have to figure this one out. I'll be right back. All right, well, I couldn't figure it out, I'll be honest with you, but that's all right. In this room, I have a backup solution already. These cards, these cards I bought, they were a Kickstarter by John August called the Writer's Emergency Pack. And now they're available on Amazon. So now I was going to use them. I did use them for another episode, but I've been meaning to use them, and now I'm going to because Twitter won't give me trends. So I'm going to pause it while I draw some cards of the link. But basically, let me just read off the back of the box because I don't want to mess it up. This is a quote from the Writer Emergency Pack. When your story gets stuck, check. My story didn't even get started, and it's stuck, check. Writer Emergency Pack has the tools you need. Fix plot holes. Well, plot holes, check. Spice up stock characters. Stock characters, check. Rethink your themes. Themes, no check. Maybe we'll check that. Writer Emergency Pack gives you the questions that lead to great answers. The pack contains 26 illustrated idea cards, 26 detailed cards with helpful suggestions and specific tips to try, instructions for individual and class use, plus a bonus story game, Cards Against Normality. And those I got them during the Kickstarter, but now they're available on Amazon, so I'll have the link. Personal hero John August is one of the people. He was the person behind this, and I'm not sure. I'll make sure whoever else was involved gets credit. But yeah, let me make sure what order my deck's in. They're beautiful, beautiful playing cards. They have awesome drawings on there. And last time, let's not live in the past. Let's live in the present. All right, so I'll be right back. I'm going to draw 4 cards. And I'll probably have to email them to get permission to use pictures of the cards. And I don't want to have to email because I'm embarrassed. I don't, because, I have John and Craig I see I can't even speak with the anticipation of either one of them listening to this. But, sometimes you got to grow up. Like I said, we can't be a boy, man. Maybe I'll be a tween man. Time for me to become a tween man and start acting like a tween instead of a boy. Let me just draw these cards. I'm sorry. All right, so I drew the cards, and I'm going to shuffle the 4 cards. I did look at them, but I'm not going to tell you guys what the cards were. I'll probably put them in the show notes maybe, but then you would see it. Well, you won't. Something, I don't know. And I guess in tradition is, so the episode I originally used the Writer Emergency cards for was My Life with a Perm episode. And so I guess it was a good time to recheck in because I think that was New Year's, either before, was that Christmas, New Year's? It was right around, oh yeah, because I was thinking about like New Year's regrets. Anybody knew the podcast, it's like I have, you can listen to the first episode, but I have incredibly straight hair. Scientifically, my hair could be either compared to 2 things. neither which is on a human being. One would be vegetable, would be corn silk, which is pretty, or the other would be animal fur, pride dog fur. My hair is very fine and very thin and extremely straight. I mean, crazy straight. And that's it. It doesn't it'll get a cowlick or it'll get tamped down, but it won't be styled. It won't be stylish. And corn silk, I guess, and I guess I don't know if it's thinning now. I can't tell because my hair's always been so thin. I've looked like I've been on the verge of going bald. Probably, like I said, since I was, but never actually, I'm like, is it making, I'll probably be, if I am balding, and I think maybe, I'm like, am I losing some hair? I can't tell. I mean, it's tough to be honest with yourself about that stuff anyway. I think my forehead's growing, but that might not be related to my hair. Because I heard that brain shrinkage could cause forehead growth. I think I read that on a sticker on the bus one time. But anyway, what was my point? Oh yeah, but I'm balding at the slowest. If I'm losing my hair, it's they'll be like, well, that was the slowest. Instead of losing hair, your hair just became thinner or something. I don't know. But anyway. The reason this is called, this is the second in the series of my life with a perm is that there was this Italian barber and he said, hey, why don't you grow your hair out and why don't you grow your hair out and I'll perm it? And he had a perm. This was in the 80s or the 90s, probably 90, maybe, I don't know. And I said, and I for a second foolishly considered it. Probably, but which would, I mean, so I like to wonder what my life would be like as a perm. Now that's one, so let's start to, take yourself in your grasp on everything you know about me and then add some curls to it, into the world of the story. As you start to see me first today with my normal fur-like corn silk hair, short, I get it buzzed because that's the only style. Yeah, well, especially since with the growth of my forehead and all that. But anyway, standing in my backyard, I was looking out at the sky. There was a strange. It wasn't strange. It was a normal cloud pattern, but not for a Bay Area like those clouds that look like just a white paintbrush skidded across the sky against the blue sky. And I was feeling peaceful until this squawk came, and kind of like one of those squeaky horns, the bulbous horn that people would use, clowns use to annoy people, or people on a bike use to annoy people. The only non-annoying use might be the similar sound from an old-fashioned car. But that one, it's not but that sound flashed in my ear, and then I saw it across the sky, Canadian goose. And then I said, whoa, it's one goose. I was waiting for a whole flock of these geese, and it was just one guy or girl, gal, geese flying across the sky. And then I suddenly noticed that, that instead of the cloud being in the sky, it was wrapping around me, and I knew I was crossing over into a world where my hair would be permed out. Where wrapped in a dream, and suddenly things refocus. You feel I feel the spring. You feel this is dreamy but springy. And as things lose focus, they regain focus. Clearest focus you've ever had in your life. You stand there with me. I've got my steno pad. I'm Dearest Scooter. I'm on the beat. You've known me for years. You've read me for years. It's 2006. And the time has come, I've spent years with my blog, Oakland Manifesto, I called it. Speaking out for the rights of those who had no rights, for the people pushed around by the politics and the people, the P's, the NIMBYs, both of the empowered and powerless and the powerful. My blog loved in breaking these stories, you see. But it was like if there was a bubbling cauldron of things in the city that weren't exposed, my cauldron was the ground underneath. My blog. Well, actually, I never got around to that blog, but I'm. You can call me Scoot, not dear Scooter. I'm Scooting. I've been investigating investigations. I've been investigating investigations and trying to uncover the things that were covered up for so long, but that recently, well, you don't know because no one reads my blog, and I'm tired. I'm tired of raging against the machine, of raging against everything. When nobody listens to me, nobody respects me, nobody even knows who I am. And I tell you, I've had it up to here. All I wanted to do was, earn fame as a result of exposing the things that wanted to be exposed, didn't want to be exposed, and making salient thoughts and saying, hey, take this pothole and fill it and then shove it, or shove it, but if you don't fill it, or something like that. But I'm tired of writing the stories that don't get read. And today I decided to stop writing. As a matter of fact, I haven't got around to writing any of the stories. A lot of stories I started, but I didn't finish writing. So instead of writing stories, I decided to make a story, to be a story, to be somebody. And there's something different about me today, and other than my name's Scoot. And I think to myself, maybe I should have called myself Scoop if I was going to. Maybe I would have written more then. Maybe I would have exposed. But those days are gone because today starts right now. And I run my hand through my hair. And I can't even run it all the way through because it's thick. And it's curly. And it's springy. And it's full. It's silky, smooth. And it doesn't match with the rest of me. It's shocking to look at, but hypnotic. And I say to myself, this hair, I love it. And then I press on it with my hand against my head. Like, wow. I wonder if this is like what the Brady's felt. And I say, shake out of it, man. Today's the action day. And then I shake the curls, and then I say, well, I bet you would feel good to, and I get my head wet, and then I shake the curls, and that feels even better. I say, wow, let's conquer the world. Oakland, California, a city I live in, 220-06, a city 94512, other 510 area code. Population, 200,000 plus. But this is a day that Oakland will never be the same because I've decided that, I won't wait for fame. I'm not going to take no for an answer. I don't know what no means anymore. It's on. I'm flipping it no on. I'm saying no to no. I'm turning it on. I'm doing something today. I'm going to be mayor of this city. And maybe a lot of people would laugh and say, what? And they're probably still laughing. Why would you be a reporter and call yourself Scoop instead of Scoop? What a buffoon. And now you're going to run. You're going to be Mayor Scooter. No, Mayor Scoot. I said a Scoot. It's a Scoot. Is that one syllable or two syllables? I say to myself, Scoot. Scoot. It depends. And I don't care. I walk down. Oh, now Oakland's got himself many fine parks. And I say to myself, this is where the campaign starts. You might say, when's the election? I say, I don't care because I'm moving. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. I don't know why. Too much coffee, probably. But I go down the street. I walk down to the park, Lake Merritt Park. I walk around the lake 3 times. That gets rid of the shaking. And then I say to myself, I look at the park. There's people lounging. There's people smiling. There's people kissing. There's people playing. There's people smoking weed. In fact, there's a lot of people smoking weed. Man, I guess that's just an observation. I don't even care. As mayor, I'll take no stance on the smoking of weed. Maybe, I don't know. And I'm like, don't get tripped up. You're an action man now. Touch your curls. I say, yes, sir. I'll touch my curls, sir. Who just said that? I don't care. I'm not a man. I'm not a passive man. I'm a hacker man. Scoot hacker man. Mayor. His mayorship. I'm going to keep the Oakland A's. I'm going to keep the Golden State Warriors. I'm going to keep the Raiders. And I'm going to pass a law that says if you don't win, you know what, you'll have to eat a lot of hot dogs or something. I don't know. And they say, I got to clear this up because I'm acting crazy. I thought that coffee wore me down so I'd be able to think clearly. Then it's you hear it shake your head. And I hear it again, shake your head. And as I'm shaking my head, I'm looking out at this beautiful lake. The heart of the city. I think it's the first bird sanctuary or something. It might be a drainage basin, but I can't be sure. It's an attached to the estuary or close to the estuary. I don't know. And I take a couple breaths. I step onto the grass, and that's when I notice something on my shoes. Technically, they're sneakers. Technically, they're old sneakers, but now they've got some stuff on there. Green stuff. What the hell is this shit? And I look down, I see it it looks like little rolled up cigars everywhere. And I think to myself, this good gravy. This bird do. And that's when I hear the sound, the squawking, wonking sound of Canadian geese. And I look around, and everywhere people are moving their blankets or trying to eat chips, and a bird is bothering them. The birds hiss at me. I say, who the hell are you hissing at, man? And I shake my curls, and the bird runs. And I say, man, these people, they don't have curls. And I see, but it's everywhere, the bird poop. The birds are, and I see them muscling around other birds, walking around like they own the place, and they're big. Then my mind starts to flash places I've been. Bay Area, New York State, Los Angeles, other places I may have been recently, I don't know. Like strands of a curl in my head, these strands of poop are everywhere. And I say to myself, wow, this is it, this is my issue. Canadian geese, we get, where the hell, what month is it, I think to myself? Are they here for the winter? Wait a second, it's not, I've seen them every 12 months of the year. And I say to a bird, when the hell are you going back to Canada, bird? And the bird looks at me and it honks, and then it hisses and hisses again. And that's it, I'm a changed man. I take those curls and I take my time, and I go from being a joker the last 20 minutes of trying to inform you. And I say to a couple of people, I say, are you sick of these birds too? And they say, yeah. And I say to myself, okay, this is it. These people need my help. These Canadians, they need to take these geese back. Now, I know the way things work. I know this isn't going to be easy. You can't please everybody. Like Lincoln said, something like you can please some people some days and other people other days. But don't try to please Mrs. Lincoln on, something I don't remember. But time begins to pass. It speeds up in this story, and I become more competent. maybe not in relaying the story, but in getting signatures, in refining my message. Get the geese out of Oakland. Elect me mayor. And people say, wow, is this a guy for real? Is this some sort of spoof campaign? But suddenly people, they can't tell. When they meet me, they say, are you serious? Or is this a metaphor? Or are you insane? And I laugh and I shake my curls and they stare. And I start to carry around a bottle of water every once in a while so that if a camera's on me, there's, the curls as I shake them. They catch the glint of the sun if there's sun to be had. And I refine my message further and further. I say, I don't want to hurt these geese. I don't want to, it's not natural for any of us. It's not good for anyone. And I meet with people. I meet with the NIMBYs, not in my backyard. I meet with the Nopes, not on planet Earth. I meet with the people that love birds. I meet with a contingent of people that hate birds. I meet with Canadians. I meet with Canadian bird lovers. I meet with birders. I meet with people that work on girders that got to slip on bird poop. I meet with budgeters. I say, how much is this costing? I meet with everything. And the whole while I'm out front, I'm shaking, pressing the flesh, and they call me the Birdman of Oaksterdam. And I don't even think I earned the title. Hey, women are asking for your phone number. People are suddenly taking you serious, something like serious, but they're on the Today Show. Terry Gross calls you. No, it's David D. and Cooley, but close enough. And you start to feel like somebody almost important. And you keep framing, you say, wow, I'm doing a good, I'm staying on message. These geese aren't, these geese don't belong here. They're not from here. We could joke about it. Canadians, take your geese back. Yeah. But in some sense, we're serious. What? This is a symbol of a greater problem. And then you say, whoa, no. Let's just concentrate on getting the geese out of Oakland. The Canadian geese. Let's make sure we take care of Oakland's geese. And then people start to say, wait a second, is there some insidious message in here? And you say, oh, no, this is just the entrenched interests worrying about their incapability to deal with issues like this. You just say it has nothing to do with a deeper symbolism. In fact, oh no, and this isn't the metaphor I was reaching for real. And then people say, well, yeah, no. And then the people leap to your defense. They say, no, because you shake your hair, the cameras go, you shake your hair. And people say, no, that shit. I say, this is them trying to drag my name through the mud and associate me with some sort of anti-anything. This is not anti-anybody. This is not some symbol. Yeah, we can't be having, you got some sort of strange grass growing that came on ships. You got so this is about animals and vegetables, not about human beings. Don't mix up I don't know what mixing your metaphors mean, but and you still maintain. People say, I like this guy with his curly hair, and you say, whew, I dodged that one. And then it becomes the debates, and you're up against some heavyweights, but you say, wow, there's like 30 people running for mayor here. Only 9 of us got invited to the debate to be on TV, and you're one of them. And then the debate starts, and you can tell the people have been joking about you. The other, you say, there was a clown that ran in Alameda. Why is everybody calling me, acting like I'm some buffoon? And they ask you strange questions about the schools. And then you stand and you say, well, it's a great question. Education is important, but, if we can't get this geese problem under control, what hope is there for the rest of these issues? And you say, and they say, well, what about this budget deficit? Well, yeah, this is how much we spend each year on cleaning up geese poop. This is how, how many people would be probably buying that ice cream and paying those sales tax on that ice cream if there's a clean piece of grass to lay on. I don't even want to talk about the money paid out for geese bite lawsuits. And don't get any ideas, people, and they laugh. But then you see it. In the back of the audience, someone stands, a reporter's with him. It's a man with curly hair, a man named Frank Zizzo, and you say, oh, God, no. And he says, you say, what is it? Meaning, is your hair really curly? Is the reporter next to Zizzo asks you, and you say, right now it is, and you shake your hair. People gasp almost when you shake it. And he said, well, I have this man. And I say, are you speaking for the entrenched interest? Is it entrenched interest? What does this have to do with it? But the moderator raises his hand and you go silent. You look over at the leading candidates. They got smug looks on their face. And Frank, he stands up. He says, that's not this man. That's not his real hair. And I say, well, it is my real hair. And he says, I gave this man a permanent in 1990-something. And the reporter says, can you clarify what a permanent is? A permanent curling of the hair. And then, boom, it starts downhill from there. Everybody's at, why would you curl your hair? What are you trying to hide? Then it leaks out the riot you started with the little kids. When your hair first got perm, the ice cream overdoses you caused when the kids ran rampant. But that's nothing compared to the jokes and the pictures leak out, the pictures of your shirt, your super straight hair, and the side-by-side pictures, and everyone has a good laugh, and they say, whoa, which looks more foolish, too straight, and the people, I knew there was something weird about that guy. I never kissed him, all those kind of things. And suddenly you go from being the most popular man to the most, man, chuckled at man. I don't know if there's a term for that. Not loathed, but not pitied either. Something more like, thank God. I guess the man, you thank God you're not him. And you say, wow, is this how, just how you'll distract us from the geese issue? And you wonder who it was that found Frank. Was it couldn't have been the Canadians. They don't want those geese. Well, I guess they don't want that wasn't an option, returning the geese to Canada. That was only a joke. And there's no geese poop pickers union. They could be against me. Just these politicians. Why would you? And you say, well, I got to track Frank down. He couldn't have got out of town that fast. I became a laughing stock of town in only, what was it, 8 minutes that just went by? That's about how long it took. And then you realize, well, probably staying at the Marriott in downtown Oakland makes the most sense since it's the main downtown Oakland hotel. And you go to the front desk and you put on some sunglasses but they still laugh at you. And they're laughing at you even harder. And I say, the one young man at the desk, he tries. He says, well, sir, can I? And every time then he just shakes his head and turns away to laugh. No, sir, can I? And then he turns his head to laugh, and everyone's laughing. And there's pretty people and cool-looking people. And people it hurts. But you say, what, as a matter of fact, sir, you can't help me because I'm done with this permanent. I made my pact with the devil of curls or whatever, It's not like these girls do. And you try not to cry because you say, well, what am I going to do? Go back to, what are my options? But you say, I'm looking for my hairdresser. To see if what he could do about maybe giving me a wavy thing. He said it would go. He promised me. And you remember, he said, I forgot this so long. He did promise. He said, well, at one point, it won't stay tight curls forever, but it did. And you say, I demand to see Frank Zizzo. And you pound on the desk and you see, they say, I need to fix this perm without it smelling strange. And, I don't have a swimming pool to deal with, so I won't. But I'd like to actually do that and turn my hair green to see if that rumor's true. But for now, I'll just take his room. And the guy, he says he can't, so he hotel, but then you see him make eye contact over your left shoulder. And you turn so fast, your curls strike him in his face, and you say, good. Taste my curls. And he actually probably did taste them. And it was like, well, probably, what was that, lemongrass in there. It wasn't not a bad taste. But then you're like, wait, I did taste that shampoo. It didn't taste of lemongrass. But then you said that out loud, and now they're laughing, and now the news is running. He's a shampoo eater. But you say, whatever. And then you see Frank, and you run after him. You know, down this, you know, those sides of a hotel that have windows and couches. You never know what they're for. You rarely see, sometimes you see people there, but rarely. And you say, sit down, Frank. We need to talk. And he says, about what? And you say, about these fucking curls, asshole. Why, you know, why? Why'd you do this to me? Why'd you come here? You live in upstate New York. This is Oakland, California. Who tracked you down? When? Why? And he says he turns ghost white. And he says, I can't tell you anything. And you think to yourself, why the hell would anyone fly out a barber from Syracuse, New York? Well, technically a suburb of Syracuse, New York, to ruin me. Just over this whole geese poop. What? And then Frank, he laughs with madness. And you say, why are you laughing with madness? And he says, those curls don't fit your bone structure. They were right. And then you say, they were right. You were the one. And you're right there, right on the edge of breaking down. But you stamp your foot down. And luckily, hotels have way too many mirrors, especially when they have way too many couches with side tables and lamps that don't get used. The mirrors, maybe they get used, maybe they don't, but this mirror, you turn, you look at yourself, and you say to yourself, you know, it looks ridiculous. A park supposed to be covered like one of those pointillism, what are those called? Remember those paintings, Seurat or whatever, pointillistic or whatever. You love parks full of people. Nice parks full of people. Pointillism or whatever the hell it's called. And there's parks everywhere, and they're full of freaking geese and geese crap. And a child can't even, you know, chase after some, terrifying animal without a geese hitting at it in a park anymore, hissing at it. And you say to yourself, what the Frank? And he's gone. But you just can't get it around your head. You say, who the hell broke against me? And then you look up and you see, about 20 feet away down, side of the hotel, Wilford fucking Brimley staring at you, laughing that evil. You say 20-06, I don't care. It was Wilford Brimley. He's laughing at you. And you run up to him and you say, wait, I didn't think you actually wore a seersucker suit and a straw hat. And he says something about country time lemonade, just to take the dagger and twist it. He's so pleased with himself he can't get out a sentence either, but he's laughing. You say, wow, Brimley, you have a lovely laugh even when it's at my expense. And you say to him, what the hell? What the hell do you have to do with this? Why'd you destroy? What kind of? Who do you work for? Is it the firm? Is that real? You were too good at that, of being an evil jerk. And I can't even remember. And he just chuckles. And you say to him, you're supposed to play a pleasantly grandfather figure, except for that one villain. Like I said, from the firm, you're supposed to be nice. And he said, and I say, who do you work for? And I list every secret organization, NGO, MGO, NBA, FBI, CIA, NSA, every secret society. And he just chuckles. And you say, is this personal? Where does this, what secret group? and then you see it out of the corner of your eye. You say to yourself, who the hell is that? You say, wait a second. You start to have a flashback from right around when you got this perm. You say, oh God, no. That's the mother from a show that Wilford Brimley was on. Deirdre something, Deirdre Hall or Deirdre Gray, I don't know. And you say, what the hell is this? Some sort of 80s family. Was that a drama you were on or a comedy? I can't remember. It was too wholesome for my taste. And that's when Brimley grabs you. He says, that's right. And then you say, what? And he says, you think you're so funny because you've just been owned by the secret society of our house. And I say, what? And then he drags you into a room and he throws you in and he say, what is this? He says, a conference room, you fool. And I say, Brimley, you rented a conference room as part of a plot to destroy me? He says, exactly. And you look around and there's the mother from the show and the son from the show, Chad something. You're like, are you Chad Gray? Are you Deirdre? And they throw cold water. They say, yeah, it's just like you. And then you're so confused, you think you see other characters from the show, but you're not sure. But mostly it's just those three. And Brimley says, have a seat, son. And then you say, that's like what that was like from the firm. He says, he said, there's nothing firm here except your firm fall from grace, goose boy. And then Chad, whatever his name is, you say, man, I can't think of your real name. I don't remember really. Actually, like I said, you were such a golden boy. And I don't remember any. And then they get angry. They say, I said, was it our house or our town? And then I said, our house is a very, very, very fine house. And then they say, they just get madder and madder. He just gets mad. They're all rage. And Brimley says, I want you to listen to something. He pulls out a cassette tape. And he says, you remember this? And you say, no, not really. And it says it's written, and you say, wait a second, that's my handwriting. And he puts the tape in a portable boombox. And he gets ready to play. Plays this Christmas, some year. You weren't listening because you were still like, you say, man, that guy looks good in a seersucker suit. And he looks like the same as he did on that stupid show. And then oh boy, I said that one out loud. And then you say, well, while we're saying everything, you say, I never understood why you would make your hair blonde if you're not going to deal with the roots, my dear. And she stares at you, the actress, or the character. You're so confused. And then Brimley presses play. And you hear your voice. He says, yeah, remember this? Hey, you remember you must have got a tape recorder for Christmas, and you thought you were funny. And you listen to yourself reenact scenes from the TV show as a young boy in your room. And it's not boring like this podcast is supposed to be. In some sense, it's mean-spirited, but not cruel. Well, you were too young to be cruel, probably. And you say, was this on first run or on reruns? Did your show make it to syndication? And Brimley says, silence. Listen to the tape, and you make fun of all three of those characters and many more. You do a terrible Wilford Brimley imitation, but somehow you get down the essence. And the tape plays for hours, even with commercials about how, Wilford Brimley wears adult diapers, or Chad, whatever his name is, needs a double dose of Gas X. But the tape plays for hours, but we don't need to listen to the tape because we have fast forward to the aftermath. Years went by, years enough for me to be here to tell you this tale in the present day. There was never an answer at the end of that. They never told me. Well, I guess the why was there, but what the hell were they trying to do? Why, wild and pure vengeance. None of it ever made any sense to you, totally. And then you said, well, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just, maybe they were just trying to teach me a lesson, but it didn't. You said, oh no, there's some piece missing. But then you forgot about you drowned your problems in, water in your hair. But you never forget, you forgot about that whole instinct. You said, well, and you knew this would have made him mad. You said, well, it was a forgettable show. It was a forgettable vengeance thing. Maybe you had a forgettable way to enact revenge. But you had to move on. You had to forget. And then you said, well, it's a strange. Years later, you began to wonder, well, why did, but at some point you let that slip deep into your subconscious. The whole thing you tried to forget about. Things didn't go well after that. Even though you tried to forget, you couldn't figure out exactly why. You couldn't get an answer. For a long time, you said, was I the one that sent that tape in? Or how the hell did Brimley get that tape? And how the hell did, why the hell was Frank Zizzo there, the guy that gave me this perm? You went down a path of forgetting, and that didn't go well either, and your life fell apart. But then you started to build yourself back up. You got yourself back on the straight and narrow path. Instead of trying to chase, breaking news or conspiracy theories or Canadian geese or drink too much Canadian Club, you sat down, you started to work on something. You started to work on ideas. You started to follow through on things. You started to re-embrace your curls and say, I don't care. This perm's not going anywhere. It's permanent. It's the most permanent perm in the history of perms. It's permanent. Curls go all the way inside and they curl around me somehow. And eventually people stop laughing at you in Oakland because you stopped going there mostly, except when you had, except for, when you had to go there and the therapist who still would giggle at first, but then okay, I'm ready now. But you kept getting better and better at writing something. You dedicated yourself to one genre. It wasn't the hot shoe genre, the case-cracking genre. It was something that was burning inside you, burning to be written, a story that now you needed to tell, a story you had a hot, hot passion for, rage and passion for, which was wholesome family drama. And the year now is now, 2014, 2015. And you remember those nights in 2014 when it all changed, when you were doing a one-man play called Our House. You were playing all the roles, Wilford Brimley, and the mom and the teenage boy. And you said, wow, I enjoy dressing as a woman and as Wilford Brimley and as a teen boy and various other characters. And it was part parody and part serious. In fact, it was so unwholesome. It made the wholesome part so much more underlying with all the sexual innuendos and horrible inside jokes and disgusting things you said. You said, wait a second, this is a bit like that tape, but different. And then because it has a more, I guess, a lower level of humor than a tween boy, more of a teenage boy. But anyway, people liked it. You took the show to places where people didn't know your perm was not they knew probably it was they said, wow, yeah, I must be an artist with that strange haircut. And, he's one of those method actors. A place called Los Angeles, Well, that technically was, not in Los Angeles because you couldn't afford to get a room to put on the show. But you found a spot. Something about your portrayal as these characters caught the eye of somebody with one of those streaming services, and they said, wow, that's sick and perverted, man, but I work for a greeting card company. They just signed a deal with a streaming internet company for delivering content. And we're looking for wholesome properties. As a matter of fact, I just got off the phone with one, guy that owns the rights to this show. And he's in the restroom right now. And you were like bracing for Chad Allen maybe, or Wilford Brimley, or Denise Hall, or whatever the lovely actress was that also got vengeance on you. But it was just an older woman, and she had the rights to that TV property. And they come and they said, we want you to write this for, a combination of conglomerations of our companies. Wholesome, though. Keep the wholesome parts, lose the dirty parts, but, subtextually put them in, so people can get, you can still talk about the sex, but you got to talk about it like, dishes or some such thing, sports or whatever. And I said, I got you. Is this another joke to destroy me from Wilford? Wilford Brimley's no longer with us, correct? And they looked at each other and laughed, and they said, we have no idea. And I said, was he mean to you two, too? And she says, I cannot discuss that because this is, a fiction inside of a dream, sir. And anything bad said about him would only be imaginary. And I said, oh, bummer, this is a dream. And she said, no, I was just staring at girls so long I thought I was in a dream, but the rest of this is real. We are going to sign you to a minimum contract to remake a pilot version of a show that was moderately successful a long time ago. And you are the man possibly to do it, even though you're dressed like a woman right now. And I said, no, I'm dressed as Wilford Brimley, dressed as a woman. Method acting, ma'am. And then I just laughed because my method was madness. And then, as the ultimate, I wrote a pilot. I wrote it, and I wrote it good, but you know what I did? I took my love of Wilford Brimley, which, despite his vengeance, was originally appreciation, something slightly milder than appreciation before his vengeance. And then the mild appreciation went to something when I saw him in the firm where I was like, wow, that was Wilford Brimley. And then you have a forlorn missing of him after that. And then, a loathing beyond loathing after his vengeance. But then I had the ultimate vengeance for the story or the plot. Started out with Wilford Brimley late to pick up the kids from school. Slips on a patch of Canadian geese poop and falls down and bumps his bum, breaking the pocket watch that meant so much to him, a family heirloom, destroying it. And for the rest of the episode, Wilford Brimley's character, whose name, you'd have to see, undertakes an effort to run for mayor of his town, to rid his town of Canadian geese. And that desire divides his family into warring factions. And not just pro or against, but every viewpoint you could possibly imagine around ridding a town of Canadian geese. And I mine it for every overused metaphor you could use Canadian geese for, and bury it in the mouths of people pretending they're talking about geese when they're talking about horribly unwholesome things. And it pushes Wilford Brimley so far that it brings him back and teaches him so many life lessons that it makes him appreciate the wholesome things in life and wants to keep his family close and know what's important. Family. In our house, it's not a watch, it's not geese. It's not geese poop. It's not vengeance. And it's not a curls of a permanent perm. It's our house. Staying together, whoever we may be, a family, in an age when nuclear families still were nuclear. And then her grandfather, being the alpha male of the house, may have been terribly confusing to enrage a boy to send a tape to Wilford Brimley full of anger. But now who's laughing as I puff my curls and I say goodnight, and I'm sorry for this strange journey I've taken you on, and I hope that if you don't know who Wilford Brimley is, one day you'll say, well, I could appreciate that man. I could see a grandfatherly wisdom in him, looking over me, making sure I'm sleeping good, making sure I'm rested. He doesn't seem like the vengeful, sordid kind of man you'd want to sit on a porch with and have some lemonade, maybe real lemonade. Maybe say, let's take some time in the country. Let's drink some lemonade and make peace. That's my pitch to you, Mr. Brimley, out there in the universe somewhere, as I count my stacks of money made. Well, there's maybe to be made, rebooting a show you were once on that I don't even barely, but I'm going to take the wholesomeness in the brim of your cap and say, I knew Brimley and wearing a brimmed cap all the time was on purpose, sir, and I salute you for it. Good night. All right, so it's Rending Ritter Ruse Day. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Yeah, it's really Saturday night. It's 8:42 p.m. I'm turning my phone on. I'm going to pause and get on Reddit here. Now it's 8:43. What's the date? 18th or 17th? I don't know. I still don't. Oh, 18th. I'll be right back. All right, so I got the pictures taken, screenshots, shotted. Your screenshots, they're a little, that's strange. My screenshots are blurry. Oh my God, this is bizarre. Or was my eyes blurry? Now I'm looking at something else. I wonder if I opened it in photos instead of a gallery. Bizarre, weird. Has anybody ever heard of that? Someone get Johnny's screenshot on the phone here because, okay, so tonight's a Rending Ritter Ruse Day. And I got these screenshots pulled up, because we're going to do. And what is this? Twitter update. I don't know what the hell's going to go on with Twitter because I checked either this morning or yesterday, and I figured out if you click in the search, you can look at what's trending, but it's different size fonts and stuff with like descriptions. So I don't know what our future trending Twitter Tuesday is. I mean, I'm sure there's trending lists everywhere, but if it was like I like doing Reddit too. The problem is Reddit. Twitter in some sense is, you never know what you're going to get on Reddit. And that's good and bad. But, I really don't want to read anything, that's going to keep anybody up at night. So sometimes I'm like, oh, man, I have to censor some. But with Twitter, it's like, it never censored it, but it could have, like, during the NFL season, like I said, it could have Cowboys, Dallas Cowboys, Tony Romo. It makes me have to think on my feet. But Reddit does that too. But, speaking of thinking on my feet, I was thinking about this story I heard. I guess in some sense, a fairy tale. What was that? What was it? I guess, yeah, fair. I mean, not, I don't know, now that I deal in fairies one day a week, I'm like, well, it's not related to it's not a pixie tale, so it doesn't have fairies in it. So is it a fairy tale? But it's a story, not a famous story. One day it may be a famous story. It probably needs a new title. But I'm not one, I deal in dullness, so I can't be, being like, okay, brainstorm. Let me call in my team here. Let me call in the branding agency. We need a flashier title to this. I have $11 million to spend. Do you think you could come up with a flashy title for this? And they'd be like, "Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. You know what? We'll do it for 10 million. Oh, boy. Today must be my lucky day. $10 million just to rewrite a name of a title in a slightly, and say, oh, yeah, this word, it doesn't even exist. We took a Greek word and a Roman word and mashed them together." And be like, "You're kidding me. And that only cost me $10 million. You guys are brilliant for coming up with a company to do that and charge money for." Anyway, I don't have anything against branding or branding companies. I'm just telling you that, branding people will say, well, that's the title. And the title of this lovely story is called The Present Hider, right? Present hider. Is it a double entendre? I don't know. I'm not at liberty to say because the story hasn't started yet. Is there a spoiler? And I'm debating this, but I said, well, should I spoil it? Should I tell you who the present hider is right up front? Like a la, a linear story that is then told in a non-linear fashion, built linearly, told non-linearly. But, but wait a second, your stories don't always make sense. Yeah, but they're usually linear-ish. So I say, well, in the tradition of doing, I try to do stuff different every time. I'm going to spoil it and tell you who the present hider is. But I'll tell you what, the people in the story aren't going to know. So don't spoil it for them. But the present hider's Orange Lux. And you guys might remember our friend Orange Lux. She was a deciduous forest elf. I think, I forgot, I said, when I heard this story, this was what type of elf was this knocking on my door? You guys heard about my knocking. Me and my dog, that's what we do Saturday night. We'd be doing it right now if I wasn't recording. We listen to knocks. Sometimes, I don't think I said this last time, sometimes we make fun of it. It's like, some people watch and you say, look at the hat on that fool. Oh boy, you wearing cargo shorts there? You got any cargo in those shorts, buddy? Because I'll tell you what, you won't be dating anyone. A lot of people do that kind of thing. Me and my dog, kind of show you a little behind, inside baseball behind, we do that with knocks. And you say, no, that's not true. Well, believe it. So nowadays, you call it niching down or what some people might call it a fetish. It's not. No non-sexual knock. There is knocking community, sexualized, fetishized. That's fine. I don't have any pro or well, actually, no. I did write some erotic fiction one time. The knocker always knocks twice. Now that was a double entendre. Wasn't the knocker always knocks twice? Oh no, that was a sexual poem I wrote about a door knocker. We're also a was that triple? Double entendre or triple? I don't remember. But yeah, so I guess I do have a bit of a knock, because a knock at a door, they could fire up the old anticipation neurons, if you're expecting a sexual interlude and then you hear a knock on the door and you say, the door is open, my dear. And they say, my door is open. And then your dog says, you're imagining there wasn't a knock. Oh, this is last night. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And then they say, sorry, I didn't want to you don't want to look at my groin area. I don't want you looking at that dog and shaming me. And they said, well, should I put on the night? I've downloaded some new, I went to, this was the point I was going to make. There's a gray market it's not a black market because knock recordings aren't illegal. But yeah, me and my dog, we download knocks, we listen to them. And I had got my hands on some Eastern European knocks, which I was like, huh. And this is, wow, I'm kind of going off track here, but you could really, it's a genre of, was a pastime, I guess. What was that called? I was going to say hobbit, but it's a hobby. You could say if you're if you're a contractor, your knack pleasure would come and being like, oh, I called up my chat room. I called up knockboards. That's a fake, you guys don't try to find it. Knockboard enthusiasts. And I said, hey, I got these Eastern European knocks. They were smuggled out of the former, much long ago, former Soviet Union now. Eastern, and they said, well, what country? I said, oh, I forgot. I think I deleted it. Anyway, but a contractor might say, oh, what is that, a solid core? But me and my dog, we just like to imagine. We just like to criticize the knocks. I mean, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we say, if you're having a knock party, again, oh yeah, that was another erotic fan. That was knock party. What was it? Knock party. I think it was just called Knock Party. And that was erotic knock fan fiction. Very specific genre. But anyway, we got to focus on the story here. So we're sitting around, me and my dog, Koa. We're listening to Eastern European knocks. And, we say, what was that? That's, we make fun, we say stuff like, where'd you learn to knock like that? The Kremlin? And my dog gives me, usually if a joke flops like that, she'll just give me, how dogs give you that look, like, your joke flopped. I'm not, giving a dog amused face. This is my floppy dog. Your knock joke flopped face. And then my dog will make, she just makes different looks. And I said, oh, you're so right. Which I guess is sad in some sense. But, then I guess the layers of delusion, because then I'm like imagining what jokes my dog's writing about these knocks. But we're having a blast. I mean, put it simply. I mean, then you're trying to get you say, you could imagine what, say, I don't know. It's tough to explain. You got to be a knock enthusiast. And I kind of feel like it's tough to get across the visceral joy of listening to a knock from around the world. Oh, wait, that was another. Oh, this is so knock heard around the world. That was another one I wrote. And, oh, no, wait, that was Knock Party 2. Knock heard around the world. Which was, that was a ripoff of Break Into Electric Boogaloo, or maybe more of a homage. But yeah, I can't talk about it because it definitely would set me up for lawsuits. Multiple lawsuits. When you find, Thatcher Margaret. That's all I'll say about Knock Party 2, Knock Heard Around the World. Anyway, okay, back way off topic. So yeah, we're sitting around listening to knocks, having some laughs, saying, how much vodka did you have there, Boris? That's always good. Go-to cheap joke is to use the word Boris and vodka. Or, proletariat. That was another one we say, what is it, bourgeois? What is it? Proletariat is the good guys of the... I don't know. I guess maybe I need to work, but I'd say, is that bourgeois? My dog would say, she'd shake her head. That's when we're really rolling. And I think I guess I forgot what the game was called, proletariat or bourgeois. It's probably what I said. That might mean the same thing. I don't even know. That's where, again, my hobby is listening to knocks. I'm not a freaking historian. This isn't the Howard Zinn cast. Though, if I could get my hands on some celebrity knocks. Oh, wait, yeah, that was enough celebrity knocks. Yeah, I think I sent that one. That was a manuscript I sent to Harlequin. And then their lawyer sent me some package. I don't even know. He said one of those multi-jurisdictional things. I said, okay, I guess so celebrity knocks aren't your cup of tea. So anyway, we're listening to these knocks. Enough about the knocking. Jeez, you're driving me crazy. I know I can't help it when I get up. I'm obsessed with it. Okay. But anyway, listen to the tape, and I do a dog. I said, "Wait a second, what was that? It was like a staccato knock." And my dog did that, lifted her head up. I said, yeah, and we were nice enough to put them in little tiny MP3s. So you just can't go, you don't got to rewind, just go back, 4 seconds. And then it's again, I said, well, that sounded different, but it was the same. We double checked. I said, no, that's, whatever the hell, I don't know. It was this person had named the knocks. I think they called that a fruct. And I said, that doesn't sound like a fruct. And I said, and I kept listening. And then I said, and then my dog like really sat up straight. I said, oh, I better pause it. And then that's when I heard boom, 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 boom. And I said, it was, what are the odds that 2 times in a row when we were listening to knocks, there's a knock at the door. It was a real knock, real life RLK. So it was a RLK, like a real life knock. The only downside of when you're a knock enthusiast and you pause your knock recordings is you can hear people talking about the fact you're listening to knocks, or that they were yelling that you were playing your knocks too loud. So my neighbor's like, no mercy with these fucking knocks, you fucking knock. What the fuck? And then the next door a couple people, people down the street say, but then luckily, the one guy that lives across the street who happens to be scary loves knocks. I got him into knocks. So he says, right. And then everybody shuts right up. He said, I'm listening. And he said, was that IRK? I said, hell yeah, or whatever, a real RLK, man. And he said it was a light but mass, high. He goes, you got to tell me about the mass of those. And I said, I got to get up. And then one more knock. That guy fell silent. My neighbor, what was his name? Jerry. And so I go to the door. And I say, yeah, it did sound like a small hand, but with mass. And I said, that's strange. So then I open the door. And like I said, my back door is my front door. Technically, it's a back door. It uses a front door, so it's my all door. I open it up, down 2 stairs. 2 stairs to the ground is a present. And my dog comes, and I'm like, so this happened today. I'm acting like I'm on the internet, saying ROK, and she just looks at me. What the hell, you think there's dog food or dog treats or something? And I said, maybe. And so she sniffs around it, and my dog shakes her butt. There's a song, Shake It Like a Red Nose. My dog is a red nose, and she shakes it like a red nose, I think. I don't know if I've ever read the lyrics to that song, but it's like, shake, shake. And I guess I always assumed it was about red nose dogs, red nose pit bulls, because my dog's red nose. And she shakes it. She shakes her rump, her ass, also her head, but she shakes her ass like, you'd have to see is believe. And obviously, I've eroded any authority, because if you're not a knock, you're like, oh, this guy with his fucking knocks. I can't believe he's still talking. So anyway, and I say, hello, who was knocking with their tiny, massive hand? My neighbor, I'm supposed to inquire. And then I'm like, interesting. There's no sign of anything. And I say, should I be wary? Like when a snake coils up a tree, is there, and then I do an internal enemy check. I say, okay, well, who's out to get me? And then it's like, okay, well, that's okay, you need to narrow it down from, almost everyone. Who's out to get me today? Okay, it's still a pretty big list because you said that to that. Okay, now you did that today. Okay, who's out to get me in the last? Okay, well, all those people that heard those knocks, the people in the future that listen to you talk about it nonstop, if they have a time machine. So that gets rid of them. So, okay, well, let's say, okay, threat level, okay, how much of this threat assessment is due to the fact that I'm over hyper vigilant? Okay, yeah, it's a present, so yeah, probably, low chance. And I say, well, why the dog, when you're a dog? And I say, oh, yeah, my dog checked it, kind of. And then I said, why don't you just kick the present with your foot, not too hard in case it's like eggs or something, And then it's like, well, my boy, well, who would give you eggs? That's a weird thing to put in. And I said, okay. Well, so I pushed the box with my foot. And then lo and behold, it's a bit heavy. And then I say, oh, is this one of these boxes that has a top that comes right off? So convenient. And then I look, and there's a little card that says scooter. And I go to, I'm like, about to take it off. And then my neighbor, Jerry, comes, the guy. He's like, who was it? What would you? And he's like, oh, you got a present there. And I say, yeah, Jerry, knocker, KU, knocker unknown. He says, huh? And he says, well, you'll update me. He's like, I don't know if I'll be able to sleep tonight thinking about the mass. He's like, I got to go, run some. He goes, I'm going to load up a spreadsheet and try to figure out if it's even possible according to my ears. And I said, you got anything else? I said, you got anything else you got to get off your chest, Jerry, because you look a little agitated. He says, as a matter of fact, those Eastern European, I'm worried about, our access to strange knocks. You see, members of Congress, most of who can't even secure their own websites. Some of who don't even use email or trying to force a dangerous cybersecurity bill down the public's throat. Everyone's privacy is in the hands of people who, by all indication, have no idea what they're talking about. And I said, Jerry, that is incredibly interesting, but I have a giant present here. And you have a spreadsheet on knock physics to work on, so good night. And he said, he was gone, as swift as a knock. But then as swift as a knock, he was back. He said, oh, I forgot one thing. I said, you want to see what's in the box? He said, it's private, maybe, just in case. He said, oh, did you order some of your own, knock erotic fiction? I said, and he said, what is it, Jerry? You might obviously have something else. And he said, oh, my mom sent me this photo of a pit bull and a chihuahua who got adopted together. I want you to see it. It reminds me of your dog. And then he pulled it. Of course, his mom had it airbrushed on a T-shirt. And I said, wow, that's so cute, Jerry. Wow. Almost as disturbing as the one with the, almost as disturbing as the one of you and me as caricatures that I wasn't present for, where, I'm on your shoulders. That have to, and I say, I said, it's very cute though. Chihuahua and a pit bull snuggled up, airbrushed on a shirt. And he said, I said, okay, I got to go. I mean, you got to go. He said, all right, bye. So then finally I'm like, all right, I got to get this present open to see what the hell's in here. So I walk around the box, I push it again. And I'm like, it's really heavy. It's moving strangely. And then I say, this reminds me of a Winston Churchill quote. He always said you can count on Americans to do the right thing after they've tried everything else. Why don't I just try flipping the lid and diving like I'm diving from a car on an 80s action TV show. So I did that. Nothing came out of the box. And then I look inside the box, and there was an older elven man in there. Now again, quick. I don't have all day but you might say like Lord of the Rings elves. No. Before Lord of the Rings, these elves are kind of like I guess like Christmas elves. But obviously, there's more than one species of elf, clearly. And, so these are more similar to your northern pole elves. Like I said, Orange Lux was familiar. She was a deciduous forest elf. She left the deciduous forest, I think. To forget what deciduous forest meant. I think the leaves fall off the trees is what that means. And this looks like a deciduous forest elf, but very old and terrible. And I said, man, what are you doing in there? And he said, surprise. And I said, what is this, like some sort of weird elf stripogram? Because I want no part of it. Like, I'm not a man right now, not erotic fanfare. I say, well, this isn't my thing, man. This isn't my bag. I'm sure there's people. And he said, no, 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 I'm a storyteller, true storyteller. And I said, why don't you come inside? We'll have a cup of tea. I said, do you listen? He said, no, no, I've been listening to you go on about that. It's been driving me crazy. And I was like, well, did you knock on, was that you? And he said, wouldn't you and Jerry like to know? I said, yeah. So I said, well, let's go get some tea or something. I said, what do you drink? Do you drink tea? He said, well, it depends on what you have. I said, so, well, you're a guest, I suppose. So I said, I have, I don't even know. I'll be honest with you. I said I have chalk tea. And he said, what's that? And I said, I don't know. I think it was in a story I told once. And he said, well, I'm here to tell you a story. I said, well, start telling it. I'll this is straight out of like a story itself, we're only missing like thunder and lightning, but there's a brisk chill in the air. So I fired up the old, what the hell, gas stove, and it went, and then the water kettle, but well, I don't own a kettle, so it was a pan. But it still made that cooking noise that can be so comforting when and I said, well, what's your name? He said, I'm Spackle the elf. I said, well, I knew you were an elf, deciduous forest elf, right? He said, how'd you know? I said, well, you guys all wear that one outfit that you have on. I just remember it from the story about Orange Lux. And he said, who? And I said, never mind, not a fictional character, not real like you. And I said, well, yeah. I said, oh boy, this could be a transverse plane problem. And he said, what? I said, don't worry. But I said, it's weird that you're dressed in the outfits. And he said, and I said, the striped socks in forest colors as opposed to Christmas colors. And, the green and browns. I said, you got those triangle cutouts on your clothes. I can't tell if that's just a result of, I said, that's, deciduous forest elf colors. And I saw these are your spring and summer clothes. He said, well, yeah, we have I said, I know, all green. And then you got your autumn wear. And he said, wow, he goes, are you? And I said, I go, you look, no offense, Spackle, but you look terrible. How old are you? Are you an ancient keeper of the forest? He said, no, I'm a young man. That's why I'm here. And I said, you don't look young. And then I said, did I do something to the? I was like, this is one of these things where I got to go back with you and save the elves. He goes, if that was the case, we'd be screwed. I said, well, you still want some tea? Because I could shut this off. He said, it's true. I said, well, you're probably right. I said, it could be good to spin a tale, though. And he said, well, I have a tale already spun to be unspooled. And I said, well, hit me, man. And he said, okay, well, let me show you. He pulls out a couple scrolls from his waistband. And I say, you've been curled. How long you been in that box for? He said, not long. And he unscrolls this one thing, and it's a map. I say, whoa, that's a map? He said, oh, this is the wrong one. He's like, this is this is a map my aunt procured, a world map from ancient Greece. And I say, can I have that? He said, hell no. He goes, this is my, retirement map, family heirloom. And I said, okay, well, probably the waistband, if it's, I said, it might keep it safer. He said, well, elf sweat is a preservative. And I said, oh, yeah, I forgot you live in some sort of symbiotic relationship with the trees in the forest. Or do you? And he said, correct. And he said, you are a teller of tales, aren't you? And for a second, just a split second, I was pleased with myself. And then he let he was one of those longer punchline. He goes, yeah. if you could call, he goes, yeah, if you could call erotic, not fiction, storytelling. And I just let that, I said, oh, kettle pot, that's, kettle, tea's on. And I fixed us some tea. I spit in his tea. I'm truth telling. I spit in his tea. But I figured the boiling water, man, what if, well, anyway, I did. And then I put boiling water in it so I don't feel so bad. And then spatula, he drops the other thing scroll he had, and he bends over in front of me. And it's the first time I realized the bottom, his butt has been, his pants have been blown away in a very cartoonish way where I could see his underwear, which was striped, match his socks, like a double, very smart clothiers of deciduous forest elves. Because I said, well, if you lose your pants, your underwear will also be camouflaged stripes. So now both fitting in the elven, deciduous forest elven style, but also, you won't be, it's not like red and, so it was like stripes, brown and green stripes. And I said, my God, I see London, I see France, I see spackles, deciduous elf underpants. And my dog actually did laugh at that joke. So, she moved. And then he said, yeah, I know. He goes, I got confused with, he was like a hunter or something, must have confused me with some sort of forest creature. And well, technically you are. He said, yeah. And I said, well, what happened? He said it was a Winchester SXP and it had a faulty firing pin. And he said, it was crazy scary. And I said, yeah, it must have been faulty because it only blew away your pants. They go, unless this is still some weird sexual thing, not, titillating only. And he said, no. And I said, okay, but I said, I probably have something. And I said, well, no. And I said, I could probably give you a pair of shorts. I have green shorts. And he said, that'd be great. And I said, well, let's get to the story already. I mean, geez, this is like, starting to be like one of my podcasts. He said, what's a podcast? I said, never, we don't got time. I said, unless you're interested in listening to some Eastern European knocks. He said, no, I heard enough. One's enough. And I said, you freaking snobs, all of you. And I said, let's get to the story. He says, all right, let me get out my meme. I said, meme? He goes, yeah. And he says, yeah, look at it. He goes, look at this thumbnail. And there's a little thumbnail sketch on the side of the scroll. I said, what is meme mean something different in Elven? He said, yeah. And I said, is it like mission, Elven, edict, map, Elven? He said, don't worry about it. He goes, look here. He goes, this is a former deciduous forest. He started showing me all. It was a magical map, magical elven map edict. And he says, close. And I said, all right, magical elven map. And then something else with an E. And he said, yep. Excellent. Of excellence. Magical elven mapping. And he said the last words in elven. And I said, elven or elvish? He said, anyway, look at these deciduous. And it was one of those maps. It was like a GIF, a human GIF, or like one of those things they show on the news where it's like, oh, like the California water crisis thing. So show me all these problems with the deciduous forests. And I say, oh, good gosh, I didn't realize that we were losing the forest there. He said, no, that's the deciduous forest elf population. And then I say, oh, great. And their population is plunging. It says something to do with like some sort of, what is that, Benedict? Reverse, I said, oh, Benjamin Button in reverse, but that's normal. And I said, at a high speed? And he said, yeah, we're sick. Our people are sick. And our population's been crashing everywhere. I said, oh, that's terrible news. To come and tell me, me and my dog were enjoying an evening together. and you said, I can't save you, or you wouldn't want. He said, look at this. And they started showing me these different pinpoints. And I say, well, what the hell are those? He says, those are present drops. And I say, present drops? So, well, those sound wonderful. Where do I get it? Is it coming a dropper? And I said, well, present drops, like you drop a drop of water, turns into a present. Does Santa know about this? And he says, no, presents that were dropped. And he said, but that's a great idea. And then we both of us, I got him off track. We were talking about present drops. I said, yeah. Can you imagine if Santa just flew over a house with a dropper and he just dropped? I said, do you know those sponges that grow into dinosaurs? They come in like a little pill. And he said, no, that sounds dangerous, like kids would swallow them and then the sponges. And I said, yeah, that's happened to me. Not today, but it is. And I said, but yeah, it would be. And he said, well, what if there was a fire? I said, well, they should be expecting Santa anyway, so it'd serve them right. And he said, this is brilliant. So we started writing on the back of his meme. But then it was erasing everything because it knew we were supposed to be focusing on the mission. So then I got a piece of paper and we were brainstorming this present drops. And I said, you think, I said, does Santa pay for this kind of stuff or does this just get us on the good boy list? And then we were discussing, I said, I didn't know elves, deciduous forest elves, believed in Santa. He said, we don't. We're so jealous of you guys when we hear you. And I said, so you're living vicariously through me? And he's like, no. He goes, if this present drop thing is for real. He goes, get to your point about it. I said, well, will this get us on the good list forever or just for 1 year? Because that's kind of a ripoff if Santa can use this forever. And it's like, oh, yeah, 2015, you're on the good list and then it's like, oh, no, you blew it. December 14th. You pushed Spackle. That's it. You're on the naughty list. Spackle, you picked your nose and ate it. He said, no, I didn't. I said, you will. And he said, I've never even thought about doing that. And I said, see, I knew you will now. And he said, that'll get you on the naughty list. And I said, you don't even, I'm a Santa expert. And then at some point, the meme, like, literally started banging itself on the table. And I said, we better get back to the story you were trying to tell about the present. What the hell? What was your story again, Spackle? And Spackle's like, it's funny you say that because he's like, we had this, he goes, the first present we found, he starts going back to the maps. He goes, this first one here, he goes, it was filled with human research from learning experts and child therapists and everything. And I said, do you guys have the equivalent there? He said, no, we're based in force-based mythology. And he goes, it's all inclusive, science, religion, philosophy, all rolled into one. And I say, wow, so is that one class, like you only one? He goes, well, there's your problem right there. He goes, all these boxes, he goes, the box was full of stuff about ADHD. And I go, like human, or is that some sort of, he goes, no, the human one. And I said, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And he said, yeah, I think that's what it stands for. He said it was about, these studies said that kids with ADHD must squirm to learn. These studies says. And I said, do studies say? And he said, I don't know. It wasn't about the, and I said, what about English, like grammar? Is that included in like a force-based mythology, you said? And then he shook his head. He looked at my dog, Koa, and she shook her head. And I said, man, tough crowd. And then I said, I said, why would there be a president of deciduous? I was like, did you know it was for you guys or was it some human dropped it? And he said, well, that's what I started. He goes, I started to wonder. And he goes, then we found 4 more and he showed me. And they were like kind of all over the globe where the swaths of the globe that have deciduous forests, which would have deciduous forest elves, obviously. And he said, here, and here. And I said, well, what? I said, well, how the hell do you communicate? If that's the way the hell over there. And he said, that's like 1 mile. And I said, what about that? He said, well, that's pretty far. And I said, how? And he said, forest-based mythology. That's all. I said, oh, is that idea as good as present drops? And he said, maybe I'll share. I said, I'll give you 51% of the credit with Santa. And I said, actually, no, like, I'll let you live with me so you can qualify to be on Santa's list. I don't even know how many years you have to be in a human domicile to be. And he said, let's stay focused. And I said, okay, let me squirm a bit here. And he said, you're making me squirm. And he goes, yeah, thinking about your knock fantasy. And I said, don't pile on me. And then he goes, okay, so those were, and then he said, now this is the second wave of presents we discovered. But I said, I feel like I'm in a sci-fi movie right now. The way this, I said, is this a pixel vision or whatever the hell it's called? Like Apple has retina. Is this a retina meme? And then I said, oh, from mythology-based philosophy or whatever the hell he said. And he said, yeah, now we started to discover these presents. And he said they had like stuff about, you guys, he said they started to have all these news reports that would be current with your human stuff. Like, he goes, these ones here. He goes, there was articles about how thousands of people in Germany were protesting against TTIP. Showing thousands of people marching in Berlin, Munich, other German cities in protest against a planned free trade deal between Europe and the United States that they fear will erode food, labor, and environmental standards. And he was showing me they were global. And I said, the same theory? He said, yeah. And I said, it's strange. I said, so it's like a human world is intruding on the deciduous forest elves, or it was a message. Or I said, I don't get it yet. And he said, he goes, yeah, we didn't either. We called a conference of our brightest minds. And I said, did they call you? And he said, no, not yet. And I said, I waited. And then that was my delayed punchline. He said, yeah, you're hilarious. And he said, anyway, so they what is your brightest minds determine? And he goes, we couldn't figure out. He goes, exactly where there was two camps. He said, one said, well, this was a message to intervene in human affairs. And he said, so we could debate the pros and the cons of that, saying, well, is this environmental damage you guys are doing, damaging us? Is it about, should we go to battle with the humans? Should we figure something, what should we do about humans, the problem? And he said, or the other philosophy, was this some sort of reflection of how we're dealing with things? He goes, that can't be. Like, the elves are the problem. Maybe not the cause of the problem, but that our dealing with problems was a problem. And then he noticed I wasn't paying attention. I was staring at something. He said, what are you looking at? And I said, they came out the second new Jurassic World poster. It's like 2 days till the trailer comes out. And he said, well, that's funny because he's like, the first Jurassic World poster was the next thing. In these presents, he started showing me. And I said, so I said, well, that's it because it's fiction, but it was humans messing with nature, that getting messing things up. And I said, have you guys been messing with nature? Do you guys have any theme parks? And he said, no. He said, and I said, well, doesn't Jurassic World, from what you've seen, sound pretty cool? He said, yeah. And I said, what if you think they have one at the North Pole? Like do you think the North Pole is like a theme park? He said, I do. And he goes, I would like to think that. And I said, same here. I said, you think we'll get to go if this present drops thing works out? And he says, he goes, I don't know. He goes, did they have some sort of gulag there for guys like you where they say, hey, come and pitch your present drops idea? And then he goes, all your strange things with your knocks and all. He goes, that's just a scratch on the surface of your disturbances, isn't it? And I said, yes, it is. But at least my name's not Spackle. So I got that going for me. And he said, I feel like we're old friends. And I said, yeah, we're the present drop boys. And he laughed. I said, I've been waiting the whole night to see you laugh to know if I could trust you or not, Spackle. And now I know I said, you could be any kind of elf you want with that hearty laugh. And I also knew from all my knock expertise that that was a giveaway. So let me look here. I said, you did knock at my door. Your hands are very, I held his hands in mine, small hands because he was an elf, but very high mass. And I said, I didn't want to ask, I said, well, I figure some sort of, having to do, evolutionary thing with being in the forest. But I said, that might have to be explained by some forest-based mythology. And I don't want to have a conflict with him over and over. And I said, maybe we should just stick with the story at hand. I said, well, wait a second, back up, Spackle. And he said, you're going to ask me why I'm named Spackle. I said, well, no, let's stay on point here. I said, when was your population dropped? Do you have some sort of, was this before presence or after? He said, oh, before. And then he did a historical thing. And I said, oh, it was okay. And I said, is it recent? I said, what's weird? There's like what do you call that kind of curve? I go, that's not a bell curve or a hockey stick. I said, it's almost like a plummeting. You're plummeting very fast. And I said, is that like, and I said, I wish I had a forest-based philosophy or science knowledge, statistical knowledge to understand that. And he said, well, you don't need to, because he goes, here's the next present drop here. And he showed me the next level of presence drop. And I said, well, what was in there? And he said, an album and a video game. And I said, what album? He said, I don't know. It wasn't labeled. And I said, oh, well, how'd you know it was an album? He said, it took forever to figure that out. He goes, we had to involve another human. And I said, other than me? And he said, yeah. And I said, what happened to that person? And he said, you don't want to know. And I said, did they make a run for the North Pole? He said, no. He goes, it was a Keebler elf type thing. And I said, yeah, I don't want to know. And I said, and he said, so we had the album and the video game. And he said, do you guys ever constantly listen to an album while playing a video game? And now you like mentally connect that album with the video game? And I said, me? Yeah. I said, oh yeah. I said, maybe more TV shows. Like a lot of times I was playing, I think it was like a Half-Life game and watching Deadwood. So I was like, for some reason I associate those two, Deadwood and Half-Life. I was also drinking pretty a lot. So then I said, so maybe I don't, I said, I kind of connect it, but then yeah. Then I rewatched it and I said, oh boy, I don't remember this. But I was like, is it the drinking or the video game? I said, yeah. And I said, I guess. And he said, well, he goes, we finally figured out that, he goes, it was some sort of metaphor. The video, he goes, we connected the game and the music. And he goes, it associated it. And he goes, it was continuing along the theme. And I say, what theme? And he said, the theme we've been talking about are humans the problem or elves' reaction to the problem? And I said, how come, isn't there a third, like, how come elves aren't the problem? And he said, we could be part of the problem. But I said, well, why can't you guys be like the humans, like the problem? And he said, you just, and I said, no, I'm just trying to be, I said, I know, I'm not trying to throw shade on you guys. He said, improper use of throwing, that's not how you. And I said, thanks. What are you now, the pop culture elf? And he said, that actually is my job title now. And I said, Spackle, the pop culture elf. Spackle and Scooter. Present Drop Incorporated. Doodle-doo-doo. We're gonna sell it. Hey, Santa. I got a way for you to deliver presents. We're gonna make your Christmas dreams come true. Me and Spackle dropping presents right from your sleigh now. Little drops become giant presents. You say, whoa, how? That's Christmas magic with me and you. We're doing it Santa's way. There's nothing we won't try to instill the essence of presents into a droplet. This Christmas, there's drops coming down, full of presents. At this point, Spackle, my dog, was just staring at me. And I said, sorry about that. I said, what do you think about that, Spackle? He said, Laverne and Shirley. He said, Shirley, you're crazy. And then I said, you want to watch Airplane? He said, yeah, but let's get through this next. He goes, the next drop was all these movies. And I said, okay, we're getting repetitive here, Spackle. Like, so was it movies about, and he said, yeah. And I said, so the movies, and he said, yeah. And he goes, a quick question for you humans. He goes, explain to me like I'm 5. And I go, 5 in elven years or human years? He said, it's the same. And I said, well, really? That doesn't make it. He said, yeah, it does. And I said, whoa. He said, why is dialogue in movies whispered quiet and the gunshots and explosions happen in the damn near below your speakers? And I said, because gunshots and explosions are loud. And he said, oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I said, okay, let's establish some things. Presents being spread around the deciduous elven forest population, deciduous forest elf population drop. Check, right? And he said, yeah. I said, presents appearing with strange messaging, but not so strange, nearly obvious messaging. There's a message contained in there. We can agree, and Spackle says, check. Can't agree on the message, whether humans are the problem of the drop in deciduous forest elf population, or the elves' reaction to the humans' problem causing is the cause of the drop in the population. And then Spackle's eyes go wide, and he says, slaps his mass-filled hand, not massive hand, on the table. Everything jumps. He says, that's it. He goes, that's the piece we've been looking for. And I said, what piece? And he said, whatever you just said. He goes, there was something missing there. We didn't have it. And I said, wow, you guys really can't see the forest for the trees, huh? And he said, what do you mean? I said, you need to roll that metaphor into your freaking metaphorical philosophy. I said, what were you doing in that box anyway? Like, how long? And he said, I was reading Game of Thrones. Oh, I said, but that's smart to brush up on your pop culture. And he said, exactly. And I said, all right, so we got a population drop. We got an elf named Spackle. And he says, check. And I said, now we're getting somewhere, me and you, Spackle. And I said, we got unidentified presence. We don't know if you guys don't know how to deal with the population. I'm assuming war with humans, abandoning, going to space, or, cult-like attempt to go to space. That's not a real trip to space. Changing your ways to see if that'll work. Is that a panacea? I'm not sure if that's a word or not. Saying, hey, can we elves help somehow that we're not? Or can we help those who help themselves? Those who can help themselves. I don't know, something like that. And he said, I knew we called on you for some reason. And I said, whoa, that's a good question. I said, why the hell did you guys call on me? And he said, well, do you know any deciduous forest elves? And I said, well, there's the elf nobody knew. I think that was Eldo the elf. And I go, do you know him? And he's like, no, that's a North Pole elf. And I said, well, how'd you know that? He said it was in your dossier. And I said, as what? Like, that's one of my, who I worship? And he said, don't worry about it. Keep going. He goes, do you know any other elves? I said, I think I know of one other elf. And he said, well, what's her name? And I said, well, how did you know it was a woman? And he said, and I said, are you a villainous elf? Like, are you here? I said, why is your knock so dense? And he turned ghost way. I said, I thought we were, I thought we were developing a friendship. And he said, I don't know who to trust. And he said, he pulls out the last scroll in his waistband. And it's a picture of me, somewhat like a mug shot with written across it. It says, which hero is the true villain? Across the top, which hero is the true villain? And then my picture. And it says, and why? And I'm like, dun, dun, dun. And I say, holy cow, Spackle, we're at impasse here. And I say, should I said, listen, I said, are we still going to be partners on this present drop thing? I said, can I use that as leverage against you? He said, unfortunately, you can. He goes, because I said, I'll tell you what, I'll bake you some Christmas cookies if you promise not to try anything funny. I said, because it sounds like this is an important issue. We need to work out whatever this environmental stuff is. And this trade, I go, and maybe you have some force-based philosophy that could help the humans. And maybe I have some strange, kooky idea that's outside the box now that you're outside the box. And I said, or maybe you're just looking for a name. I'm not going to give it to you. If you're on some sort of covert, elven, secret, like you guys are just trying to shut down these I said, whoa, is this like Citizen 4? And he said, I don't know. He goes, it sounds like this story. And I said, this could be the first trending Twitter Tuesday cliffhanger. Spackle, like you're spackling, like you started spackling the walls with story. But we didn't, it was impossible to complete with what we had at the hand. And he said, well, technically you talked about knocking for a very long time. And I said, listen, you're the one that might be here under false pretenses. I live here. So I said, I will, let me introduce you. I said, what if this story, when it gets wrapped up one day, next week maybe, is tied up in a nice bow that ends up in knock-based erotic fiction, solved the deciduous forest elf. Like, is it a sexual thing? Do you guys need something titillating? Because I have, that's a story. What did I say? The name of the celebrity Knox? Fort Knox. How about that one? And then he was just looking at me, and I said, don't try anything funny. I don't, like, now that you're going to sleep in my place here. So you're on Santa's list now, permanently, Spackle. And Santa checks it twice and knows which elves are naughty or nice that have entered the realm of humanity. And I go, so you might not be a human, but, and I said, let me tell you about the Belsnickles and Krampus and all that in case you, and then I told him about that, and I knew he wasn't going to mess around with me. And guys, this strange, unexpected turn of having a strange elf named Spackle rolling in my place ends up a story too big for one night. So we're going to continue this in maybe a week. The tale of the present hider, which present hider part 1. All right, I'm glad you're here. I hope you're asleep. I never would have thought a trending Twitter Tuesday thing would be a 2-part trending Twitter Tuesday tale in 2 parts told to you tonight. Good night. But anyway, it brings me right to me and Spack, who were having this exact conversation, pretty much where we left off. He said, okay, you got these warnings about your population's dropping in the deciduous forest elves. Most of your messages were, saying, well, it's like these human beings, they're, abusing each other's rights. And there's something about that. They causing environmental problems. They're a bit selfish, a little bit violent, a little bit, egotistical, stuff like that. I think there was some other stuff in there. And Spackle said, I'm sorry, I was thinking about present drops again. Which was the other thing going on with me and Spackle was this present drop idea, which was liquefying Christmas presents. No, more of a suspension. Christmas presents suspended in a droppable liquid. Of course there's some magic in there because they would be in a small dropper form. In order to save time at Christmas, make things more efficient, maybe give Santa a little breathing room, and make me and Spackle, I guess I admit it, I was like, it'd be cool to be an inventor of something Santa uses. I mean, can you imagine you're Joe Slay? And your Joe Slay's like great-great-great-great-grandkid. You're like, oh, yeah, my uncle was Joseph with an F, a German, Eastern European Joseph. Maybe using Joseph Slay, shortened because of some sort of horrible ethnic cleansing that went on. Even though my uncle had, invented the sleigh, my people were persecuted and chased out of our home country. But, he was the inventor of the sleigh. That Santa uses, Joseph's sleigh. And I said, well, it's interesting. Your people were slain. And he said, no. And I said, well, you're only the greatest great-great-grandson. And he said, yeah, of Joseph's sleigh, the sleigh Santa flies in. He goes, on the 23rd, whose house he comes by to take us for a test ride. And I said, well, that's pretty sweet. This is when I met Joseph Slay. It was at a baseball card convention. He had a table in the men's room and a handwritten sign, you get Joseph Slay's great-great-great-great-great-great-grandson's autograph for, I think it was only $5, a guaranteed pass to Naughty List Pass. And I said, what a bar, how come there's no line here? There was a line. At first I said, you guys in line for Mr. Slay? And they said, no, for the urinal. And I said, oh, good, because I said, you guys aren't going to get this? And people were laughing at both of us, trying to get him. I said, this is anyway, I'm getting sidetracked again. Spackle, you're supposed to keep me on task here. Now, some of you might be jumping up and down in your beds, not a good idea, not a bad idea, depending on your bed you have. And if you were already trying to fall asleep or that's what you do. But you may say, why are you telling us a Christmas story in April I said, this isn't a Christmas story. I'm trying to get through this Christmas stuff so I can get to this. This is the story of a human man. Tween, human man tween is what that's how you guys know me as. And an elf, a deciduous forest elf, teaming up to right some wrong, to try to decipher this strange these presents that have been hidden in the deciduous forest community. But we also had come up, we also came up with this present idea, when Henry met Ford. I'm sure it wasn't over some, it was hey, let's talk Dearborn, Michigan to each other because we love it here. It wasn't, hey, hey, Henry, yeah, Ford, what do you think? Should we come up with this Model T or Model F? So this is when I can't help it that I met this elf and we came up with this idea. But there was as me and Spackle were arguing about a variety of things and trying to focus, he seemed like maybe they were trying to get rid of him, these elves, to fix their own problems. But I said, let's focus on this present drop thing for a minute. And he said, I said, I got to figure out any downsides when we pitch Santa. I say, hey, Santa, I got this idea here, present drops. And he says, okay, I'm not Mrs. Claus, send in Rudolph or something. No, Santa, how would you like it if you didn't have to go up and down chimneys all day? And he said, well, I work at night. I said, you know what I mean. I know you travel by some sort of magic up and down. I've seen different movies with takes on it. I'm sure your ways. And what if you just had a little dropper and dropped the presents down the chimney? Or maybe you got so good we digitized the aiming system. If it's like that Clank and Elf or whatever, Ratchet and whichever the one that has been on the last couple of Christmases, where you can aim it and drop it down the chimney the whole way. Or I don't know, whatever, it's presents. You put them, we're going to suspend a suspension liquid with the presents. It's suspended in a liquid. Santa, are you with me? Santa. And you say, well, the liquid's going to freeze when you drop it from the sleigh on Christmas night. And what if it's really cold and then the drop picks up speed, damages the house, or God forbid it was a Christmas sugar, someone's got sugar plums in their head, then they have a present drop in their head. On their head, it turns into a hobby horse. And I say, well, that's why they gave you the red suit, man. And I say, no worry. We'll mix it with some, non-toxic, partially non-toxic, possibly non-toxic chemical that doesn't freeze, like antifreeze. He said that's toxic. I said, well, partially not, partially proven to be medically, not proven to be medically safe. Not proven to be medically unsafe, just not proven, not proven beyond a reasonable doubt to be a threat to humanity. We're the ones, we've got the North Pole science team, so we could pretty much, say whatever we want. And then he said, yeah, Miss Claus, give me the naughty list. And I said, well, Santa, I'm just trying to help you out here. Present drops this Christmas. Last Christmas, the presents will drop when Santa's sleigh drops the presents away. This year, instead of climbing up and down chimneys like you've been doing it for years, you'll drop some fucking presents. One drop, one present from the sky. You go down the chimney, it's a drop of water, and then don't watch with your eyes, 'cause it turns into a present when it gets under the tree. Well, how does it work? I say, I don't know. I got the idea, let the Christmas elves work their magic so... they'll make present drops work. You mucking at me like you're gonna say no. Well, let me tell you, Santa, present drops must go. 'Cause I'm gonna drop some presents. And then Spack was just sitting there, because I was pretending Spack was Santa Claus, clearly. And Spack said, he said, is that the end of the present drops discussion? I said, well, it seems like it. I was like, I don't think Santa would have been, suspending, I don't think you would have halted the present production line for, it's like it has potential. And he said, but this is about the life or death of the deciduous forest self community, the biosphere. I mean, I was still thinking about the present drops. So he said, micro ecosystem. I don't know. And I said, hey, Spackle, what's a riparian area? R.I.P. and then a bunch of other letters. I like saying that. Or I had another one. What was it? Vernal forest. What's a vernal forest? I mean vernal pool. Sorry, I meant vernal pool. That's why I like saying, hey, look at these vernal pools. Maybe they hold the secret to unlocking present drops. And then Spackle rolled up his meme, his map, a magical map. He smacked me, boom, hit me in the head with it. He said, focus. And I said, okay, well, Spackle, one thing I have the ability to do is change directions quickly. And, I go like I meander. But a meander, actually, if you're on a meander, it curves, fast and slow if you're on the inside. So let's pretend we're on the inside of a meander. So I was thinking about all these present drops you're having, the physical present drops, not the present drops previously discussed. And saying, okay, well, there's all this stuff going on with Bruce Jenner, right? Spackle, do you guys, Bruce Jenner is, right? And Spackle said he's transitioning into becoming a woman. And I said, are you with me on that? And Spackle said, yeah. And I said, by the way you've been treating me, you seem like you're probably pretty open-minded folks because you haven't really lost your present. I got presence on the brain, Spackle. I'm sorry. But I said, you seem open-minded. So let's just accept the fact that Bruce Jenner is transitioning to become a woman. And so this is, you could say, this is unfathomable to me because you're not going through it. And we're outsiders. And I say to myself, this reminds me of your situation, Spackle, in some way, legitimate way. There's a change in the forest, right? Natural, we would say. Some people might say, oh, it's not natural, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's put aside every judgment and say a change is taking place. For sure, you can't irrefutable that fact, right? Either Bruce Jenner or the deciduous forest, irrefutable things are changing. So we need to just say, okay, let's accept that fact if we can. And then say, okay, well, it's kind of unfathomable. If you say, as an outsider, say, well, I don't understand this, but I can accept it. Either one makes it a little bit easier to say, okay, well, Bruce Jenner one, not our business really, Spackle. We don't have any control over it. So we'll just say we wish for the best. We hope for the best for the Jenner family and, media empires that supports and, unrelated media empires that support themselves on it and all that stuff. So we'll say, hey, okay. So, but the deciduous forest stuff, now you're a little bit closer to that issue because you guys are going through some transition. Your population, unfortunately, yours is even more serious because your population's plummeted. And your population's plummeted. Now you got these presents with these messages. Who do you think's putting the presents around and why? If you guys have you thought about that? We discuss it a little bit. Because they will say, hey, are you guys going to keep blaming the humans or are you going to do something about it? But, and then we're like, well, should you guys bet war with the humans? Change how you do. And then his meme map started buzzing like it was on vibrate. And I said, well, that's a pretty cool sound. I've never heard paper vibrate before in that manner. It was soothing. I was like, I wonder if I could get that for Christmas in a drop. And he gave me a look and I said, what's up? He said, it's the next big thing just came in on the meme wire. And I said, what is it? He said, another present was discovered, in these locations. He brought up the map across worldwide, deciduous forest. I think it runs in a couple swaths, like we said, not equatorial. I don't know. Because elves look at their map in a different, I don't know if they have north, south, east, west, they have their own thing. So his map was like, it wasn't upside down because I probably could at least guessed where North and South America were, but it was like offset. What do you call it? If you took a map, you put it upside down and then you turned it to the right so that the bottom of South America, is that like Tierra del Fuego or something? If you took that and it was pointed at 3 o'clock, somehow that became indecipherable to me. I said, where? But he was showing me. I mean, to him, it was perfectly normal. He's like, look here's the presents here and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, what was in the presents? And he said, it's coming through. And then it came up and he said, it's a joker. And I said, what do you mean a joker? That can mean, that means a lot of things. It was a joker card. And I said, Joker's wild. He said, what does that mean? I said, I don't know. It's in my subconscious somewhere. Joker's wild. I said, I think it was on a game show. It was on the Game Show Network on like repeat, I seen it before. And I said, it wasn't the same as the one with the whammies. You ever see that one? Spackle? He said, what? I said, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. Stop. Boo. I said, I think that one's called Pressure Luck. And he said, that should be your nickname. I said, that's too long for a nickname, Spackle. And I said, so you want to know what I think? Why there's jokers in present boxes? I said, because it's a wild card. Somebody's calling a wild card. And he said, well, what the hell would that mean? I said, well, you live in the wild, Spackle. And a joker, it could be, a joke. Or it could be... I said, as a matter of fact, I always get confused about those jokers because if you're not using them for wild, what games do you use them for? And I said, it's something to do with the wild. And I said, quick question. What did you guys plan before these presents came and started appearing, like, with humanity? And did you realize there was a problem that your population had dropped? And he said, yeah, but we were kind of feeling powerless about it, and we were all just a little bit scared. And I said, wow, man, this is the first. I said, heart to heart. And they said, please don't touch my chest. I said, sorry, Spackle, I was just touching our hearts. And he said, would you believe that deciduous forest elves' heart's not in that part of our chest? It's in our a little bit higher, a little bit higher in our center of our chest in our sternum area. And I said, well, okay. Anyway, Spackle, I said, so you guys were just stuck. I said, just like you guys are like human beings, like you had paralysis by non-analysis. Like you said, oh, something bad's happening. Let me just hope that it goes away. I said, I do that. We call it pulling the covers over your head, or say putting an ostrich in the sand, or something like ostrich's head is in the sand. You ever heard that one, Spackle? And he said, no. I said, the elves have a saying about, waiting around and hoping things get better when they're only getting worse. And he said, no. And I said, huh. And I said, well, even if we don't figure out this whole present mystery, and I waited for him to laugh, but he didn't. And I said, what pitch? What if we could come up with a pitch? Because I got pitches on the brain for some reason. I said, like kind of like there was this thing going on, like Yelp reviews of fictional places or something like that. I said, what if we did a Yelp review of a deciduous forest? If we started a deciduous forest, because I don't even think people are aware. Well, I guess they probably are. I mean, I think it means the trees that fall, temperate type stuff. But I said, what if we made people more aware of your plight through, spending a bunch of money marketing, or at least pitching? What if I pitch you ideas? Do you guys have any money? I was like, you mentioned the Keebler Elves one time. Was that a real thing, or were you messing with me? And then Spackle giggled, and I said, oh, laughter is, a good way to feel, less, like, what the hell's with this elf? So I said, I said, okay, Yelp review. I said, let's see, we could, deciduous forest by Abby B. I said, that way it'll be at the top, because Abby B says 5 stars, shade in the summer, early autumn, beautiful, fiery leaf colors, winter, trees that look like, they could be your friends, or, something from a Disney movie. check it out. And Spackle said, how many Yelp reviews have you written? And I said, positive ones. And he said, present drops, 1 star, frozen, blew up my house, naughty list forever. And I said, oh, Spackle, that was an efficient one. Deciduous forest, necessary to our survival as humans, 5 stars. And then he said, deciduous forest, my habitat where I live, and previously. And then he started to cry, unexpectedly for sure, but sensibly, like it is. But his population had plummeted. His people were in denial up until these presents started being hidden around their communities. The messages in the presents were not clear, did not have as I said, an action plan. And, I think it just hit him all at once. He had come to my house for help. I had wasted his time. I'm going to be honest with you, with my ideas. And maybe it all sunk in. So he was crying, and sad, nothing sadder, other than seeing a Christmas elf cry. Nothing sadder than seeing, I've seen a kid, it was kind of sad seeing a deciduous forest elf cry. Strangely, smells a little piney. I said, smells a little piney. Your pitchy, your cry's a little pitchy, and I'm not talking about that weeping sound you're making. That is pitchy too. And I said, did you notice that? I said, have you guys thought about distilling that as some sort of essential oil? And then he said, he actually pulled it. He said, that's what gives me my youthful glow. And I said, oh, Spackle, you're spackled with tears. So I said, all right, Spackle, here's unfortunately, it's a used napkin, but it's environmentally friendly because it's, cloth. Wipe your tears away. And I said, we got to make like Paul Pierce. And I said, we got to make like Paul Pierce and Mildred Pierce. And he said, who's that? I said, no, we're going to pretend we're Paul Pierce and Mildred Pierce. Spackle, do you want to be my wife? And he said, no. I said, okay, I'll be Mildred, you're Paul. And he said, what are we going to do? I said, well, we're going to go, we're going to test out is that a magical present box you came in or not? And he said, no, it was one of the present boxes that the presents were delivered in. We took that was the stuff about, I think there's a protest in Germany. We took that stuff out. The guys put me in here. And they said, well, how do you guys get around? He said, you go in. And I said, like the Gummy Bears, that TV show. And he said, more or less, they stole that from us. And I said, so you travel through tree root systems? And he says, magical version. I said, well, you never told me you guys were magical. And he said, no, the forest is magical. And I said, well, back up. Okay, 4 stars, 5 stars. The deciduous forest. The forest is magical. Boom. I said, there's your marketing campaign. And he said, I'm a deciduous forest elf, not the deciduous forest. I said, well, there's your problem, Spackle. You guys stop thinking like that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get a T-shirt right now that says, I'm a deciduous forest elf. Both. And it means both. That's why there's a pause. Not on the shirt, but when I said it. And he says, you really have a shirt that says that? And I said, no, but I have a Sharpie and a shirt. And I said, I thought we were going to dress up as husband and wife. And we were going to, I said, well, I was thinking we could go start interviewing the people that are potentially going to run for president of the United States. And he said, well, why would you do that? I said, well, I figured we could, establish some rapport for you guys. First, they'd have to overcome the shock of meeting us. So it'd be like, will say something nice about Hillary and, say, hey, well, I've always liked you. As a matter of fact, Hillary, I don't know if you know this, but I have dreams about every president. And and I had a dream with you and Bill in it. And I can't remember, Al Gore was in it too. And I think we were smoking a bowl. You weren't there at that time. And they said, no, I need to focus on saying something nice about Hillary. I said, well, Hillary, I've always admired your intelligence, your courage, and just the fact that people are pushing you around and treating you like you don't seem like you lash out at all. I really like that and admire it about you, the way people are just been mean to you in the last 4, 6 years, really mean. It's got to be exhausting to not, find some. I admire. What do you think about that, Spackles? That's saying something nice from the heart. And then Spackle said, well, what about the other candidates for all the other parties? And I said, oh boy, that's going to be hard to repeat. And he said, what? I'm like, I said, let's come up with a different plan. I don't know if I can say something. If you can't say anything nice, you shouldn't say anything. And I said, okay, Spackle, so we're not going to be husband and wife, dressed as that. So I said, well, it's probably best because I don't know if you guys are an international community. You'd have to be recognized, but people wouldn't buy that elves are. I was like, you guys are supposed to be secret anyway, aren't you? And he said he goes, it's an unofficial law of the forest elves and elves in general is, that we don't exist. And then I had to make the joke. I said, first rule about Elf Club is there are no elves, but there are. But that's our rule, so that it's the most important rule is that there's no wouldn't call it Elf Club if there was no elves. And Spackle pretended he was wearing a watch and looked at it, and that cracked me. I said, we should just be selfish and try to sell. Well, then we'd be on the naughty list. I said, he said, you're still thinking about the present drops. And I said, yeah. I said, all right. I said, how much do you guys know about humans, Spackle? He said, I don't know. I said, we got to get going. I said, let's climb into some tree stumps and go somewhere. And he said, where? I said, wherever the central, command of the deciduous forest elf community is. And he said, we're decentralized. And I said, well, how do you guys say, well, you guys can't deal with I said, this problem came up. You guys are all sitting with your heads in stumps, not dealing with it, blind to the fact that your population has plummeted precariously. And now post-haste, we're properly prognosing. And he said, can you stop with that? I said, okay. But I said, well, how could I get a hold of all of the deciduous forest elves? And he said, why? I said, I got an idea. He says, a crazy idea. And I said, if I said it's not, would you believe me? And he said, no. He said, do you think it's a good idea? And I said, well, no, I'm not positive. And he said, okay, well, he's like, I'm more afraid when you're confident than when you're unsure. And he said, we'll send out the, he said, we'll see. He goes, there's one thing that'll bring all the deciduous forest elves back in. He's like, we're a very rigorously educated community. And he goes, the one thing that all the elves vote on is a change in curriculum. So he's like, if there's anything about curriculum, he's like, we have a town, every elf in the world shows up to this place. And I said, well, tell him the curriculum has changed. And he said, all right, so he went out in my yard, started tapping on a log tree, I guess, a living tree. And then I had just, I'd been working on this Morse code app, uh, Zach Morse code, I think I was going to call it. I figured that would help with the SEO, but it was just a Morse code app. So I was listening to, because I said, was he tapping in Morse code? So I was listening to him, and he said, Wendy Williams has a bad temper. And I said, And then I went into the June flag or something. And I said, are you using Morse code? And he said, no, this is tree. He said, no, we got to go. And he suddenly there was like, I don't know, he pulled me into this tree, basically. And I said, by the power of cambium, what the hell is it? What in the pistol is going on here? And I said, is that a stamen in my back? And he said, you're not funny. And I said, I'm trying hard here. Man, my stamen's hard. And I said, you're trying not to giggle there. Wait till it pokes you and your pistol there. Pistol Pete. And we tumbled, actually. And I said, I feel a bit, I said, this is fun. And I said, I'm going through some, and then I said, he said, don't sing the Gummy Bears song. And I said, high adventures beyond compare, we're having, Spackle. And he said, that's not funny. And I said, I'm not, I said, I'm just ridiculous. He said, well, what are you going to do? Because when we come out here, it's going to be a quarrel, he goes, elves move fast. And I said, don't worry. I don't think I have to do anything but get you guys together and, and I make a couple speeches. And he said, probably you should quit. You got us together. He goes, and I said, don't worry. And we tumbled out into this giant clearing and the deciduous. And I said, is there a stump I could stand on? We was deciduous. It was a giant clearing. I said, is this a deciduous forest, I hope? And Spack, I said, and I said, I'm just going to assume I have the forest floor. And I said, thank you, I need to say, ladies and gentlemen, and Elvin. And I said, good evening, everyone. My name is, I said, good evening. My name is Scooter. I'm here, we're here with Spackle. And then one of Spackle's friends was, he said, yo, Spackle. And I said, Spackle, I didn't know you had some fans there, buddy. And I said, I'm so glad to be joining you here today, because I know a lot of you are going to be like, where was I when Zane quit? And you'll say, well, that was the day of the big curriculum reboot. And that chitter chatter said, curriculum reboot. And I said, yeah. I said, that's right. I'm here to talk to you guys about, and somebody said, who's Zane? I said, oh, well, obviously you're not in a forest bordering a pop culture area. I was like, but why don't you ask one of your neighbors quietly? And if you find out, let me know, because I don't know if I'm going to remember today is the day Zane quit. It's not Zane either, so there's a Y in there. Let me know, because I don't know either. But, these forests, you guys are gathered together here. And you might be saying, is this guy can barely string together 2 words and he's rebooting our curriculum? And I'd say, no, my friends. And yes, I consider you my friends because I love the deciduous forest. I would write Yelp reviews about it every day until my Yelp account was suspended already, so I couldn't have done it today. And somehow they would know my IP addresses, their lawyers. So I couldn't even write. But anyway, if that wasn't the case, I'd be writing Yelp reviews I might even start a site called Relp, where I could just relp about how much I love the deciduous forest. And even though you guys are somewhat secret, you only live in the hearts of children and childlike man boys like myself, that you show up on, looking forward to a relaxing night and saying, well, I'm just going to listen to some Eastern European knocks with my dog. Next thing you know, you're working hard with, elf named Spackle on a reboot of an entire educational system of the people of the deciduous forest. And I know you guys, I can hear you starting to carp, as we say in the, Yelp review business that failed, carponyelp.com. But those of you that have been around for a while will notice how small this is it. I'm here talking about rebooting your entire curriculum, and this is the turnout, folks. Now, if this was a few years ago, we all know that this place would be packed to the forest version of the gills. There'd be people lined up. We'd be in a bigger place, maybe. I don't know, because this is my first time working with y'all. But, it's time for me to speak the truth, or a version of the truth. That things aren't going well for you guys, and things aren't going great for the deciduous forest. And I know a lot of you say, well, it's your fault, your people's fault, human man. And I'd say, hey, you're probably right. And I'd also say, well, what are you going to do about it? And I don't mean like, let's start a fight right here, right now, because clearly there's more, I'm not, I don't want to fight you guys. I just wanted to say that, what are you going to do about it? Because we should try to fix things. Now, I got a funny feeling that the curriculum reboot has already been started because, you've been getting these presents, all right? And the presents have been appearing across the land, the forest lands. And you guys have said, I don't understand why this one is in a... And you probably find one about Bruce Jenner and say the most brilliant metaphor made. This would be the lesson plan. A rubric on the most... I'm not sure what rubric means, but on the most brilliant metaphor made about Bruce Jenner and the deciduous forest elves. A metaphor, about change and transition and accepting it in the most organically natural way possible. And the thing is, you might say, well, I don't, I can see you raising your objections, saying, well, you don't have any rights to reboot the elven curriculum. Well, I think someone else does have the right, an elf, former deciduous forest elf. Someone that you probably say, hey, we don't believe in any other elves. Do you guys, has anyone defected from any other elven communities? There are some hands up and back. Why don't you guys come up to the front here? Let me look you over. How you doing? Anyone defect from the North Pole? Oh, you. Well, you don't look trustworthy. What about you behind there with the... you with the that beard. You were a Christmas elf? Oh, North Pole elf. Is that different? Oh, terminal. I don't. That's a big word. Okay, well, I got 2 words for you. Present drops. And he'd say, he said 4 demerits. And I'd say, no. Present drops like liquefied Christmas presents. And he'd say 20 demerit. And I'd say, Santa runs a demerit system up there? He said, no, this is about... And I said, okay, never mind. I should pitch. I said, how many of you guys would like to celebrate Christmas? And then boom, all the hands went up, and I said, okay, well, that sounds good. And I said, how many of you want to be a part of a beta Christmas program this upcoming year? And they said, and I said, yeah, you want a Christmas, right? And I said, keep your hands up. I said, if you want an Apple Watch, put your hand down because you're not getting one. And a couple of people started to, and it was like they were playing Simon Says or something. And I said, well, I got good news and I got bad news. I've decided to talk to Santa about putting you guys on a beta Christmas program for this year. You'll be getting presents from pre-release program, beta testing. But right now you're all on the naughty list. And I said, so go ahead and put your hands down. And they said, what? We're on the naughty list. Who the hell? They started looking back and forth. And I said, well, okay, now how many of you would like to try to get off the naughty list if it was all possible? And they raised their hands. And I said, what if it was probable? And then the rest of them raised their hand. I said, well, yeah. I said, I'm having a deja vu inside a deja vu. I'm not kidding right now. And then they kind of looked back. I said, anyway, I got a way to get you all on the beta, unofficial present drop, Christmas 2015 beta tester list for Christmas, joy, the good list. And I said, who wants to be, and they all said, and I said, well, who wants to accept the truth that your population's plummeting? And they said, well, and then they weren't so sure. And I said, well, geez, do you think about that? You'd rather be a part of an unknown beta Christmas testing program for present drops, future Christmas product, than, save the future of the deciduous forest elves? Why do you think that is? Naughty list is what I think it is. And they said, well, what? And I said, you have someone in your community probably listening in right now, probably hiding presence right now, trying to make you aware of the fact that what you've been doing is not only unsustainable, it's quickly becoming not sustainable at all for your people. So how would we possibly sustain a beta? How could we tell Santa you're a sustainable Christmas community of people on the good list if you can't? We need a new curriculum starting right now. Curriculum of forest first, of truth first, and a thing to say, hey, there's a lot of change going on in this forest. And we don't like it. We say, hey, we don't like the fact that the rivers are dried up. Who doesn't like that? And I said, don't worry, you can participate. No, I won't put you on the naughty or the nice. Well, maybe the nice list. And then they said, no, we don't like it. And I said, who doesn't like the fact that hibernation's been thrown off? And they said, well, I don't like it. Who's scared about the fact that it's hot or cold, or you would say, what the hell is this weather? And then they were and I said, well, yeah. And I said, yeah. And who's had it up to here with, saying, well, what the heck? I said, sometimes change comes and you say, I don't know if I like this, understand it, or want it. And sometimes the change has already happened and it's thrust upon you, or sometimes it's slowly changed and then you only realize things changed because of some of the negative consequences of the change, how they affected you. But then you realize, whoa, my safety is at stake, or my future is at stake. How many think I'm being too serious? And they say, good. And I said, well, good, because I am not the one that's going to do anything about it. You got someone trying to help you clearly in your community. And you need to accept that help, okay? You just need to accept it. Someone is hiding presence, a present hider. And I know who she is. I know she's probably listening right now, and I'm proud of her. I'll be honest with you. No reason not to be. I'm very proud of her that she's returned to her community that kind of turned its back on her. And she's saying, hey, guys, let's get our act together, okay? Let's stop messing around. Let's stop saying, oh, there's no change. We humans have this thing called Earth Day where we say once a year, I'm going to buy something recyclable or flush. Maybe I won't flush the toilet. Well, that's some people, they flush their toilet more than me, but so you guys as confused as I think you are? And then I said, it's okay to be confused. It's confusing. Change like this is confusing. Your forest is changing in a way that some of you are like, well, either I don't want to accept this or it's not natural. Well, I'll tell you what, it's taking place no matter what you think about it. And you got to accept the person, the leader in your community. Her name's Orange Lux, by the way. All you might have forgotten about her. I see some of you teachers in back growling. You guys are the elders or whatever. It's time to change, and it's time to accept the change. And then you might say to yourself, who is this guy giving us a speech? I say, well, I'm the guy that's going to make a beta Christmas program possible if you stay on the good list. And the way you do it is by doing your best to deal with the change the best you can. That's all you can do. That's all I can ask for you to be on the beta. Now, we might ask more to be on the actual official launch of Presence Drops 2.0, maybe. Present Drops in the cloud version, cloud drops, Present Drops, cloud, something. So that'll be, so this Christmas, this Christmas, the presents will drop. The deciduous elves will say, holy, presents are dropping. And we've never had a Christmas. But I'll come, don't worry. I'll come and tell you guys how to do it. You got plenty of time. It's not till December. I can see the ones you didn't know. You didn't even know what Christmas was. You just knew it was exciting. And I want to tell you guys one more thing. Yes, but another special elf here, Spackle. He's going to be helping me with this beta program, right, Spackle? And helping me bring Christmas to you, but only if you guys bring deciduous forest day to every day in the forest. How's that sound? Oh, okay. You guys don't have to react. So I'm proud to be here on behalf of the human community. We don't want a war with you guys because most people think you're imaginary. You're smaller than us. And you're not warlike. So those are good reasons not to go to war with us because we're crazy. Really crazy. I mean, I listen to Knox. That's my hobby. Yeah, Knox. Just listen to Orange Lux. She's taking care of everything, I think, or this could be an imagination problem, but we'll readdress it, next time. I'll be watching you guys. I see you. I got to figure out a way to see if you are sleeping and knowing if you elves are awake. I'll know if your curriculum has been changed for the forest's good sake. Oh, you better not pout. You better help make a clear sky. Watch out. Present drops are coming this time. So that's it, Forest Elves. Thank you. And just get some rest. Get a good night's sleep because Orange Lux is on it. You guys are going to be fine. You have a wonderful leader. Just listen to her. Say nice things about her. Say, Orange Lux, you were so brave to leave. We shamed you. You left the community with all our young people. Maybe maybe your population didn't drop. Maybe all the young people just left you because you guys are so backwards thinking. But I don't know. This is say, well, this isn't very good. You didn't really help us. Yeah, Orange Lux is helping you. I'm working on your Christmas beta program, Big Mouth Naughty List. So get a good night's sleep, elves, and I'll see you soon. And I remember it was like, I remember reading about this in back, I think it was, so one of those magazines you get. You can't get it at every grocery store. It's always one of those country stores, IGA, maybe not even IGA, International Grocery Association. I think those are like a loose chain of independent. Did I say independent grocery? But some are even, just straight mom and pop. Or like I said, mom and mom, pop and pop. Pop and mop. Maybe just a widow to pop and he likes to mop. I think, and this was, well, I guess I was making an assumption on this when I went into, because he was mopping and he said, I said, how you doing? He said, call me Pop. I said, all right, Pop, is that your mop? And he said, yeah, it's not for sale. I said, okay, well, it's a well-worn mop handle, I remember. Mop handles, normally, nowadays you got your synthetic plastic mop handle. I guess that's synthetic's probably a pejorative term, or metal, probably aluminum mop handles. And then you have your wooden, those are, I guess in my mind, top of the line. And he had one, it was one of the thicker diameter hands because Pop had some hands on him. And the mop handle had been, colored by the oils in his hands where he liked to grip his mop. Is that a patina or a patina? When they say, oh, it had a patina. Because his had a color, it was smoother. And he was just mopping. It was in the middle of the day. Sun was shining through the windows. This was one of those stores that in today's day and age, you say, Jesus, that's a liquor store. Well, this was a state where they couldn't sell liquor. So the answer one, no. Is this a bodega? No, I think bodegas are just in New York City. Is this a corner store? No, not in a corner, middle of the block. No, this is a grocery store. And I don't know, I didn't have the time to issue. Probably Pop's Pop would have been the one to ask those questions to. Pop was more interested in mopping at the time. And he said, what can I do you for? And I said, a mop. I'm looking for a used mop. And he gave me this look. I said, Pop, I'm just kidding, buddy. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking with you. And I said, I'm looking for your candy section. And he said the thing, I've heard it in every story. Some stories involving candy. He said, oh, you got a sweet tooth, do you? And I said, possibly I'm purchasing candy for someone that does, my friend. And he said, we can't be friends with, we haven't got to know each other. And I said, I was, just, being, friendship set up. I said, is that, Papa, I'm not good with this stuff. I'm trying to work on my small talk. Did I just blow it? And he had glasses, and he looked at me through the top, leaned down, looked up over his glasses, pushed him up his nose, and he smiled at me. He put his big hand on my shoulder. He said, it's called rapport. And he said, no. He goes, it's okay. He goes, let me show you the candy aisle. And he said, one second, though. And when he went to the front of the store, he locked the doors. And I said, Pop, whoa, you're making me. I said, what are you doing? He says, and I said, oh, did you? I said, oh, boy. I said, rapport, candy. I said, was there anything sexual? No. I said, I'm just here to purchase packaged candy and be friendly. Packaged candy. And this was saying to myself, he's locking the door. He's got a shitload of locks on this thing. And then I noticed at the corner of my eye, he had his mop real close to him. I said, oh, that's interesting. He's talking to his mop for sure. No doubt about it. And then I said, I talked to him, I don't talk to my mop. As a matter of fact, I don't have a technical mop. At some point, as a lot of us know, they said, well, let's make it really hard to buy a mop. You'll have to go to Ace Hardware or something. And then you'll say, well, then you got to buy a mop. Let's just replace the mop with 4 different things that don't do the same job as a mop. you know, I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory or not. And then Pop, he's like, are you talking to the candy? And I said, oh, am I in the candy aisle? And he said, well, he goes, you're in the, the regular candy aisle for, lamos. And he said, come on, I want to take you downstairs. And I said, Pop, this isn't a, I'm not I go, I'm family friendly, but I'm like, I've been known to do some non-family friendly things, but I'm not here, not you, I hope, or you're, and he said, don't worry, it's not, he goes, you can see how lonely I am, can't you, in my eyes? And I said, well, I couldn't tell if that was a reflection of my own eyes, Pop. And he chuckled to himself. He said, no, it's not. He said, I want to share something with you. I've been waiting for somebody like you to come in. And I said, this is still sounding like a little bit too. And he said, we're both uncomfortable guys, uncomfortable in our own skin, right? And I said, it's still sounding like, and he said, I have a secret. And I said, Papa, we got to figure out a way. And I said, well, let me look at the candy for a minute, and then this will break up our tension. How's that sound? And then you go ahead down to your secret basement and get down there. And what I'll do, Pop, is I'll look down. If you make sure you have your pants on, and there's not a secret door behind me, or, a box with a gimp in there, or anything that, is well lit. I'm not going down there if it's not well lit. And he chuckled, and he opened this, one of those door, basements where the door comes up from the floor. And he went down there with his mop. So I said, okay, well, this is, and I had, and I started looking through the candy aisle, trying to buy him time to get, and he was going down the stairs pretty slow. And he said, don't, hurry up. Time's a-wasting. And I said to myself, and if you listen to this podcast, there was other times I've put myself in this position where it's like, okay, strange situation. Remember, you guys, I told you about the guy with the lab coat who answers his door, and I was delivering a mattress there. Now, that was a business transaction, so I was like had a little less choice. But there's something about Pop. I said, well, I don't think he's into me. And he seems to be into his mop, and maybe I don't know. I said, well, let's take this leap of faith and let's go down these stairs. We're in a strange town, a strange rundown grocery store, middle of the block. Can't even call it a corner store. In fact, I didn't even read the sign when I came in, and he locked the doors. I'm not even sure, but I said, well, you know what? There was something inside me that said, go down there, and see what's going on. And I started out, I said, make sure to close the door behind you. He said, it's real heavy. And I said, well, you know what? I could take him, even if he's a mop. And I don't know. I said, I don't know what it was, but I closed the door. I could tell you what it was, but I'll tell you when I closed the door behind me, incredibly heavy. And I go down the stairs, and we get down to the basement, but it's a lot bigger than a basement that you'd expect in a stereotypical situation like this. It had the wooden stairs that when you were a little kid, they didn't have the back. So you say, am I going to fall through these stairs? I know it doesn't make sense, these little gaps in the stairs. But I said, what? She said, could I fall through here? I don't know. But I got to the bottom of the stairs, and it was really well lit. He had those things you see in the back of magazines, those like twisty solar lights that you can misalign, and they bring sunlight in. I think that's what they were, but it was very bright down there. It felt like natural light, even though there wasn't any windows I could see, because I was definitely looking for windows. I said, well, okay, let me scout this out. And it had it was carpeted. Did not feel damp in there. I said, well, it's a low humidity basement. I said, what do you got? Pop, you got a couple dehumidifiers running? And he said something like Cranksky 104. And I said, is that a radio station or a dehumidifier model? He just chuckled. And I said, no wonder. It feels like the perfect basement, and I said, I don't smell any must or mustiness. And he doffed a fake cap to me and dipped with his mop. And I said, me pop a mop down here. I said, well, that sounds, I don't know. Yeah, I said, there's no stories I've heard that start with that. I mean, like that would be reported later in the news. And I'll see. So I said, well, okay, trust level. And I said, I looked around and the basement went I said, wow, this is like the whole block. I could see a couple rooms down. They were all carpeted and lit. And I said, Pop, what do you live down here? And he said, I do. And I said, well, that's interesting because you hear people living above their stores. You know, when you dream about being a pop with a mop, but not under their stores. And he said, yeah, I could show you around later. He said, but I could tell something's been bothering you. Why don't you sit down? I said, how do you know, Pop? And he said to me, I could tell you had a bad dream last night. And I said, I did. I said, I've been thinking about dreams a lot. I've been working on some stuff with dreams and other people's dreams. And he said, well, tell me about the dream. I said, well, it's a little bit disturbing, Pop. And I don't know he said, sit down. So he had a beanbag. Believe it or not, he told me to sit in a beanbag. And I said, I looked at it and I said, oh, Jesus. I said, is this one of those beanbags in the basement where you sit down and then you hit the concrete floor and it hurts? Like either too hard a floor or too thin a beanbag or just wrong aiming with my butt or elbow. And he looked like he knew exactly what I was talking about, and he just pointed down, and I plopped into this beanbag. And despite being a pleather black beanbag, slightly larger than my experience in the past, it accepted me like, I don't know, like a reverse parachute in some sense. Like I parachuted into the beanbag, and it said, oof, you're here, your fall has been broken. And I settled in, and I said, well, Jesus, I said, are you going to be on my level? And Pop, he pulled out one of those things that I think they call it a pillowed husband or something, with corduroy. You always see places, but you used to see in places, but you never saw them used almost ever. It's like a pillow with arms. And they say, hey, what the hell is that thing? I always see those in dorm rooms, and then no one uses them. And I say, well, it's a pillowed husband. I don't know, something. Pillowed arm husband, or I don't know. But we didn't discuss that. Pop just sat down on that. And I said, you must have a lot of pat. I said, doesn't this hurt your bony ass? And then he laughed. He said, I thought we were, and I said, oh yeah, sorry about that. I didn't mean to bring up your bony ass, Pop. And he said, tell me about your dream. And I said, okay, well, so I was having this dream, Pop, last night. I was in a bathroom, a strange bathroom. And the tile was black and white in there. It was kind of one of those bathrooms, 1920s type feel. In the center room, there was a clawfoot tub and a toilet, and against the far left wall was the toilet, and then a window. If you were sitting in a toilet, you could look out the window. If you were standing facing the toilet, you could lean forward, I guess, and look out the window. And it had a door directly straight from the toilet to the door, which says that's bad design. If you unlock the door, maybe you want to. And I said, well, I'm not a bathroom designer. And he said, in your dream you said that? I said, I don't know if I said it or I thought it. And to the left of the door was a cabinet full of stuff, and then to the left, one of those shelving things you'd find in an old bathroom built out of wood. And to the left of that was a shower, I think, or another tub maybe. And I said, so Pop, I walked over. I don't remember if I used the toilet or not. One thing I can't get out of my mind, though, is the black and white tile. It was on the floor, one pattern on the floor, another pattern on the walls. And I said, I walked up to the window, and I looked out the window, and I was staring out the window. It was a beautiful vista from this bathroom of these rolling green hills. And I was looking at the hills, and and just enjoying things, Pop. And then I noticed from the right side of the sky, something started streaking out. So that's bigger than a shooting star. It's daytime, Pop, by the way. And I was wondering before I saw this, I said, how far can I see it? Pretty far. And then I noticed this thing streaking in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. So it wasn't just traveling from left to right, but it was traveling towards me. And as I started studying, it grew. It was moving. It was one of those things you could tell it was moving fast, but it was moving slow. It looked slow because it was so far away. But as it grew, I saw it was this giant ice ball, almost perfectly round, but stuff streaking behind it, ice and friction, fire, trailing vapors, gas. But I'll never forget it, Pop. Well, I guess it was yesterday, so. But it was this round, opaque ice ball, just like a high-end ice cube you might buy from a high-end purveyor of ice cubes. But humongous, and it was growing and streaking. And soon it was massive, Pop, but I could tell it was still far away. And Pop was riveted. He's sitting there in his armchair husband. I couldn't tell if it was gray or tan corduroy that he was in. But he was riveted, and so was I in the dream. I was watching it frozen, Pop. And then it was headed towards the horizon, just either at the peak of the hills or just behind it. But it was already as massive as like 2/3 of the sky. And then I saw it impact, Pop, and I said, how far is that off? And I knew for a brief second, Pop, I said, well, geez, it just crashed. And that was amazing that I got to witness that. And soon, I'll go check the news and figure out the heck. But then the part of me that knew, Pop, knew that the world would never be the same after that hit the earth, that it was powerful. And then I started to see the shock wave coming towards me. I said it was unbelievably powerful, Pop. So powerful that I wasn't going to make it. That this thing was coming for me. The shock wave, the size of this ice ball, the speed. I didn't know if it was the end of the world, but I knew it was the end of my world. And I was watching miles. I couldn't tell how far I saw, but it felt realest thing I've ever felt in my life. And you say dream life or whatever. But I was watching it level trees and level the hill. And I said to myself, this is it. I'm not going to survive. This is obviously. And instead of serenity, panic hit me. And I started to run around the bathroom like a lunatic. And I said, what am I going to do? I said, I got to do something about this. And I saw the bathroom door, and I grabbed it with my hands, and I ripped it right off its hinges. And I looked out the window again, Pop, and the shock wave was still coming at me, top speed. And I was running around. And I said, I'm going to get in the tub, and I'm going to, it's a cast iron tub. I'll survive this. And I'll hold the door on top of me, and I'll make it. But meanwhile, that same voice was telling me, what are you doing? There's no chance this tub and this door are going to stop this. You're ridiculous. Why don't you just go to the window and think about how it's disturbing and beautiful at the same time. But that other part of me couldn't let go of the instinct to survive, or the fear, or the need for control, Pop. And he said, wow. And he said that was it. And I said, no, I was lying there in the dark in the tub, listening to the sound grow and come for me. And then I knew, that was it. I said, I don't know if and he said, wow. I said, yeah, that's why it might be a little off today. It was too many jokes and, trying to make a rapport. And then I accidentally fallen into those, saying, well, geez, I don't know if I want to go to a strange old man's basement to get candy. Maybe is that stranger being locked in his store and then locked in his basement? Is that stranger danger? or something else. And he was something else. And I said, what do you mean, Pop? And he said, he goes, moments after you close the door, uh, he goes, a war erupted up there. And he goes, that's why I said I've been waiting for someone to come in the store, and why I was talking about being alone, and why I was acting so strange. He goes, right before you came in the store, I got an alert from one of my contacts at one of the candy corporations that, he goes, it was a huge, long story, backstory, so long and so deep it would boggle your mind. But he said, you took a leap of faith coming in down in that basement with me, and now I need you to take a leap of faith and believe me when I tell you that the Whitman Corporation launched a first strike attack on See's Candy Corporation just moments ago. And he goes, they happen to have a cocoa liquor processing plant just down the road. And he said, in order to take out all their vast infrastructure, candy production infrastructure, he goes, I'm pretty sure that plant was hit. And he goes, we're safe in here for now. And silence crept into the room. It was silence flavored by my dream and flavored by, this. And I said, and then I noticed there's a flavor in my, I said, Papa, I'm tasting chocolate liqueur or liquor. I said, what is that? Is that melted? Just melted? I said, I've always wondered what that was. And he said, I have no idea, son. But he goes, I know that whatever's going on up there is not pretty. And he said, this is he goes, this is an old fallout shelter down here, lead lined. And I said, what's that? He said, well, I guess I can't tell if that's like a suggestion you handed in my mind, or is this airtight? Because is there candy, liquor, cocoa fallout? Are we having cocoa fallout down here? And he said, I don't know, this is unprecedented. He said, who would have thought there would have been a candy war? And I said, well, the Parker brothers, I think, probably did. And I was like hoping that. And I said, well, was that Milton Bradley? And then Papa, he tried to chuckle. He couldn't do it. And I said, Papa, are you scared? And he said, yeah. He goes, I said, what do I go, why? And he goes, it's for another time. He goes, this candy war has been going on. But I said, Pop, should I be scared? What? I said, I guess I'm feeling scared. I can't understand this. And he goes, I wish we had time for me to explain it to you, son. And I said, are you speaking is that a colloquialism? Is that the right use? You're calling me, I'm not really your son, right? And he said, and I noticed he was talking to his mom. And I said, you're joking, right? He said, yeah. I said, but you do talk to your mom. He said, I do. And he said, that's for another time too. And I said, well, Papa, okay. I said, well, let me just take a couple jumps here. So there's a candy war going on. It's been going on behind the scenes for years, hundreds of years, a long time. And it reached a boiling point, punless boiling point today or recently. And the first strike was launched by the Whitmans to try to take out the C's. Innocence be damned. Innocence with a T be damned. And he said, I'm afraid it's worse than that. And I said, how could it be? I don't get it, Pop. How could it be worse? It doesn't make any sense to begin with. And I said, I don't get it. How could it be any worse? And I don't what do you mean? And he said, they're coming for me too. And I said, who's coming for you? The C's or the Whitmans? And he said, he goes, both of them. He goes, everybody. And I said, why? And he said, the answer's in here. And he said, this is Shelley, my mop. And I said, and I said, okay, Pop, I'm going to take another leap of faith. And he said, we're not safe here. He goes, we can't stay here. And I said, well, what about the Cocoa Fallout? And I said, I kind of like saying that, Cocoa Fallout. I said, maybe a band or, hi, this is my wife, Cocoa Fallout. Yeah, that's or video. You guys play Cocoa Fallout? No, that's a shill for children's cereal. I said, I'm sorry, Pop, I'm just so stressed. I'm trying to break the tension internally. And they said, okay, so the C's and the women's you're telling me they have weapons. You can't, and he said, you heard of multinationals, right? You read some science fiction. And the Pop said, he said, listen, if you already have faith in me, we got to go. We got to get out of here. And I said, what about the people I care about? What about I said, oh, wait, I was coming here to get candy for myself. I kind of lied to you. But I was on my way from somewhere, Pop. I said, what about all of them? He said, well, he goes, that's what faith is for. You got to hope they're safe. Hope they're falling far. I said, are we talking nuclear weapons or... And he said, I have no idea how deep and how out of control this goes. And he says, well, we got to get the hell out of here. I said, all right, Pop, what do we do if we're locked in your basement here? And he said, we go, and he says, I got a plan. And I said, well, what's your plan? He goes, let me grab my checklist. And he said, oh, wait, it was upstairs. He goes, so I said, did you have your plan memorized? He said, no, what was it? He goes, it was more of a decision-making. He goes, you know what? You came here for a reason. He goes, the plan's in your dream. Because there must be it. I said, well, they use a giant ice ball to take out the chocolate liquor factory or whatever the hell it is. And he said, calm down. He goes, what would you do if you were in your... And I said, is this a dream? Are you telling me I'm in a dream, Pop? And he said, do you remember coming in here to buy candy? And I said, yeah. And he said, do you think it's a dream? I said, no. And he said, well, what if he goes, they're coming right now? He goes, and then I could hear it banging on his door, banging. And I said, for a fallout shelter, this really doesn't shelter us from the sound. And I said, well, my first instinct would have been to hide, just like in the dream last night. But my second thing would have just been to watch everything unfold in a beautiful way. And I said, so maybe I just watch them catch you and say, well, this guy brought me down in the basement to show me his candy collection, bring him up on charges. Why does it smell like cocoa out there? And he said, but I said, if I was in that dream and I was making the rules, I'd try to stop that ice ball. And I said, I don't know, Pop. And I said, well, if I'm making the rules based on my dream, I said we would rip off the door, get in the tub. I was like, is there some sort of you have some sort of sewer escape like they have in the movies? And he says, yeah, it's connected to the sewers. He goes, this is built under the sidewalks. Let's go. And I said, well, why aren't we? I said, I already go. I could hear they were racing around the store. It was only a matter of time before they found us. And I said, are you going to tell me what you know and what you don't know? I said, because I'm making the rules now, Pop, and we're getting the hell out of here. Unlike the dream, and I don't know if that was on your checklist. And I said, get your mop and let's go. I know your mop must have something to do with this plan, how to rescue us, how to get us out of here. And so we went through his basement. We went through his bedroom, which was not neat. I said, Pop, man, why don't you make your bed? Have some. And he said, come on, keep moving. And then we went through, he had a workout room that clearly was never used. And I said, don't you, and then we went, and then we went deeper. I said, what do you got, lower end dehumidifiers in here? Because it stopped, it started getting musty and humid. And then the walls started to sweat. And we went through a doorway. And there was tons of cobwebs. And I said, Pop, which way do we go to get to the escape sewer system? And he said, just keep going. And I said, it's too dark. You got a flashlight or something? Or one of those light bulbs that hangs with and then the string hit me in the face. I pulled the string. And I see this giant sign in front of me. It says, escape sewers that way. And then something, I said, something I couldn't read, but it said danger, danger, danger to the left. And I said, I tried to pull, I tried to do the old spin the sign upside down, but I couldn't move the sign. It was really well. I said, what do you got, anchors in here? He's anchored into the concrete, Pop? As he came up behind me. And I said, what are the odds I'm so lucky that you put this sign, escape is the danger and the danger is the escape. And he said, no, he goes, I'm pretty sure that sign's accurate. That's why I use those concrete anchors anchored into the wall. And I said, well, I was feeling lucky because we could just follow this sign and escape, no problem. But then the guys behind us are going to come right behind us and they're going to say, oh, there's the escapes. I said, what's this danger way? And he said, you don't want to know. I said, well, we're going to find out, Pop, because we're going. I said, is it like danger, like 3 dangers we're going to face? Or is it just like, hey, danger, really dangerous? Or he said, the sign's been there since I've been a boy. And I said, we got to go. So I said, let's go. And then I said, well, these guys, I said, how smart are these I said, are these like chocolate contract soldiers, chocolate? And then I heard like, boom, boom. And I said, they're going to get through. I said, what do you think it is, the women's or the seas? I need a distinct enemy to focus on. And he said, it's probably the U.S. Government. And I said, well, which side do they fall on? And he goes, whoever they think is going to win. And I said, okay, just keep going, Papa. If you get to the danger, stop before you get there till I catch up. Because I don't want to be surprised. And so then I did the old, the Danny Torrance move where I walked down to the door and there was a big iron door, kind of like you'd see, like with the old, not a bank, like a submarine type door with the circle thing you kind of turn. So I turned it and opened it and I walked backwards in my steps. Took the other path. I kind of, scrubbled it down, and I said, and I made sure that I was like, okay, the sign's secure, so they're going to say, well, they probably went this way. Maybe they'll send some buffoons after us down this dangerous way. Hopefully the danger will take them out. And then I ran after Pop, and ran into Pop, because he was only like 1 foot away in a shadow. I said, oh, Pop, and I caught a mop. You know when you catch something under your chin, but on one side, it really hurt. And I said, damn that mop. And then Pop said, don't talk. And we started arguing about and I said, isn't that mop? I said, do you want to lose the head on that mop? And he said, how dare you? And I said, Pop, this isn't the time. I'm serious. And then I said, wait a second. I said, no, we could use that as a fake wig at some point, if we want to pretend I said, I have no idea, because I'm not comfortable with, fake Rastafari stuff is offensive to me. And I was like, you could be maybe we could play like some sort of ghost witch type thing or something. I don't know. I said, let's go. And I said, well, what do you think? So I said, you were a kid living here and you deep in your basement. I said, you were the one that put the sign up. How do you know there's danger back here? And he said, well, it's a family, story, never to go past. I said, and I felt a breeze. And I said, well, if Indiana Jones and Goonies and Indiana Jones. I said, well, the breeze, let's head towards the breeze deck. That's I said, it's either a breath of some giant creature or way to the outside. And I said, I think because we had gone, through the basement and we had entered some sort of cave system, I guess. I don't know. I was so distracted with the fact that my mind was boggled by I said, wait a second, some people say, we're only using 1% of our brain. Oh no, that's what they said to me. They say we're only using 10% of your brain, but at some point, maybe, when you're occupied, but you got all this overwhelming information, part of your brain is probably chattering away saying, what is it? Is he serious that Whitman's struck the Seas candy war? Is this guy, maybe that Milton Bradley joke was true. Maybe this guy's played one too many games at Candyland. And we were going along dirt path, straight out of a movie in some sense, rock-hewn walls. And then I said, wait, is it Doc? And he said, Pop. I said, oh, yeah. So I think I thought I was into Back to the Future 5, the Goonies, and I said, whoa, who carved these rocks? I said, this doesn't seem to be a natural cave at all. So I was like, all right, we got to think of what we're going to do. I said, Poppy, so you don't have any idea whether it's 3 dangers or 1 day. And I said, is this one of those things where you play the aloof old man and lead me, on a quest to save the world, but I'm the one that's at peril? And he said, you're at peril now. And I turned my head and across, I say, oh, wait a second, I didn't see that because there's flame now. And there's some sort of steampunk dragon head moving towards me. And Pop says, that's not the dragon from when I grew up. And I said, wait a second, what? And then the dragon shooted some flames at me. It was probably twice the size of a human head. It was beautiful, so as to behold. Like, made from metal. Like, remember they had that attempt at a steampunk movie? Kevin Kline, Will Smith, and a third person was in it. I hate to insult that person and not know. It was called Wild Wild West. Didn't end up working out. It had a little steampunk thing going. This was way more. It had like, that kind of shiny metal where you're like, is that purple or green? Wow. And it had the eyes. I said, well, those are very, and I said, well, what, am I getting enchanted by these eyes? And then it shot fire at me again, and it missed. And I said, well, geez, I'm really slow. I said, Doc, does this dragon have terrible aim, or is it my imagination? And he said, I think it's on some sort of, he goes, I don't think it's an he pointed at these, what was called, the chains that were moving it back and forth, like some sort of, it was just ran. And I said, is there some sort of fire? I said, this thing's shooting fire all the time. No one. And he said, and I said, let's go, let's move. And then the thing shot flames again. But it was like one of those video games. And I said, where you just wait, and then you say, okay, it shoots flame every 10 seconds. This is easy. Now it ended up that, just like when you're watching someone, I had got past the flames and it was just going, his head would move side to side. And you could never tell, and I forgot if it was 7 Mississippi, but it would shoot the flame anywhere along that, but you just had to run after it shot the flame. Clearly, Pop is his name, I guess. He hadn't played any basic video games like level 1 or level 2. Okay, run after the flame. That's what we did it felt like 4 hours. Run after Doc, run. And they would start, and they'd pause, and they'd say, and I said, now it's too late. I said, okay, no, don't run yet, run, but then the head would move, and it would frighten him. And I said, if this guy would have just played some video, I said, maybe he didn't have any grandkids or kids and I said that he was carpet. These games aren't ever going to be any use. Proof, we're living proof right now, they are. And so that took forever, and it sucked. Because I said, he said, I said, these guys could be trying to catch up. And then I said, it'd be nice if we found some bones or something. We could say, okay, we're the dragon guys. But finally, Pop gets past the dragon. I say, okay, we're past that. And I say to myself, I say, geez, Pop, it better be only 2 more dangers because otherwise this is bullshit with that sign. And I said, because that really wasn't dangerous. I said, well, it was increasing in size. Do you remember when you made that sign? Was it based on some notes from a relative that had adventured down here? And I said, we got to keep, and then all of a sudden the path started going downward. And I said, shit, the path's going downward, Doc. And Pop, he said, I said, you got your mop? And he said, yeah. And I said, listen, let me carry your mop. And he said, no. I said, Pop, trust me, it's tiring. I said, bringing a mop head was a huge mistake because now it's collected mud. It weighs a ton. I said, I'll carry it for you. I'll keep it safe. And then I said, can I take the mop head off? I'm going to put it over my shoulder, which will be irritating because it'll be damp. But I said, then I can, use it. I said, you could use it as a staff if you need to. I said, because sooner or later, if I know these, and those said the paths kept going down. I said, we got a candy-based war going on up there. I got people I care about, and I'm going into the bowels of the earth. I said, this is unexpected and not what I planned on doing. And I said, but we got to go face these other 2 dangers. Probably progressively more dangerous, or it could have been, because that definitely wasn't, that would have been like, yeah, watch out for the dragon if it was just a dragon. And then I said, this dragon, and I said, wait a second, we go all the way by. I said, Doc, forget this. I got a better idea. And I said, let's go back up the path. I said, those guys have got to be close. I watched enough stuff. They're going to send somebody after us. And I said, wait, this dragon's got gas. And Doc laughed at that. I said, that's just like, I said, gas jokes are funny. And I said, no, I said natural gas. And he laughed again. I said, or propane or liquid. I said, come on. And I said, I need you to hide. I said, I'm going to take my shirt off. I said, and he said, and I said, Doc, was that the other dangers that I said, is this, oh boy, this would be weird if this was all some sort of role play for you. And I said, but and I said, Doc, I need you to hide in the shadows here. So I said, let's get in the shadows here, Doc, let's hide. I said, yeah, in the shadows. And I took my shirt off. And then not long after that, these guys come, and they come running down, and you could tell they were in a hurry. They were in your stock outfits, like they say, oh, I got my black ballistic, strike force suit or whatever the hell. That's what all the guys were in. And then there was a guy behind them who, strangely enough, you'd expect, he was in a short-sleeved dress shirt. And I said, well, I was in the shadows, and I knew enough to keep my mouth shut. I said, that's strange. With the button collar, he looked like a bit like a science teacher. And I said, Doc, do you know any science teachers? And he said, I don't know who that guy is. And the guy had a squirrely mustache with speckled brown and gray. The guy in the shirt without the short sleeves. And it was a science guy is what I was thinking I would call him. And then so they get to the dragon. They see the dragon breathing fire. And then I step out of the shadows, and I had the mop on my head as a fake hair. And I dirtied up the mop shaft, whatever the hell you call it, mop. What do you call that thing? And I had no shirt on. And I said, patience, Serena. I talked to the dragon. I stepped out. I said, wait. And I said, have you come for the danger, my friends? And they said, what? I said, welcome to danger, land. The land beneath the earth where danger comes in threes. And they were kind of looking at me, and then they were kind of, the guy in the shirt sleeves muttering and they're cocking their guns and pointing, and then the dragon would breathe fire and then they'd back up. And I would say, what, do you have your admission tickets to the Danger Emporium? And then they say, and they try to get close, and then the dragon would breathe fire. But I was saying, okay, I got to keep him distracted, especially shirt sleeves. He looks pretty sharp before he starts counting Mississippis. Hopefully he had a guy like Pop as a father figure, so he didn't play a lot of video games. And then I say, you do not look like our usual purveyors. And I said, it's strange another man came right along this way earlier. And he did not have an admission ticket either. Have you did not receive a flyer? And then there's a dragon. And then I said, shit, I should have thought this plan out better. Because I said, and then I must have had some doubt on my face. I said, oh boy, I said, I'm not very good. I've never fought with a broom handle before or mop handle. And then I said, okay, I'll break character. That'll confuse. And I said, hey guys, I'm sorry, this is the underground Dragon Land, club. You guys aren't members. And you need an admission ticket. I just deal with this crazy old guy with a mop, and he got burned. We had to we had to take him down, to the emergency exit, and and they said the guy that she said we need it, and the dragon breathed for us back and they said we need to know where the old man is. And I said, well, what? I said, well, he's probably at the hospital. And they say, what are you doing down here? You shouldn't be down. And I said, well, we have a club, internet-based club. So we have, it's like live action role play. Like you're supposed to be. And I said, you're ruining it. And I said, other people are scheduled to come. And then the soldiers, or the guys in the ballistics, they started laughing. And the guy in seriously was like, no one's coming. I said, why? And he said, this guy is up to something. Take him. And then the dragon, and then he said, the dragon's on a 7th saying, and I said, oh, shoot. And I said, shit. And then I said, okay. And then I realized, I said, okay, I'm going to hit so I took the mop head and I swung it as hard as I could. It was a dragon's chain, one attached to its left side, which unfortunately I should have hit the one on the right side, because then the dragon's head would have swung and breathe fire on all the soldiers. But instead I hit the left side, and the dragon's head swung down, hit me in the stomach. Hit me in the stomach. I fell like stomach first over the side of his head, and then hit Pop, and I grabbed him and I held him. Now luckily this was like not super sharp, but Pop's clothes caught on this thing, and the dragon's head swung around. And then breathed fire, and then they were laughing, but then it swung back, boom, knocked like 4 soldiers off. There was one left with shirt sleeves. Then it swung back again. I was like, Pop, and Pop's screaming. And they did the old lancing while you're on a dragon. As we swung back, I lanced and just because I had just inflicted that pain, and when Pop bumped me, I lanced that guy below his chin into his, and incredibly painful. And then he staggered, but then the force of the dragon's head swinging out of control pushed him over the edge, into the abyss. That's where the other guys fell too, by the way. And then we swung back again, and then look, I said, well, it's just shirt sleeves doesn't look like he's aiming. And the dragon's head slowly, and he was standing there. And I said, run along, run to your, whoever. I said, are you in charge of this? I said, are you with the Whitmans or the whatever the C's? I said, is that old woman running that? I said, is that old woman running that or what? And then he looked at me, and then he actually ran, because I had hopped off the dragon's head and I was menacing him with a broom handle. He had no weapon. He was in shirt sleeves, so I was like, I just hit his arms. And then he ran off. And then Pop was there, and he was exhausted. I don't know why. He didn't do anything except get swung around on a dragon's head. The dragon had would have pulled itself out from the gas line. And and I noticed we could climb up the dragon's head very efficiently. It rested its head right on the path we were on. And I said, there's got to be something up there, Pop. I said, this thing obviously took a lot of servicing. Still doesn't make any sense to me. And they said, do you think we need to go into the bowels of earth? Can we go up and deal with the candy war? Shirt sleeves is probably going to be back. And Pop said, you decide. And I said, Jesus, like a choose your own adventure. And I said, you know what, Pop, let's take a minute and think about it. Let's take 2 nights and think about it and then decide. And he said, you're kidding me, right? I said, yeah, I'm kidding you, because this is not part of the story or part of the recounting of events. This is it. Well, geez, it's time to take a little break here. Pop and I, we're popping, we're taking a break. Will we climb up the dragon's head to hopefully city, realize that Pop's just, I said, we'll both be delusional at this point because that stuff did happen. Or, go to the bowels of the earth and face 2 more dangers. I don't know, choose your own adventure, but don't read ahead because there's nowhere to read because of the story. We'll be back in 2 more nights. And it's just a heads up, guys. This is just a story that came up. So probably conclude on Thursday night. All right, so we got some screenshots of what's on the front page of Reddit or whatever my Reddit app brings up. And when we last left off our story, it was me, and I had run into this guy, Pop, at a store. His store. Well, I don't have actually proof that he owned the grocery store. He just said he did, I think. So he could have just worked there, which makes the story even strange. Well, yeah, probably he doesn't. He probably owned it. But then he said, let's take it. I got some candy downstairs, special candy. I think I'm remembering it differently than it happened. It seemed pervy at the time, but less pervy than saying, I got some special candy downstairs. Let's go get it. But, wow, that really sounds pervy. I didn't even realize the double entendre there. But he didn't say that. But he said, let's go down in the basement alone, the 2 of us. I'm going to lock the door. But there was somebody at the time that made a lot more sense because I thought I could take him. And I said, I get a sense here that I should follow this man. And so I followed him to the basement. It ended up he wasn't. And I think I said some stuff that could have been misconstrued by him. So I was like, what does he think? We get down in the basement. He tells me there's this candy war that just erupted. I forgot to ask him if it was a global one, but a candy war broken out. And then he said something like the candy police were after him and we needed to run. Then we ran. We ended up in a cave system, found a fake dragon. Guys were chasing us. We took out the guys that were chasing us. And that's where we last left off, I would say. And we were trying to decide whether to go up the dragon and see what's up there or down into the bowels of the earth. Because we couldn't go back the way we came because clearly there was, dudes in pursuit. So we're sitting there, and then after my head had cleared, I said, Pop, I think we should climb the dragon. Because someone's been, and I said, this is mysterious. And I said, unless this is you. I said, you were running this dragon thing? Come on. I said, are you behind this steampunk dragon? He said, no. And I said, well, that's a whole nother story then. I said, well, that'd be a whole nother story then, the mystery of Pop's basement. But I said, let's climb this dragon. And so we climbed the neck of the dragon, up the neck. And of course, I never worked in theater. I've been to theaters. I'm talking about the theater of the stage. But I know, a lot of ways to deceive the audience, to suspend, to add to the show, is use, black material or black paint. Because at a distance, you're not going to be able to tell. And at a distance, you couldn't tell that the far part of this dragon's neck. And I said, Bob, you think this is a dragon or a serpent? And he said, good question. And I said, yeah, because this is a pretty long neck. And I said, well, I guess it doesn't matter anyway. And he said, yeah, but it had material around it. You know, they couldn't see it at distance. You just thought this was a dragon head coming out of some unknown area. And so I started ripping at the fabric. I said, Pop, you're not going to fall off this dragon neck, are you? He said, no. And then I ripped it free, and then I climbed. I wriggled through it. I said, Pop, stay here. I don't want you wriggling. So once you hit like 55, 60, your wriggling days are over. Unless you're like Rob Riggle or one of the, actual Riggle. And Pop didn't get it. I said, those are the jokes I tell Pop. That's how smooth they are. And I said, narrow bandwidth. That's what they say. Narrow bandwidth humor. And he didn't get it. And I said, that's not really a joke either. But I wriggled through and I came through, as you'd expect if you were in the pyrotechnic, Bay Area, we're lucky to have I've never been to Burning Man, but the people that build stuff for Burning Man, sometimes they put on shows and, the steampunk, metal fire-breathing punk community, where you're likely to find a fire-breathing dragon or apparatus made of metal. I don't know. You say, okay, this is the kind of workspace I'd expect. It had very clean. It was tapped into an actual natural gas main, but it went through some sort of regulator. And I said, wow, these people, they didn't want a gas leak. Probably auto shut off. I don't know. I'm not but anyway, I said, well, let me rip off some of this more material, get Pop through here. And he came through and he said, wow. And I said, where the hell do you think we are? And he started pointing and he said, a couple of blocks down from my store. And then I said, I hear something. I heard a couple of people talking. And they seemed to be young men. They were arguing. I said, well, one guy said, oh, look what we have here. The genius behind Ryan Gosling. The genius behind Ryan Gosling won't eat his cereal. And then I heard the person start, like, it was like they were trying to be tough. And all of a sudden they're like, he lost his battle with cancer today. And then the person he said, let's get Ryan Gosling to eat a bowl of cereal in his honor. And I said, that sounds like someone's having a tea party with dolls up there, but it's an adult male. And Pop said, I'll take your word for it. You have a lot of tea parties as an adult male? And I said, no, but we, without tea, we have a party. Well, we have, we have parties, not tea parties. And I said, okay. And I said, I realized there was like at the back side, there was a little door, and I was listening, and I could hear the person still arguing. And I said, "Come on, Pop, get closer." And it was clearly someone making monologue to stuffed animals. Clear as day. You can hear that. You say, there's a particular kind of nonsense a person speaks when they're talking. You say another thing, fluffy ears. You need to start pulling your weight around here. I'm tired of you losing buttons. I'm tired, that kind of stuff. And I said, this guy, and he was all over the emotional roadmap if there is one to be had. But I said, Pop, you recognize? He said, oh, yeah, that's Larry. And I said, Larry who? He said, he's the guy that cleans up the church down the street. And I said, does he live at the church? And he said, possibly. I don't know. I don't practice that faith. And I said, how do you know who he is? He said, he's a rival mopper. And he goes, and I said, oh boy. And I said, okay. And I said, I'm going through this door. And I bust through the door and we're in some sort of, I bust through the door and we're in some sort of pit full with used clothes. And there's a chute. And I say, we're in some sort of closed donation collection area. And I say, I wriggle my way up again with the wriggling, I know. And then I start pulling clothes. I dig out a hole for the door. And I say, man, what a brilliant place to hide a trap door under these used clothes. I said, these must be the clothes And I said, the donators don't want to go through. I said, I don't know. But anyway, Pop comes out and we rebury the door. And I say, can you lock the door behind you? Pop says, of course I can. And he locks it. I said, well, that'll be helpful. Good thing it wasn't locked. And then I see a giant claw above us. And then I say, what? And then it was like we were inside of a closed claw machine, like one of those present toy machines. And I said, no wonder they don't get these claws at the bottom. Those claws, like, if that's anything like the game, I must drop them. But I jumped up and I grabbed the claw and I swung to where I would drop the presents. I slid down. It was a fun little slide and boom, punched out like a little door. And I came out into this room, which was like a closed sorting room. But one of the tables had been made into the floor. And on the top of the table was a tea party of stuffed animals and a man having a tea party with the stuffed animals. And of course, he was stunned. And I said, he had someone else dressed as a Mad Hatter. I said, why wouldn't you be the Mad Hatter? And he said, what are you doing here? And he went to grab a actual teapot as a weapon. I thought it was a weapon, so I hit his hand with my broom, to dissuade him. Or I guess not my broom handle. And don't worry, I still had the mop head on my shoulder. I didn't lose that. And he said, ow, and ow, and he was trying to see you shit. And I said, do the injured hand dance, man. Sorry. It was just stay calm. And I said, how long have you been in here? And then Pop comes out. He says, Pop. And he says, Larry. And I said, can you guys just hold off your rivalry? I do not have time to deal with two grown men who, argue about mopping. It's not the time or the place. And the doc said, Pop, not Doc. He said, well, when would be good time to do it? I said, well, but one day we'll hold a debate with you and Larry. I make you that promise, considering all we've been through. If we get through all this to the other side, and my life returns to some semblance of normalcy, which is abnormal, but less abnormal than this. You and Larry, I'll schedule a debate the next time I'm in town, which will be like 5 ways, no fucking way in hell I'll be back here. But I say, hey, Larry, how long have you been pretending to process clothes and having a tea party? And he got this guilty look on his face. I said, you're supposed to be mopping or processing clothes, right? And he said, possibly, but he said, I believe more in a performance-based, I said, are you paid an hourly wage? He said, yeah, but I accomplish, my work goals based on a, work efficiency model. I don't have to work 40 hours to get 40 hours of work done. And I said, I actually will be in town for this debate against this guy, Pop. I said, I think that's faulty logic, but again, I don't have time to analyze you. And I said, how old do I look? And he said, He goes, I can't tell. And I said, right? I said, do you think I'm your age? He said, yeah. I said, everybody thinks I'm close to their age, no matter what age they are. Isn't that weird? And he said, even little kids? I say, well, they know, they say, well, geez, you act like you're my age. And I said, ask your stuffed animals in your mind. And he said, yep, they all think you're the same age as them. And I said, not the same, within less than a decade, though, which is weird. And I said, now that I've confused you, Larry, I said, are you aware there's some sort of candy-based war that's broken out on the surface world? And he said, no, but I tasted some cocoa liqueur or whatever the hell you call it, some chocolate. He goes, yeah, and it stunk of chocolate about 45 minutes to an hour ago. And I said, I was hoping that Pop's insane and this isn't the case. But I say, you just been down here? He goes, yeah. I go, okay, well, we got to go to the surface. I go, where are we? He said, the church's sub-basement. I said, I go, what the hell's with these basements? And I said, you think it's a good idea to keep all those clothes at the bottom of the basement? Don't take, and he goes, yeah, those are our mildew clothes. He goes, yeah, and then we try to get the donated clothes out right away. He goes, yeah, but that's like a humidifier, natural humidifier. And I said, "You've never been," I said, "You're not allowed to go in there, huh?" He said, "No, we use because he goes, when, this is the most salient point Larry ever made to me. He said, when you're, leave a sponge out too long and, wet sponge and it takes on that smell, you can't get it off your hands once you do it." And he says, same thing with those clothes. So that's why I use the claw. And he said, as a matter of fact, and I said, yeah, I can smell myself now. Luckily, it's mixed with chocolate, mildew and chocolate. It must. The musk of adventurers, Larry. And I said, you're now part of our team, our quest. I said, come on, let's get out of this sub-basement into the basement. And then, up to the ground floor, ideally, but somewhere we can snoop. And so I followed Larry to we went up, up some stairs, which basement. I said, this is a carpeted stairs. This is more church-like, carpeted stairs, handrail. I said, I'm like a strange, and I said, and then Pop said, my basement's not that bad. I said, you're right. And he goes, I'm rocking those bean bags. And I said, this isn't the time, Pop. Stick with me. And Larry said, you mind if I ask, is that a mop head on your shoulder? And I said, it is, and no mop debating. He goes, that's got to be incredibly uncomfortable and damp. I said, yeah, but, I said, it's like an epaulette, or are those what they're called? I said, this is, I feel a little bit like it's, a carcass of an animal showing. And he said, it just looks weird. And I said, well, I told Pop I wouldn't lose it, so, and I don't like to carry it. I said, it's incredibly unbalanced with a damp mop head and trying to use, have the mop, shaft to your mop, be able to use it in a proper manner. Then Larry giggled a bit, and I said, yeah, hilarious, Larry. You obviously don't date. Maybe you and Pop should cure your loneliness together. And he said, that wasn't nice. But then we came out of the basement into some sort of administrative hallway area. And I said, guys, let's crawl. And I said, why? I said, precaution. So we crawled into like one of those hallways you find in an administrative area where it has the hallway where it's a hall on one side and then windows on the other side. Well, it's the perfect area for crawling. This was for a heater register or something. Or, so you could crawl about and be unseen. I said, you guys stay down here. And I peeked up. And I had a view from the, across the church parking lot to the main street of the town we were in, which was at this point anywhere USA near cocoa liquor, whatever the hell it is, market, manufacturing plant or processing plant, USA, or another country. But I was traveling in the U.S. I was in the U.S. anywhere with all that other stuff and a steampunk dragon head. A strange cave system, probably man-made, a fallout shelter in the basement of an old grocery store or oldish grocery store. One resident named Pop, nicknamed Pop, and then anywhere USA. And I look out and I see no traffic. And I said, well, this is a town. I looked across. And I said, okay, the human eye detects movement, Larry. Now's not the time to pick your nose and eat it. And he said, he said, I was just thinking about it. And I said, it's gross. And I said, I'm trying to focus, okay? So I took a breath. I said, maybe if you breathe, it'll be easier to focus. And I saw to the right, I saw some movement. It was trucks. It was military trucks, not, but not as inefficient as military. I said, well, those look like some sort of lighter but stronger reinforced military truck, like a private military truck. And Pop said, and I said, okay, I said, and they started coming, and they were paved brilliantly, I guess. They were colored the color of asphalt, or brownish gray. And I said, oh, geez, I said, that's pretty smart, And then as it went up, they were speckled, like, one of those. I said, well, somebody really thought this out, but the movement gave it away. And the fact that I was looking for movement on top of it. And I said, geez, and I said, these are like some sort of, I said, made out, they were like troop trucks or transports, I guess you'd say. And I said, I wonder what they're transporting troops. I said, Pop, why would they have troops? And he said, they're looking for me. So they're looking for you, Pop, and possibly me, shirtless, smeared in dirt, and pretending to be a wizard. And I said, Larry, is this a Catholic church? He said, it is. I said, does it have a school? He said, it does. I said, does it have a fundraisers from time to time? He said, it does. I said, does it have a room in this administrative area? Is this administrative area? He said, it is. I said, wow. I said, do they have a room where they put all the leftover crap from fundraisers? And they say, well, we'll get to this for the next, or a drawer. And he said, it does. He goes, I call it the magic drawer. And I said, well, I would too. I said, well, I'm remembering 2007 Seas Candy fundraisers, temporary. I said, show me to that magic drawer. So we crawled our way back to the drawer, like into an office. It was like 4 offices down. And it was one of those giant drawers, and the ones that are made for like a file cabinet drawer made for those big ass files. But instead it was filled with tchotchkes and keychains and tickets for different kinds of pizza that expired, booklets and I said, wow, this is, spider rings, stuff that people were like, well, my kid's going to complain, I'll bring them, the stuff they didn't bring, pencils, seasonal pencils mostly. And people were like, well, I get some Easter pencils, and then they don't remember until after Easter. But as I dug through with my hands, thinking how lucky Larry was to have a job where he could have tea parties and go through the magic. But I said, well, I was saying Larry's lucky but then I found what I was looking for. Like striking a vein of gold, I struck a vein of seized temporary tattoos, 20-aught something. And just like a kid, after finding a ton of temporary tattoos under their bed, I did what anyone would do. And I said, guys, I'm a gambling man. I'm gambling those trucks out there, Seas Candy. That Whitman sampler trucks would be more forest-based camouflage, because it's corporate synergy. They want to maintain their brand even at wartime. And I said, I'm going out there. And I started to cover myself in C's temporary tattoos. I said, as uncomfortable as this makes me, Larry and Pop, please lick some tattoos and put them on me. I guess there's no area that would become. And then we started to cover my body with temporary C's tattoos. And I thought of the jokes about how the temporary tattoos might have LSD or they were recalled due to, but I said, well, I'm a gambling man. And I said, I'm a gambling man, boys. I'm going to go out there. And I said, Larry, is this mop, broom handle the key to undoing all this, as I've started to suspect it is? And he said, it is. And I said, is this mop head, just a symbol of unity between the mop handle and head? And something you have some sort of a fit. And he said, it's the part I talk to. I said, well, I'm taking the broom mop with me. I said, I want you guys to go back and, I said, I don't know where you would hide because the clothes, those guys are probably going to come through there. I said, Larry, you probably got some hiding space, right? And he said, I have more. And I said, okay, well, you guys hide. And I'm going to try to resolve this candy war the only way I know how. Covered in, and so I said bye, and I walked out of the church, and the trucks were still rolling down the street, and I lifted my fingers to my lips to make one of those finger whistles that's really loud. And then I realized I couldn't do it, and I started chanting, seize, 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 and then run around. And I'd grabbed one of those stress balls. It was a soccer ball. And then I was singing like, ole, 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 ole. Seas Candy, ole, Ole. And I started running around the trucks. And finally, the truck, they said, what the hell's going on here? And I said, the truck stopped and the door opened. I lied prostrate. And I was still saying, ole, 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 ole. And I said, Viva Seas, our liberators have arrived. Of course, I was looking for shirt sleeves. I didn't see them at that. I didn't see them. But the soldiers, they seemed to think it was hilarious. And they said, who the hell are you? I said, I'm Larry. I work at the church. Been waiting for you guys to come and take out or protect. I've been waiting for you guys. Seize, seize, seize the candy. And I said, you get that one? And so I said, I couldn't tell if the soldiers were laughing with me or again, you know. And they said, well, don't you listen to the radio or the TV? You were supposed to evacuate to a center. There was a reactor leak. And I said, I know all about the secret history of Whitman's in the seas. They said, this guy, this official looking guy he said, oh, really? And I said, yeah, it's like you. Oh, I said, oh, no, that's the Hatfields and the McCoys. My grandfather said you guys are just like that. And they said, well, you didn't get how come you didn't get cocoa poisoning? And I said, I was having a tea party and with my stuffed animals downstairs in the basement. And I said, I'm here to help you guys with whatever you need. I said, is this like where the final battle is taking place before you and Whitman's? And he said, as a matter of fact, it is. And I said, well, how big a battle is it? I said, how much of the nation is under siege? And he said, just this town. And I said, we're at the forefront of the candy war. And he said, well, it's just this town. He goes, it's not nationwide or anything. I said, I thought you guys were liberating all of us. And I said, in a sense you are. My candied men. And I said, can I join your forces? And they said, absolutely not. And I said, well, what's the mission here? You're here to accomplish. And then they said, follow orders. I said, you guys are great soldiers. Wow. And I said, these are real weapons, right? This is a real war. Candy's only either the cause of it or what's at stake. And then they said, and then all of a sudden I heard a missile comes streaking from the sky. Boom, hits the last truck in the row, blows up. And the guys, they say, duck and cover. And I'm like, that's cheating. I'm a 18-year-old soccer referee, and this shit pisses me off so much. And they say, but women's are doing an airstrike. And I say, and then I see a couple drones circling, and I say, oh boy, weaponized drones. This candy, and they said they're smaller than the drones you see, like the Raptors or whatever they're called, but bigger than the drones you could buy at a store. Obviously, you shoot a missile, but they were quadcopter style, which would make I don't know anything about aeronautics. So I said, and then the guys, they were running, they were saying, pull out the something airstrike or surface to air. And then I was out chanting in the parking lot, seize, 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 seize. And then part of me's like, dude, you're going to get hit with the thing. So I was like, oh, I'm going to be in trouble. I need to just do some self-preservation. And then the guys, they were getting ready, a couple of guys, they were setting up some sort of surface to air missile. And the other guys, they were ducking cover right underneath the trucks. And I said, well, didn't that truck get blown up? What kind of soldiers are you? And then they said, shh, it's a warning strike. And I said, what do you mean warning strike? And then boom, it hit the next truck, which they weren't under. And I said, was there, and I said, what was the warning about? Don't hide under the last two trucks? And I said, I got this, boys, I got this. And I ran to the front. And I said, don't set up the missiles as a double warning means they're going to shoot at you guys next. And they say, we're under orders. And I say, not on my authority. And I go, boom. I hit the thing into the ground. And I go to the head of the trucks and I stand and I say, Whitmans, I call for peace on behalf of on behalf of all my people, the people of the seas, is the leader of the sea. And then some guy tried to get up. And he said, oh, no. And then the machine gun fire started shooting from a drone. And I said, I declare, we're looking for peace. And I put my staff in the ground again. And then he sends some guy to run and get me. And I see him coming. I smash him in the shins with the thing. And he's like, And I said, I guess that's not ballistic. And I said, just walk it off, man. And then the stuff started, machine gun fire warning them to stay away from me. And I said, that's right, Whitman. I know, much like the crafty eyes of Walt Whitman, you recognize this staff in my hands. It is the staff that holds the key to everything. And I was like, I don't exactly know. And then the drones started circling. I said, I demand an audience. And they said, who, on what authority? And I said, on the ultimate authority. And I said, well, and I said, I'm under mounting pressure from the IRS and the Justice Department to say they'll no longer use a law designed to go after drug dealers and terrorists to seize the bank accounts of small business owners who are not suspected of criminal activity. And it was dead silence. And then I said, I'm also here on behalf of 25,000 Mexican fishermen who also sued BP over the environmental disasters. And I said, and I demand an audience with the seas as well. A Tea Party audience. And then the machine gun shot at my feet. And I said, is that thing got a loudspeaker? And then I saw, tearing across the parking lot was this very fast car. And it skidded out facing me, a door open, shirt sleeves, steps out of the car. And this time, he looks irritated, he's got something up his sleeve. And he walks up to me, and I see his hand, so I say, well, he's probably got some, I said, his windows were tinted. I said, he's probably got and then I look down, I see those beads, and I say, hey, what's up, man? And he said, you're the same fool that messed with me back at the Dragon. And I said, I wasn't a real dragon. I said, do you think it was a serpent or a dragon? And then I caught him off guard. He said it was. And I said, and then I started walking towards him. And I said, well, I think I've seen this work in a movie. Get your bodies between the and I said, and I was watching that corner of my eye. I said, well, it was because I'm good at what. And I said, because it was that was my first time encountering it. And I said, because I was thinking, and I could tell he was a thinker. He was yeah, it was that. And then I noticed the dots I'd gotten close enough to him that the dots had disappeared on me. They must have been on his back. I said, one more question. I said, who keeps track if your surgery goes well or fails? And he said, what surgery? And then I took this is mean, I guess, but self-defense, I took the broom and I went up between his legs, right in that really hard. And I said, I've always wanted to be in an action movie and say, that surgery. And then he crumbled to the ground, and I crumbled and did a crumble move. I was trying to do some sort of reverse roll. But I said, I guess the only thing I can do is make up lines from an action movie, not actually do any action. So then I just got back up. He was still down. I said, hold your fire, gentlemen. Everyone hold your fire. You don't want to damage what's in this staff or broom handle or, weapon at this point. I won't probably get another chance to use it in such a cool, and I looked at the seized guys. And I said, did you guys seize that? That's how I was laughing. No one else was. This soldiers, I guess they're serious. And I said, everyone stand down. This is the most important staff, in the history of broom handles, improv as a staff. And I said, I hope these drones, if I know the hackers of the world, they've hacked into these cameras live and we're broadcasting live across the world. And so hopefully, people don't think this is a movie because this is real life. I'm in Anywhere, USA. Battleground of the Candy Wars, or a Candy War, or just Candy Skirmish. But it'd be better if it was the Candy Wars. I think maybe it's been subterranean since then. That's right, boys. Powers that be, you heard me say it's subterranean. And I said, there's a lot of turmoil in the world right now. It's like, explain to me like it's 5. How bad would the damage be if an earthquake with a magnitude of the one that just hit New York? Everyone that may be streaming this over their internet or just the megalomaniac omnivores or whatever what do you call that kind of government you guys have now? Whatever it is, I think, what will you guys stop at if you're just fighting this town? Overdosing people on cocoa, striking at company-owned trucks and company-owned plants. So I say, well, those are insured, and we need to secure this. You're fighting for what's under this town. I know it now. And then I noticed out of the corner of my eye, a brave soldier had been broken free and was running at me with handcuffs or something. I said, and then I did a turn to him as he was about 5 feet away. I said, hey, buddy, ask me anything request. George R. Martin. And I said, you kind of look like a crow. And then he says that, and I said, and I held up my thing like the broom handle, like it was a weapon. And then he dodged it, but then one of the drones took him out. I said, okay. I said, see? So we're at a standoff here. And maybe you soldiers didn't get the message. The Seas Command doesn't have drones. And I said, shirt sleeves. Are you? How high up are you? You're a Seas guy, right? I said, you see all these Seas temporary tattoos. These weren't recalled for anything, right? I said, because I'm feeling lightheaded, but I got a lot going on, so maybe that's why. And I said, and he pointed to the dash cam on his car, and I said, okay. So you guys are communicating from afar with me, watching me from afar, from some paradise where I said, is this a corporate raid? I said, you think you guys are corporate raiders or what's going on? And I said, what the hell? You guys are supposed to be purveyors of candy. It's like saying to current or former sex workers, what's your opinion of your customers? And I'm serious here. What do you think they would say? Well, no one gets hurt when people make candy, so it's a totally different metaphor. And you should have a high opinion of your customers. So, yeah, I'm trying to shame you guys to buy time until I figure out what's in the staff. And I said, I go, but wait a second, it's all coming together now that I asked the question out loud. And I know the staff is the key to what you're after. What are you after? What you're fighting for? What you say, well, we'll risk the bet. And you might say, well, we're streaming this just back to the corporate headquarters on an encrypted line. I know that's what you're saying to yourselves. You're the CEO of a corporation. You obviously know nothing about technology. And I'm telling you right now, both your streams were leaked. Just take a look at your phone. People could be listening in on your phones. I don't know how deep this conspiracy goes, but didn't you know researchers have found a huge number of Android apps that connect to the user's tracking data and ad sites without the user's knowledge? And I said, that's just stuff on a phone. These feeds from your drones, which are awesome, by the way, Whitman, a great sampler of the devious, how deep your candy companies will go to take out your rival. I didn't even realize you guys were rivals. A lot of questions here, but maybe I took a blow to my head. But people around the world are watching this, or at least they're downloading to some server, and maybe they'll just well, actually, let me wipe my. And I tried to wipe my. I said, anybody got a napkin? And they're all looking, and they started licking my hand and my face. And luckily, his shirt sleeves was still down. And I said, I really wish you. And he had long shirt tails. I said, sorry, this is a little uncomfortable. And I started wiping my face off on his shirt tails. And I said, look at my face, world. Hopefully, hackers of the world, who fight for full disclosure, embarrassing stuff, funny stuff, whatever else, say, hey, this is interesting. Why does See's Candy have a giant, where was all this data coming from with all this flight stuff? And why would there be missile command systems on a Whitman server? Let me look into this. When you find a stream of a lunatic covered in See's temporary tattoos, excuse me. But remember this face. And remember this mop, the patina, this mop. If you have HD resolution and hopefully like some sort of satellite uplink, you'll know that this is an individual patina that can't be duplicated or, probably could be. Well, so get some good pictures of me so I can stay safe as long as I'm in the public eye. I don't want to go by the nickname Candyman or the Candy Warrior, but folks, I know that I've discovered something deep in the earth under this town. Is a subterranean place, and there's some sort of gatekeeper down there. Two gatekeepers, one or maybe three, a fake one, and then way further down or something, a lot more. And I don't know, but this staff holds the key to get by all those gatekeepers. Probably, with my wits and this staff, I could get down there. And these corporate raiders, they said, with Sees and Whitman, they figured out what's down below. They passed the gates that are kept. Is some sort of Wonka-like land. I don't know if there's Oompa Loompas, because that's another person's story. Probably not Willy Wonka level, but I'm going to go down there and check for sure to double check that. Or maybe I'll never go down there and keep it safe forever from the steps of man. I got to check with this guy, make sure he hasn't been down there. But I'm going to hold this staff safe because it holds the key to that land. And they say, well, geez, if we could get a hold of that, there's probably some sort of subterranean candy storage. Or I said, I don't know. There's some sort of candy magic down there, folks. Maybe magic candy makers that they would take to cut their costs, or maybe some sort of super ingredient. Maybe cocoa, something cocoa-based. But that is based on the earth, so probably not that. And people say, well, maybe a rock candy deposit. I said, well, no, that's, sugar and water. But something's down there, folks, something that both these companies want. And they won't, I'll tell you what, right now, Sees, Whitman, you'll never get down there. Not as long as I hold this. And then, what's his name, had ran up and ripped the staff out of my hand. And I said, I was about to say, as long as I hold this staff. But he was trying to get back to the van, grabbed him by his belt. And I pulled him back. I plucked the thing out. And I said, no. Because he was still in a lot of pain from when I hit him in the groin. And I said, for the rest of my life, I'll be the holder of an old man's candy staff. And I said, hackers, I hope you got that, because that you could milk for, many laughs. That I got in his basement, when I got a hold of it and I held it in my hand. I knew it contained something, that something powerful, something mysterious, and something I needed to keep a hold of. And then people started snickering. I was like, I'm doing this on purpose to keep the feeds going through this speech. And I said, I doubt there'll be any fallout because this will always be, something that was leaked. And I'll say, well, this is some sort of viral strangeness. Whitman Sampler, corporation is not, it's owned by the holding corporation of the Whitmans. And it was Walt Whitman's last wish that drugstores be filled with, I say, that has nothing to do with Walt Whitman, my speech. And I said, I don't know why I'm interrupting my own speech, but I'm telling you, that's the kind of candy mythology that gets you guys all mixed up between right and wrong. So that's it. You take your candy armies and go back, where you came from. File your insurance claims for your trucks and your, cocoa liquor factory. And then all the claims you'll have to pay out for people that had to go to the emergency rescue center. Hopefully no lives were lost. And I said, well, probably some that went down, that fell down. Anyway, not important. Probably with they were rescued by candy magic people. And so that's it. The day is saved. Internet knows that now. Soldiers, you can return to whatever the highest soldiers of fortune. Clearly you guys return to the highest bidder. If you ever want to fight for a man that fights for candy, old man's candy, well, he said, well, come to my basement and get some candy. If that's the kind of person you want to fight for, why don't you come with me right now? No one came. And one guy, he took one step and then he got shamed by his buddy. I said, well, if you want to come later, you could get a hold of me. I'll be the man with the staff. I'll be the man that defends the candy, keeps the staff at his side. And, I'll probably have a camera on me at all times to say, oh, this stole your, I'm probably going to deconstruct the staff. But I'm the defender of the candy. I'm going to take the staff's knowledge and destroy it is what I'm going to do. Internalize it. And I'll be the keeper of the candy knowledge. None of you will get down there because obviously, I said, or we'll just leak this video. How about that, guys? How about that? We have this video, right? Everybody on the internet can be trusted. That's streaming this or downloading, and we're not going to leak this. Seize Whitman unless you try. Unless someone sees me without my candy, without my mop handle. And I say, hey, candy alert. Across the land will be my candy people. The candy justice, Candy Justice League, CJL. I'll come up with a title someday. But for now, we'll keep this a secret if you agree to sort out your disagreements in the capitalist marketplace that's subsidized by socials, your social whatever we call the process by which you guys control the candy. Okay? So let's just call it truce for now. Bring it. That's what I say to you one day. Once I figure out and internalize these tricks and, reinforce the candy defenses. So that's it. All right, return to your candy corners. You're out. And then the truck started to back up, and I went back to the church, and I got a little applause from Larry and Pop. And then Larry went back to his tea party, and he said, I'll fight in your candy army. And I said, great, Larry. You're great. And it's not it's not total sarcasm. I'm glad to have you along. And then Bob and I went back to his shop, and I said, I'd like to purchase some normal friggin' candy that's made by Mars Corporation or M&M or Hershey's or something. And he said, it's out of the house. And I said, oh, no, I pay for my candy. I don't take, free candy. And he said, maybe you should go lie down in my basement and take a nap. And I said, as long as you stay up here. And he said, yeah, I will. And I went and took a nap in the basement. And that was it. That was a strange couple nights or day I spent in Anywhere, USA. On a candy quest. And forever I'll be the keeper of the candy mop. So who knows what happened one day. they could try to take it from me, and but for now, I internalized all those secrets of it. But symbolically, when I feel the need to, when I hear a drone on, I hold the candy shaft, and I say to them, I hold the secrets to the subterranean candy world. And it's unsafe for any man to venture there, even I, unless the time a danger comes that can only be cured through candy magic. And I don't know who I made that speech to. Maybe that was in my, but yeah, so that's the tale of, yeah, a little bit about the candy war, great candy war, but not known, secret candy war, secret candy skirmish. So a little misleading, but according to, Pop filled me in on all the backstory of the great candy wars. So that's another stuff. I can always go, if they say, well, geez, what story am I going to tell? But that'll be a while, because I need a break from candy. Good night. So I've been thinking we have this freedom right now with no series going. And I said, well, geez, what are we going to do? And I know one thing people have been getting a hold of me about every once in a while. Someone will say, man, what happened with that Pitching Tim Curry series? I really liked that our initial episode, and are you going to do any more Pitching Tim Curry? And I was torn. I'll be honest, I was torn. I think I was formally apologized to Tim Curry and the Tim Curry fandom. Or I guess I said, well, I apologize in lieu of, I said, well, geez, someone informed me after that episode came out. They said, hey, the reason Tim Curry's not out in the public anymore is he suffered a stroke, which I was unaware of because I'm a buffoon. And I said to myself, well, I don't know about this Tim Curry stuff. It wasn't going to be like a regular series anyway. It's just going to be an occasional thing. But I said, I just don't want to do anything that, like, my love of Tim Curry, like I said, Crispin Glover, Tim Curry, put them, either one of them in a movie or both of them in a movie, and I'll pay whatever, $12. I said, geez, wait, Tim Curry's in that? Well, I was on the fence, but now I'm going to see. Did you see Crispin Glover's in there? I got to see if he's aged, because he doesn't age, I tell you. He's some sort of wonderful demon. He doesn't age, old George McFly. And I said, well, geez, pitching Crispin Glover, but probably too many, as much as I love Crispin Glover, it doesn't have pitching Tim Curry. It's the right amount of syllables. It's the right pitching Crispin. I think it might be the 2 syllables, pitching Crispin Glover. I think you need 1 syllable on the first name, maybe. But it just doesn't pop like pitching Tim Curry. Again, I said, well, geez, I don't want to, I don't want to, God forbid, like, somebody listens to this, like, so let's say Tim Curry's got an aunt who has a nephew that's not related to Tim Curry. She says, what are you doing up there? He says, oh, listen, remember, I don't know what the relative, he said, that my second uncle Tim Curry, this guy, he's he would be laughing at it. She would think I'm laughing at it, like it's at Tim's expense, Mr. Curry's expense. It gets word to him, and I don't care about any blowback. I just don't want to hurt someone that I have a great respect for. But at the same time, just like some of the listeners, I said, geez, I can't shake this love of pitching projects in Tim Curry. I don't know 100% what's going on with Tim Curry. I said, well, geez, I don't want to dig too deep. But I say, well, geez, I have these ideas. And I said, well, gee, I don't know. And then also the thing came up, people who listen to episodes said, what are you putting me on? Was it really a pitch fest? And you found, did that really happen? Did you really pitch Tim Curry's agent? And I would say to you, and I said, well, gee, they might, and it's called pitching Tim Curry, because ideally, like the first episode, I said, well, geez, like that one, Mr. Curry was on the phone, and but he didn't really say anything. He was just there with his agent. And he said, Jesus, was that imaginary or did it take place? I never, and I say, it was like a child's ideal, a boy's dream, a man's dream now to pitch Tim Curry on ideas. So this is fictional dream of me pitching Tim Curry, pitching Tim Curry's agent. Last episode was fiction. But don't let that distract you from the love of saying, well, geez, if this could get in, I guess in an ultimate act of a it's like, geez, you can't have fan fiction with a living guy. But I think the point is that I'm a buffoon and I can't stop pitching Tim Curry. And it's kind of boring. A lot of my pitches are boring. So if anyone out there is sensitive to this, or if, God forbid, someone that actually knows Tim Curry and loves him, or, who thinks that, geez, let me know. I have to take the episode down in 2 seconds if you think it would be hurtful. I say, just like, punishment is being handed down to Tom Brady in the New England Patriots, hand down my punishment. Put me on the bench or whatever. But here we go. We're going with another episode of Pitching Tim Curry. Pitching Tim Curry. Well, pitching Tim Curry's agent, but that doesn't sound as good either. So it was with all this awkwardness and, internal shrug. I said, geez, I found out this stuff. Why didn't the agent say anything? Oh, because I forced myself on the agent. He said, geez, really, I think I said something like, remember there was the young guy and then there was the older guy. I should have wrote down their names. In the agency they work for, the agency changed names, to protect the innocent. And I said, I remember that guy. The guy's a younger agent. She said, and then I heard, so then went through all that. And of course I heard from the Diamond Dogs script competition. Now, like I said, now defunct. I think some subsidiary, still in litigation with me, plaintiff, I'm the plaintiff. No, wait, am I the defendant? I always try to say, geez, on those shows, where would I be on? What type of ire from Judge Judy would I incur? But I said, well, she said, those bridges are, I said, I don't remember burning those bridges, but they seem pretty singed up and gone to ash. And then that strip competition, I said, well, geez, yeah, I notice here if I donated it, I said, a lot of these things are made, where they're selling people's hopes and dreams, like, and I said to myself, well, maybe my hopes and dreams are better off, shared like a cup of coffee instead of barging in on an agent. And I said, give me Tim Curry on the phone. I mean, I don't think I did that. But I said, geez, well, maybe I'm being selfish with these stories and saying, geez, I got to pitch Tim Curry. Or pitch, instead of saying pitching Tim Curry. And I'm not talking about baseball. I'm saying, just go out to strangers on the street. 51A, my bus. I said, geez, why don't you start at home or start at a place you spend a lot of time, almost your home. Some people say about as clean as your home, the 51A bus that I take multiple times a week, sometimes, many times. And I say, get on the bus, and then somebody says, what is this, a crossover episode? I say, I don't know. Just, happens to be, a little 51A action. It's a tale on the 51A, partially on the 51 tail, partially on the 51A, not a tale from. But I was on there, and I was sitting there, and I said, oh, geez, okay, how am I going to, I said, I've been meaning to read that book, what's it called, How to Work a Room, small talk book. I say, the gentleman I go to see to talk to, counselor, whatever you call it, therapist, I think, is a term people say, oh, boy, that guy, okay. I can. So he gave me this book 2 different occasions. Once I gave back to him, I said, listen, this has been I had to clean out under my bed. I found this book. I think it's yours. And, a couple of times he had to awkwardly bring it up. Like he was the patient. He said, "Hey, remember that book I gave you? You don't seem to be you don't seem to be working any rooms." And I said, "My friend, he said, we're on the clock here. This isn't a library. Do you have a checkout card?" So the first time I said, "Listen, great intent," and I said, "Great book. Oh boy, I got so many tips out of that. How to work a room, small talk, rapport." He said, "One day I will shine like a little rapport machine." And then the second time he said he had forget. He said, "Well, this guy obviously." Some time passed, and he said he must have found the book. He said, "You should read this book. Have I ever told you about it?" And I said, "Well, I've been through this before." I said, "Oh, boy." And I said, "Is this a test?" And then he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "No, a test here, rapport building test." He said, and he was confused. And I said, "Well, it's not a test unless it's a real good test." But I said, "Hey," he said, "Hey, what do you, why don't you work on some small talk? You're talking about your, and I said, "Well, I'm busy, was it?" And I said, okay, probably best for me. Yeah, but get some small talk, work a room. I said, "How about I work a bus?" And he said, "Well," he said, "Why don't you start somewhere more friendly, like some places you go where there's people that share something in common with you." And I said, "Yeah, like we're riding a bus together. That's pretty." He said, "No, like a common interest." And I'm like avoiding weirdos, like on a bus. He said, "No, more like, a common, you guys go to the same place for meetings." And I said, "A meeting on a bus?" I said, there should be an app for that." I said, "Did I tell you I pray to the gods old and new?" And he said, "Oh, do you do that on your blog?" And I said, "No, it's a podcast. I hope he's not listening to this, holy moly." He says, "A podcast, not a blog. I say that every week." And he says, oh, yeah, that podcast." And I said, "Oh, boy." And he said, "So you're going to start working, that room you go to, the rooms, they even call it the rooms." And he said, "Take this book, see use what you can, use what you can. I'm sure you got plenty of places you could use it." And I said, "Well, yeah, I've got one place under my bed, a dust, but yeah, but then I said to myself, I was on the bus, I said, I was thinking about this Tim Curry. I said, okay, let's start pitching but you can't just open up with a Tim Curry line. And I said, "Well, geez, how work the room?" I said, "Pretend like you're a host." That's one of the tips in the small talking books. Pretend like you're a host. And I said, "Okay, like I'm the bus host." Well, that's a title reserved for lunatics and mostly like false prophets. I think false prophets or drunk people, both situations I've been in, that's when you start being the bus host. And I said, "Well, geez, maybe I could be, I'm not drunk." Some people could say I'm a false prophet because, I said, "Well, geez, how do you define a false prophet?" And then someone moved. I was sitting there. I said, I was talking to myself on the bus. Okay, that doesn't work. And I noticed, a lot of people on the bus are scrolling on their phones. But so I noticed a lot of people, really distract themselves on the bus by, using their phone. So I said, "Oh, just let me, maybe there's some sort of, so I say, let's start scrolling through my phone and doing the old talking out loud. And hope," I said, "Oh, there's a couple people younger than me. A younger woman." I say, "Well, geez, she's close to me, like directly to my right across the row." And I say, "Well, geez," she was scrolling away on her phone. I was like, "Is that face?" Saw some blue. I was like, "Is that face?" But I said, "Okay, don't look too close. Remember the bus rules." And they say, "Oh, looky here, Star Connor on Twitter." And I don't look at her. I look around the bus. I say, I pretend I'm oh, geez, I can't be the bus host because that's because I've done that before. That didn't work. I said, maybe I could be the Twitter bus host. And I say, fancy that. I said, whoa. I was like, it feels like, I would hashtag that, like LHHHATL. Oh boy, and I wouldn't even know what I was talking about. And she actually laughed, and I said, oh, she's, hey, well, pardon me, you wouldn't happen to know who Star Connor was, or what the Heltel, and she laughed, and I think she's trying to explain it to me, but every time she tried to explain, I was thinking of Sinead O'Connor and Jem, truly outrageous, who was like and I said, well, just what if Sinead O'Connor, she was like an 80s singer, and then Jem was like a 80s attempt to Barbieify music. And I said, well, geez, what if those two? And then I said, well, geez, Sinead O'Connor's probably older than me. So then I said, well, geez, she'd be a Wyatt Star O'Connor. And the girl, young woman, she waved her hands in front of my face. I said, oh, sorry, I was thinking of, I said, that's so interesting. That's great. I said, I really feel like I nailed this one down. And I say, riding the bus all the way, across the island? And she said, oh yeah, all the way to street name removed for anybody who's stalking her via this podcast. She didn't ask me to. I said, just in case, I said it to myself. And she said, geez, what do? You just read off tweets and make friends with strangers? And I said, is it that transparent? And she said, well, geez, I said, I was thinking of be the Twitter bus host. And she said, your job failed. She said, I'm sending the fail whale for you. And I said, I said, okay. And he says, well, let me tell you, we don't got all day, so I'm going to get right to the point. And she goes, no, you're nice. And I said, no, not that. I said, I'm not going to ask you out. And then she crossed her arms like harumph. And I said, you can't have it both ways. You can't pre-reject and then, scorn me for, I said, I have changed my ways on the bus. From imaginarily hitting on women to just not doing it. I said, I'm just here to be friendly, like a Twitter bus host. And I said, we're getting it, we're on the bus, we're moving, we're bouncing. I said, there's going to be a little traffic up here. But you mind if I bend your ear? I got something on my mind weighing on me a bit. And I said, if I was working on a book, How to Work a Bus, like which would be stolen ideas from How to Work a Room, I'd keep going. I'd say, well, geez, I'd move on to chapter 2, which I have not read of the book. Before I copied it, I would, read it. But probably as I was talking to you about but I got something, it's about me right now. And he said, you already, so you owe me that from original. She was getting me. She said, okay, you're not dangerous, you're just different. And I said, boom. And I said, I like to say boom like once an episode. And he said, what episode about him? And I said, well, let me tell you, I got this idea. I said, you look like you're not that much younger than me, but you look like a young person. And I say, you familiar with Tim Curry? And she clapped, and she said, oh, yeah. And she just listed off her favorite Tim Curry movies, which were not the same as mine. But I said, okay, respect is a part of this rapport building process. And I said, I love him, and I like to, one of my pastimes is coming up with Tim Curry movies. And she said, well, that's not very nice. And I said, I know. I said, that's why I said, let me pitch you. Would you want to see Tim Curry in a movie? And I'll tell you a movie, and you tell me if you want to see him in it. Or a project. And she said, do you know Tim Curry? I said, do you think... And we both laughed before we looked around. And I said, I'm playing Twitter host on a bus. Nothing wrong with that. But if I knew Tim Curry, that would have been... I said, pardon me, ma'am, I know Tim Curry. And I can't help but notice you would reject me, but I said that first, how you'd... And then she was really laughing, and she said, I might just say yes now. And I said, well, I don't date bus riders. And then that went south within about point... I don't know what is quicker, megasecond or millisecond, but the bus driver said, right, and started screaming at me. And then I said, then people were yelling, shaming me. And I said, no, it's not what you think. I said, I should have said, I don't harass bus riders by asking them out on I said, I'd love to date bus riders, but they don't. And then someone said, get the bus. And they said, in that bus. And then the young woman, she was kind enough to say, oh, no. He's got some, and then I said, oh, okay, yeah, you'll deflect it that way by making me instead of taking the scorn, make it into pity, a little pity. Pity whale coming instead of the fail whale. And she said, no, the balloon's carrying it, say pity for you. And I said, we maybe you could write it on the underside of the whale. But let me tell you, I had a couple of Tim Curry projects I'm thinking about. And I said, one I haven't been able to crack still. That was the original project I was thinking. And I said, maybe I've expanded a little bit, but I've always been interested in Punch and Judy. And I said, are you finished? She said, yeah, I saw them at the street festival. Crazy stuff. And I said, can you believe, all those kids are there listening to that story? And I said, I'm not opposed to that. But I said, it's amazing, and it's such a wild thing. And I said, about this guy traveling from town to town, like a busker, the man behind Punch and Judy. Traveling from town to town, unpacking Punch and Judy, putting on the shows. And I say, maybe Tim Curry would be that man, going from town to town doing it. And I said, but that's all I got. And she said, well, I could see that. And I said, black coat, dress shirt. And she said, you better flush the story out more. She said, maybe you should pitch me on something else. And I said, okay. And she said, as a matter of fact, I'm going to get off at this stop because she was a tide. She said, actually, you better get off at this stop because the bus driver, I saw her on a radio. And I said, okay, great idea. Head off the police or the awkwardness. And she said, I probably could walk from here or something, wait for 2 more buses. I said, okay, thank you. You have a wonderful day. And she said, good luck with your imaginary project. I said, oh, yeah, thank you. And so then I got off of that bus. And I saw the bus driver, and I said, well, geez, there's another bus stop, kitty corner from there for no other buses, 20, 21, I think. I don't know what else stops there. Maybe the OX, the Ox, as we call it. I don't ride it, but I said if I rode it, I would call it I'm on the Ox. Well, yeah, I went over that bus stop. It looked pretty packed. And I said, hey, everybody. I said, whoa, boy, you went right into bus stop host. And I said, how's everybody doing? And everyone said, oh, boy, it was in. And I said, hey, what time's the bus running late? And everybody said, blah, blah, blah. And I said, who's riding the Ox today? And that didn't get anything. And I said, man, I feel good. I feel good right now. I feel about as good as when last night, DWTS, like when Noah Galloway shocked his girlfriend with that heartwarming proposal on DTWS. A.K.A. Dancing with the Stars, and I went right into a dance move with they don't have newspaper stands anymore, so I guess it was a recycling trash can. And I said, my R2, have you lost some weight? And I spun it around, and a couple of people were laughing. Well, maybe they were snickering. And I said, don't worry, folks, I'm perfectly sober. I'm sober, don't worry. And I said, I'm just here, we got a new program. I'm thinking about starting a nonprofit, bus stop hosts. Adopt a bus stop. What do you think about that, ma'am? How you doing? She said, are you a reporter? And I said, I'm reporting the good news, not non-religious good news. The good news is, for right now, I'm going to be the host of this bus stop. And no frowns allowed unless you need to. We could talk about like shows like Jane the Virgin, which I haven't caught yet. Anybody catch any Jane the Virgin fans here? Here it's an Emmy contender. Jane the Virgin's Jamie Camel. She's out there teasing the season finale. Doing the good work. And I know some of you always look at me and say, Jesus, this guy, you're trying to figure out, am I a false prophet? And, They say, it's complicated. Those are complicated. False. Yeah, authentic, false, like fake. Some say, I think it was in that movie with Johnny Depp and Al Pacino, Fugazi. And you might say, oh, Jesus, this guy going to be, or am I so mad? I'm not here, this is a non-confrontational bus host, just like you're at a party. And you show up, you say, well, geez, I might not want to be bothered at this party or with this party, but I hope I feel welcome while I'm deciding how I feel. Wouldn't that be a wonderful way to go to every party? You're hosted, but then you say, well, that would be a horrible world to live in. That's what an old one. And I said, how so? And she said, well, that's a 50-50 deal here on Earth. And I said, sometimes it doesn't feel like it, does it? And she elbowed me. She said, well, Chase, you're not. And I said, yeah, and she said, I got a movie to pitch you. A few of you gather around if you want to. No soapbox. And they said, are you going to try to convert us? Like something? And I said, what? Something like, bread films, good news films, something like that. And I said, well, yeah, I'm going to try to convert you. I'm going to try to convert you to a project. And I said, as a matter of fact, it does have a religious bent, but it doesn't take place here in the U.S., so it makes it less confrontational. And someone said, did you just say confrontational? And someone said, did you just say confrontational? And I said, I did. And they said, well, what happened? And I said, well, I was thinking of controversial, in your face, and another word, confrontational, controversial, and in your face. And I accidentally combined it into one word. I wish I could claim credit for it, but my brain did it. A little brain hiccup, controversial. But it means all three of those things. And that's the film I've been thinking of, a little motion picture. It takes place over in the island of Great Britain, I'd say. Maybe Wales. Maybe, English countryside. Maybe if I knew what pastoral means. But does that have anything to do with patriarchy? Because I don't want to get involved in that. But this movie's going to touch on themes that we're talking about, religion and Tim Curry and, controversy and, spirit versus, and somebody said, you're losing us. And I said, who here loves Tim Curry? Who here? And then it was, I haven't thought about it. And then it started a little chitter. I said, whoa, wait a second. Let me check. Who here does not? I said, whoa, who here does not love Tim Curry? Raise your hand. And one person raised their hand. And I said, you're trying to, make trouble for me. I'm the bus stop up, so you're welcome to make trouble for me. Welcome. I welcome you. I welcome your trouble. Welcome to my... They said, oh, actually, this isn't normally my bus stop, but today I'm hosting for the next few minutes until that police car works their way down the street is looking for me on the wrong bus. Until then, I'm your host. And by host, I mean I'm going to pitch you, close your eyes, take a little trip. If the bus comes, I'll probably let you know. Sometimes I might get so much in the zone I don't, but we should be able to hear it collectively. But I don't know how many of your church-going folks... And I'm not even sure. I know they got, in England, they have like Anglicans. I know they have Protestants, Anglicans, maybe some Catholics and some, Anglo-Saxon. Is that a religion? And I said, well, no, it's not. Let's keep going. I said, well, here in Alameda, we got some churches, different faiths. It's a place you might go for community. It's a place you might go for forgiveness. Let's say you're George Zimmerman and you've been injured by flying glass in a shooting, and police say, hey, maybe you should change, you're getting involved in all these shootings, maybe you should change your ways. Maybe he stops down at a church. Maybe the church one of you goes to, I want you to picture that in your mind. Maybe you've only been at church because you had to go, or you're supposed to go, or you said, well, geez, I want to make other people happy. I'm going to go to your church. I'm going to sit around. I'm going to be polite. I'm not a church. I'm not the host of the church. I'm the host of this bus stop. And again, the controversy bus does not travel on this line. So I don't want anybody to say, oh boy, this is controversy. But I want you to take a second and picture your church, the last church you were at, or a recent church, or church that holds a special place in your heart. And I want you to think about a character played by Tim Curry. He's possibly at an organ, playing the organ and singing. Possibly he's at his current age. He's been through, he's a man, single man, playing the organ in a church, putting his heart and his soul into it. Maybe he's a choir leader, maybe he's the organist, but there's also, some pain he's been through, some trials, some controversation. He hasn't been through any controversationals, but he's lived his life, but you can feel it in his music, and people come and you can see it in his face. The people that are lonely, they say, Jesus, there's something in his eyes that reminds me of me. But none of that's important right now. What's important is he's there. He's at the organ, and your mind is swept up in the music. But as he goes into one of those, times when you're not paying attention to the music. You're not paying it. Maybe it's between one of those lulls in the service. Maybe it's between the start or the finish of the service. Maybe it's a part where nobody's talking, or you're supposed to have quiet contemplation. You look up and you see this big chandelier. I'm not sure if that's what they're called nowadays, but it's huge. And you wonder, geez, that thing. And you notice when you look up, you see as Mr. Curry, the character played by Mr. Curry. As he's playing it, he's looking at that same chandelier. He's staring at it, and he's playing harder and harder. And the light's reflecting on it. It's playing, it's some sort of opening sequence, possibly. Maybe the second sequence or the third sequence of the film. Maybe none of the above. Maybe this is just me setting the mood here at our bus stop that we share together for these brief moments. But at some point, you say to yourself, as a fictional character, because I've put the thought in your mind, I've written the thought, and I've instructed you in some sense to wait after church. Just you're there by yourself too. You're alone. And you go up to Mr. Curry, and he's folding up whatever the thing he wears as he plays the organ. He's putting the cover back on the organ, checking the pipes, making sure. He say, "Man, that was beautiful, Reverend Father." He said, "Oh no, I'm Bert. I think probably a Bert. Maybe not a Bert. Maybe, but for now, he's a Bert." And you say, that was lovely. I would say, thank you. That was, he tells you the name of the song. And he tells you what it means. He says, that was this person saying to that person, a way through, the camel can't fit through the eye of the needle. And that's where the rich guys got to fit through. But he said, I always think to myself, what if the camel didn't have its hump, but could it fit through the needle? I think that. I wonder that. And you say, wow, this guy, we're thinking about camels without humps. That's strange. And he said, I saw you staring at that chandelier up there. He said, well, it's not a chandelier. It's a light fixture or something. Says that's a Stratafranian. You say, Stratafranian? Yeah, blown glass, solid glass, blown by the last man to have the plague, as a matter of fact. Along, there's actually a song, and he pulls the cover off the organ, he starts to play a song about Stradivarius, and he says, it reminds me of Stradivarius, nothing to do with each other, he says. And he says, I've been having dreams about that chandelier, that light fixture, Stradivarian. I've been writing this song. The last man that had the plague blew the glass. And he starts to think about the plague, and he says, it was a mind boggler. And you say to yourself, what are you saying? And he said, what if there's plague trapped inside the glass? You see, is it dangerous? He says, no, it was superheated, when it was blown. The guy, he didn't technically have the plague when he blew the glass. I don't think, or maybe he said, I'll have to look I have a book about it. It's called The Plague Blower. Or no, The Glass Plaguer. The Glass Blower of Plague Time. He goes, I don't remember the name of the book. It wasn't a good title. He said, I always think of a new title for it. And you say to yourself, we should get rid of it. And he said, it's priceless. And you say, everything has a price. I learned that the hard way. And he says, what did you mean? And you tell him, your tale of woe. The woe that you carries you heavy on your heart. It weighs on you. You've gone to this church and every church in town seeking some relief from this weight, and you still haven't found it. And he said to me, as a matter of fact, when you were playing that song, I felt like I was breathing for the first time in 20 years, Mr. Bart. And he says, and then you notice the father's coming over, and you notice he gets uncomfortable looking. He sees you guys looking up at that thing, and Bert, Mr. Curry says, what is I feel like ex-American Idol exec Nigel Lithgow. It's time to go. And he says, see ya. And he walks off and walks away from you. And he said, hey, Father, how you doing? Nice enough priest, nice enough guy. You say, I like this guy. And you say, so you see you looking up at the chandelier, the light fixture, the plate glass, you say. And he says, he's telling you. He said, yes, we're so blessed, such a thing to behold. It's beauty and the pain, and he makes many metaphors. He's this guy, he's a sermon he's good at that stuff. He's a great storyteller, and he says he uses the same words as Bert. He says the thing's priceless, and you say, as a matter of fact, while we were talking, I was talking to Bert, and even when I was talking to you out of the corner of my eye, Father, please forgive me. I was looking up on the phone, going right for something like this. And your thumb having a split, and then it starts blasting. And Father says, what's that? He says, what is that? He says, this is the first official trailer for Fox's Minority Report series. Sorry, Father, it's just, I was going to watch that after church, to be honest. I've been looking forward to doing it. But he goes, you say, Father, there is a price. This is how much it's worth. It's worth $750,000. Who owns that? You think of all the things we could do if we sold that, Father. You're talking in your sermon, and you make all these points. And the point is, and then I noticed, I look around, the bus stop's empty. The bus must have came, and everybody got on it. Well, maybe there's a couple people still listening to me. I thought they were saying, but they realized they had headsets on, so they just thought I was like a gesticulating madman. And I said, well, you finish out my pitch here, pitching Tim Curry, paging the bus stop host. And I said, would you be better? If I was going to really do this bus stop host thing, I'd probably need to bring some drinks. And they'd have to be sealed because no one would want it. And I say, just try to read chapter 2 of that small talk. Well, maybe you should read chapter 1. Maybe you should read the introduction to that small talk book. And then worry about, but I said, which is fishy. I said, I think I made eye contact with me a couple of times. I'll wait for the ox to come. I said, he might be saying, I know what you're thinking. Review Mad Max Fury Road as an action movie masterpiece, which probably is, but, this is more of a small movie. Where, the lines of faith, they go from black and white to gray to black and white again. Where I say, geez, we've got this valuable sculpture with this storied history, worth a fortune. How are we going to decide what to do with the money? We got our music, our organ man, or Tim Curry. Now you say, well, geez, what if Tim? We could play the priest as well. And we could write there, pastor, father, or deacon, however you say, well, geez, could this be a Buddhist church? Well, probably not. They don't have those nice organs. And he said, or probably don't have that nice chandelier. You say, geez, this isn't a shaming movie. This is one of those Danny Boyle-esque films. Or a movie maybe like Brassed Off, or I don't know, maybe we could get Pete Postal, I can't pronounce his last name, Postal, that guy. He's usually good in those movies. He say, well, geez, if you didn't get him, you might as well get Ewan McGregor. I say, yeah, I agree. And I say, well, geez, if I said, well, let's not assemble an Uber cast here, but I said, well, geez, when's the last time I saw Hugh Grant in a movie? I might miss him too, but what was this? This is a Tim Curry vehicle. If he decides to pick it up, keys will be in the car. If Tim Curry takes it, then we'll see where the some metaphor like that. But it's one of those church becomes divided over the fate of the chandelier. Maybe one day it's gone, sold, or I don't know. And then you can have little stories branching off. Nothing, but yeah, she said, who else could we have? You said, we could start listening. I said, okay, let's not listen. Let's just say, Tim, what do you think? Would you play Bert? If I pitched a priest better, would you play him? I said, okay, what does it? And someone said, are you talking to that mailbox? And I said, you mean my R2 unit? And then the ox pulled up and I bowed to the bus and I acted like a host. And then I saw the police car. I said, geez, are they looking for me? I said, I better move on. And I said, well, geez, I could walk home. That'd be a long walk, because I'd walk all the way down this one street, hit the beach, the Bay Beach. Take a right and then take a really long walk. It's a couple miles. And I said, it's getting cold and breezy. And I said, oh boy, I don't really want to walk. And I said, let's go 2 bus stops and then try to catch the bus again. So I walked 2 bus stops back to the 51 line. It takes me about 10 minutes. I notice someone's walking at about the same pace as me. I say, hey, you're going to catch the bus. It was a older gentleman, maybe 60, and he said, I am. And I said, she said, I'm trying to learn how to do small talk. If you don't mind, if you would walk to the bus stop, could I practice on you? He chuckled. He said, sure. And I said, well, geez, you watch any TV? He said, time to time. I said, you a rabbit ears man or a cable man? Or the company that competes with cable, I'm not sure what they say. If it's fiber optics, they say it's fiber optics. I don't know if it necessarily is fiber optics. Not fiber optics to the home, I know that much. I said, to be honest, is copper wire, man? Possibly copper wire. And he said, oh, I've been known to do both. He said, I'm between my cable service providers at this time. I said, well, geez, I said it was funny you say that because I've been perusing the old over-the-air waves, as they say, when they say it. And I said, I'm not trying to offend you about your age or anything, sir, but I said, one day I found myself watching the Howdy Doody program, or whatever they call it. And he said, oh, yeah, I'm familiar. And I said, I'm not sure if Howdy Doody is the guy, or I know Clarabelle's the clown. I got that much down, I think. And I said, there's like a puppet, and then there's a guy. Is Buffalo Bob on there? No, that was from a scary movie. I said, but Deputy Dan? And he just laughed at me. He said, you play this right, this could be small talk. And I said, is it interactive enough for you, sir? And he said it is, and I said that was a test, that was a little trap there. He said, well, why? I can't help it. Why does a guy that looks like he could be any age, not quite my age, but, and I said, who can say it? A man looks like he He's of no age, and he said, well, I was trying to think of something funny to say. I couldn't think of it. He said, well, why are you asking about howdy doody, deputy duty, whatever you called it, the show with Clarabelle? And I said, well, yeah, I think it's time for a revival or something like that. I noticed it was more nuanced than I thought, with adult humor interlaced. Woman in Hot Pants was on the episode. They did a seance where I think it was Clarabelle, or there was a minor, I think, on there. And they said it was pretty funny. And it had that variety show. It keeps moving, so everybody says, kids today, they keep moving. I said, do you ever say that, like with your cane? He said, I don't have a cane. I said, with your fist? And he said, sometimes. I said, I was thinking about, instead of rebooting a Howdy Doody or redoing it, or saying, this is my homage to Howdy. This is Howdy Doody. He said, keep going. I said, what about a show about the making of a show, either back in the day or in present day, about like a Howdy Doody type program? Kind of like, I said, you watch 30 Rock? I said, it's on syndication now, so it's probably over the air. He said, yeah, well, I like that Tina Fey. And I said, she's great. I said, that's a great casting show. I'm a big fan of casting, too, by the way. And he said, really? And I said, yeah, it's the first person I would cast in my Behind the Duty show. And he said, well, it could be fun. And I said, I was just kidding. I mean, this is Mr. Tim Curry. And he said, oh, interesting. You got my attention. I said, yeah, he could play like anyone. He could be the main character. He could be the producer. He could be. There was a guy like I said, and he said, well, you'd have a lot of work ahead of you, because he said, you got a lot of shows to, avoid copying. And I said, yeah. And he said, but I think you might be on the right track. And I said, I do. He said, but you probably need to explore it more. What's the what's the conflict? Who else do you got on it? I said, do you think Hugh Grant would do it? And he said, well, if you get two Englishmen, you'd have to set it in England, probably. And I said, it could be funded by the BBC. And he just laughs, and like I didn't get it, because I guess I didn't. But I said, I guess I don't get it. I said, yeah. And I said, well, thanks for helping me learn small talk and, test it out on you. I said, I gotta run, because I see a police car coming, and I know they're gonna harass me for, pitching to. I said, he said, what have you been doing? I said, well, I was trying out this thing, bus host of the bus. He said, maybe you could try it just in your imagination on your next bus trip. And he said, sounds delightful. If you keep it in your imagination. He said, where'd it go wrong? And I said, it actually went wrong inadvertently, because I said, I don't date any bus riders. But I didn't, he said, oh, were you imaginary dating bus riders in a previous bus ride? And I said, every bus ride, mostly, until some teen said, don't do that. And he said, okay. He said, okay. So, and then he said, and then what happened? I said, well, then I was pitching. I said, then I was pretending I was a bus stop host of the bus stops. And he said, okay, I can see why authorities were alerted. But he goes, I'll host this bus coming up here. He goes, you don't take a street. He goes, as a matter of fact, I got a poncho in here, bright red. I'll never. So he gives me a poncho. I put it on. And I make my way home. I say, thank you. I hope one day I run into. He said, I hope one day I see your show on the copper wire. One of the copper wires. Maybe. And I said, I get it. You're an enlightened man. And that was, the beginning of many things in my life. Maybe because this has just happened. I said, well, geez, I got the Tim Curry ideas. Pitching strangers on Tim Curry feels much more less abusive, because it says, people say, well, you're not going anywhere. You're just making small talk. And so that's the kind of selfishness I'd be more comfortable with when it comes to Tim Curry, is, you're using Tim Curry as a rapport builder, instead of saying, hey, I'm going to pitch Tim Curry. I got these ideas. He needs to listen to me. That feels a little bit wrong. but this feels okay. It feels like a shoe I could, and being a bus host feels like the kind of bad idea that fits me so well. So I don't know what's coming up. Bus hosting, Tales from the 51A, pitching Tim Curry in a new, you say pitching Tim Curry. Well, how would you? So it used to be pitching Tim Curry. Now it's like let me pitch on Tim Curry. But Tim Curry's more the after. I'm going to pitch on something. It's going to be Tim Curry, but I'm going to beat around the bush first and then pitching. Yeah. Or you just go a bus stop hosting, bus hosting, imaginary hosting. But maybe it's just start reading that book. What is it called? Engaging the bus. Oh, maybe that was it. Maybe I got the two bus. Maybe I had a book about bus customer service mixed up with a small talk book. Oh no, maybe there's just so much dust on it. That's what it looked like. How to work a bus instead of how. Well, who knows? But I'm glad I'm here. I hope I helped you fall asleep. And I hope you dream of, Tim Curry smiles over your sleeping, in a non-creepy way. In a way, kind of like a bus host. You say, oh, geez, I remember that bus host. What about Tim Curry, bus host? What do they call him? The motor coach host in England. Maybe. Who knows? Okay. But, good night. And thanks for listening to me, as always. Prattle on a whole lot of nonsense. Thank you. All right, everybody. This is, we're back here with another episode of Real-Time Recipes. The way real-time recipes work is we're going to make a real-time recipe in real time as your first step. It's been a little while since we've done one. But I heard from someone on Twitter this week, and I said, well, geez, I've been meaning to re-record or redo. I have a recipe in the hopper, ready to go, time-tested. I've made it 3 or 4 times. So I've been making the recipe a few times over the past week. And I said, well, geez, it's time for another real-time recipe. So I hope you'll join me. We're in my kitchen now. I want you to hop on the step into the magical mixing bowl, the magical kitchen age gadget everyone buys, but so few use. But those people that do use it, they use it. That's your one friend that you say, man, that fucker can cook. That's not me. I'm a real-time recipe. So we're gonna make a little recipe tonight. We're gonna make fried rice burritos, and we're gonna take fried rice. We're gonna collide it with a burrito, and then we're gonna eat it up. And now, if you say, whoa, I'm from the part of the country where we don't go for tortillas. I'd say, well, sir, you might have found the wrong podcast. But I'd also say, well, you could just eat your fried rice and be done with it. But I believe when I get to my point, you'll say, okay, you've converted me. So usually you say, well, geez, I say, well, I don't know. Usually we're boiling water or something or turning the oven on. But let's just, why don't you meet me at Trader Joe's? The store where we purchase everything, because I can't be bothered to go anywhere else. But also, because they have the stuff we need. And by the mystical power of the magical KitchenAid mixer, which is, has a bunch of attachments, you say, what the hell does that thing do? What does a dough hook do? Because I'd like to be involved with hooking some dough. You say, well, geez, I don't know. But hey, I'll meet you at Trader Joe's. And by the power, hey, let's go inside Trader Joe's. Good to see you. So good to see you. You look so ready to do some shopping. Do we want to do some carrying Do you want to do some basket carrying, or would you like to do some shopping cart pushing? Because oh boy, this is going to be fun. We're going to go right into the Trader Joe's here. We're going to take a right, a hard right, hardest right you've taken. Oh, watch out for that lady. She's not paying attention. Ma'am, no texting while standing in the middle of the aisle. Please do one or the other. But we're going to look around the store, and I want to clarify to my friends that don't have a Trader Joe's, like Jennifer E., the wonderful author Jennifer E. out there. She said, hey, you made his Trader Joe's sound like it was on a cloud in heaven. And you got in a bed and they pushed you around the store and it was humongous. And they put chocolates in your mouth and all these things. But, I want to say Trader Joe's are a little bit smaller than your normal supermarket. Now, when you're in the theater of the mind, you say, "Oh boy, this is the greatest store I've ever been in." But you say, "Well, the aisles are packed together close. You can get a little clogged, but we always stay calm here. We don't shove. We don't even passively aggressively bump people with the cart because you're going to be on tape anyway." Back when they didn't record it, I still wouldn't bump people with the cars. I would think about it, say, geez, if I hit them in the hip, that would really hurt them. And then I say, geez, I gotta grow up. I can't be doing these terrible, terrible things. But we took our hard right, and then I went off on a soft right into nowhere. A place that says, geez, I'm just going to chit-chat about Trader Joe's, but we're here to do some shopping. And I say shopping time. And you might say, geez, you're chatty today, Scooter. You're so chatty. Why are you seem a little nervous? And you say, did you do something awkward at this Trader Joe's I should know about? Did you ask anyone out on a date? Did you attempt to ask someone out on a date and went horribly wrong? Do you have a secret crush at this Trader Joe's? And I would say, no, I don't. Maybe that's why I'm so nervous. I have no go-to Trader Joe's crush at this time. I have no backup Trader Joe's crush at this time. And unfortunately, in my heart of hearts, I'll be honest with you, I have no potential at this store at this moment. And that's not an offense at any of the workers. I've strived, I've looked into eyes. I've walked too close and maybe smelled some hair, maybe not, probably not. Please don't listen to that. And I said, well, geez, I was just not feeling it. My Trader Joe's crush-o-meter has not been set off. But who knows, this could be the day. Maybe there's a new employee for me to harass with just my mind, which is the only way to harass. And by harass, I mean say, oh boy. But geez, all my talking about nonsense, and we've stayed right. We've hugged the I don't know what the hell they call it, the section with the vegetables. It's supposed to keep them cool. And why don't you go in there? I'm gonna do something controversial here. I'm gonna say grab some green onions. And I said, this time we're going to cook this recipe for the first time in all my days with some green onions. And I say to myself, are these scallions? Where in the country is it? Some places it's called a green onion, some places it's called a scallion, but I don't know the difference. And I said, well, geez, I'd like to know. Or is it, because there's another thing called chive. And then I said, well, maybe that's a scallion. And then I said, well, no, I could swear these things are scallions, but now were they scallions? And now they're going by green onions, or is it a territorial thing? So we have some green onions. Now you're going to see on the support columns, I think you've been here with me before, you're going to see these little plastic bags that look like nets, and you're going to see some garlic and some ginger. I want you, can you go over there and grab one of each for me? And you might be saying to yourself, why the hell do they put them in these bags? It seems wasteful. I'd say probably you're right. I would say, geez, maybe we should talk to the Trader Joe's management and say, are these red net-like bags? I don't want these caught on a bird beak. just to be able to have my, it's strange. The more restaurants that are more inconsiderate, their garlic and ginger's just sitting around. And we'll see what Trader Giotto has to say about that when we get him on the horn. You say, do you want to call and say, could I speak to Trader Giotto, please? And I don't know who else is in the Trader Joe's lore. I don't have the big book of, what do they call that? I don't think TSR has a Dungeons and Dragons Trader Joe's add-on package. Trader Giotto probably doesn't have a lot of hit points. I'd just be guessing if he's eating. You say, well, geez, there's not a, but anyway, we've got to get some shot. We got our green onions. Thank you for getting the ginger and the garlic. And I'm going to double check my, my recipe list here, but I see as we pass into the luncheon meats and the cheeses, you might say to yourself, geez, I want a little cheese if we're going to be making burritos. But you say, well, fried rice burrito, what the hell cheese would you use with that? I would say, just grab a cheese and we'll figure it out. You can always make grilled cheese another day. A fridge full of cheese is a fridge I don't know the saying. I think there's a famous saying about this. A fridge full of cheese is a fridge. It's not a fridge indeed. A fridge that will sneeze? No, but anyway, grab some cheese. They say, well, she's a sharp cheddar. Does not sound like it would go well in a fried rice burrito. But who cares? Now we're over here. I'm already a little ahead of you, You come on, catch up. But you say our next purchase is going to be a very, at this time, unique Trader Joe's thing. It is they've tested this, they've marketed it, and now it's in stores. It is a sausage, and the name of it escapes me, but it's a Korean barbecue style chicken sausage, and we're going to purchase these. Now they have some bite to them. So if you're playing the at-home game and you say, "Whoa, boy, no chicken, no spice for me," you say, "Well, there's the chicken thighs," or you could buy some other sort of chicken-based sausage, or a pork-based sausage up there. But we're going to take these Korean barbecue sausage. They come 4 to a pack, and that's going to be our meat. And then we're going to hit the egg thing just in case you can't. Another thing, you say, well, geez, I got some extra eggs in my fridge. Yeah, eggs. I think the jury's out that they're good for you. But I'm not a positive on that because I'm not a dietitian. I'm more of like a food conspiracy theorist or ignorant food conspiracy theorist. A food conspiracy ignoramus. That's what they called me. I went on the... they said, you're a ignorant, just ignoramus, they called me, but I prefer food conspiracy ignoramus. But we got our eggs. Now you're going to see directly across from the eggs, over the rainbow, as they say. When I say rainbow, I mean the organic vegetable section, is their various breads and bread-like things. And, and again, this is going to be weighing on controversiality, but we're going to get some flour tortillas here. White flour tortillas. You could get corn. That would be more of a taco than a burrito. But I want you to trust me for this initial run. And then you can say, I prefer, something in a more whole grain situation, which is sensible from a dietary standpoint. But I'm going to pitch you on something outside of the dietitian's box, inside of the Food Conspiracy Ignoramus playbook. That's a book I'm working on. A working title, Food Ignoramus Conspiracy. Yeah, I'll work on the title. All right, so we're taking our left here, and you're going to see, you say, well, I like a guacamole or a sour cream or avocado. Don't let me stop you, go for it. And we're going to skip the frozen food section. We're going to go right into the more dried canned goods section. I don't know what they call it, the staples section. we got our olive oils here, and we're going to stop right here in the oil department, which is on the left side of the end of this aisle. If you want to grab a quick shot cup of coffee, and let's pretend, let's kick back here, we'll sip at our coffee. And do you want to fake shame people that are drinking milk and they're pretending they're getting coffee and they're getting milk? And they're drinking a little shot glass of milk, and they might say, well, you're the ridiculous one with a shot glass of coffee, but we won't outwardly shame them, just in our minds. Because there's probably nothing to be ashamed of. It just makes, they say, geez, well, that's like interesting, doing a shot of milk. And they might say, look at my bones, motherfucker, why don't you shut your mouth? And that's what happened last time. That's what I do, is silent shaming now. Or maybe we should just move on. So we're back here at the oil section now. We're going to go again outside of the norm. As we always do with this podcast, you're going to look through, you see coconut oil. That's the hot thing nowadays. You say, get some coconut oil. Join the cult of oil pullers. Or the cult of cocoa oil coaters, where you coat yourself with cocoa oil. Or, join a coconut oil wrestling team. You need Bill Gates is the sponsor of my team because it's so damn expensive getting the coconut oil to wrestle with. But we're going to say, well, keep your coconut oil, Trader Cocoa Fallout, keep your we're going to see over here in a similar jar with a blue label, there's a strange reddish, orangish oil, solidified like the coconut oil, but it's called red palm oil. And we're going to buy that. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to look at the nutritional label. We're going to say, wow, it's different. Let's give this crap a shot, and we will. And now we're going to move down this aisle. We're going to pick up a bag of jasmine rice. And I know I can hear you and a nation of millions saying, hold the phone, you're buying some white rice. What the hell are you doing? Have you read a newspaper in the last 20 years? And I would say to you, yeah, but trust me on this. I know white rice is probably poisonous, but it's a staple. It's we're going to get mileage out of this. So don't nutrition shame me, sir. Oh wait, I'm talking to myself here. Don't nutrition shame me. Internal monologue. We're buying white rice, jasmine rice, and we're putting it in the cart. And then we're turning, and then I'm going to double check my list because I'm saying, well, geez, okay, so let's go over. We got green onions. Okay, we got to go back to the frozen section. I already thought of what we're going to take it in a left and then a left again. And then on the right side here are frozen vegetables. And you're going to see, you have a couple different vegetable medleys to choose from time to time. Usually they're going to be 4 kernel or pea-like vegetables. The one we're purchasing that I see there is a pea, a corn, a blue lake bean, and a little julienne carrot. We're going to say, okay, that's what we're going for here. Frozen, I know. Other times it'll be like a soybean in there instead of something else. But you say, okay, that's what we're going to get. We're going to take that with us. We're going to put it in our cart. So we have eggs, we have rice, we have Korean barbecue sausage, ginger, garlic, red palm oil. We got some other stuff, I think, frozen vegetables, ginger, garlic. I think we have everything. If not, I don't like to linger at this Trader Joe's anymore. I like to talk uncomfortably because, there's no... Oh, wait a second. Who is that? And that Grace? Well, let's just check out. Let's not get hung up now. No, not time to develop I tell you what, one of my greatest regrets, though, if you're going to pressure me to talk about Trader Joe's crushes, was a non-employee crush I had. Last summer it was. The summer of 2014, as it has been sung in songs by, I think, English, ballad singers of the summer of Calvin Simmons or someone. But that was the summer I fell in love, but didn't say anything in a 5-minute span. It was some young woman just in from a run, doing some shopping, wearing a green t-shirt and running shorts. And the green t-shirt had some English exchange uh, program in Brighton or Sussex. And I said, I should ask about that shirt because then I would be able to talk to this person. We've made eye contact. There's a chance, we could just have a pleasant conversation, or I could just check out without all my groceries and run home. And I chose the latter. And then I said, oh boy, I just checked out. And I said, okay, well, you live and you learn. So that's a regret I have that I've held close to my heart. I call her the green shirted, well, I don't really call it. I say, geez, I could have thought, and I tried. I said, well, Sussex. I said, what the I tried to think of something, but I couldn't think of it. And so then I just had, but anyway, we're done here. I'll meet you back at home. And by the time you get at home, you're going to smell the smells of smelling coming through the door. So I'll see you back there. Oh, hey, good to see you. Yeah, come on in. I'm so glad you're here. I missed you. So you didn't text anyone about what I was telling you about the person in the green shirt, did you? You just have laughed to yourself. Okay, it's okay. So here we go. I got my cast iron pot here. This is one of those deeper pots. I don't know what the hell you call it. I think I've talked about it before. It's a Dutch oven combo. So you got the deep pot here, and then you have the little pot that goes on the top. But you can see I'm heating up the cast iron pot. Now you don't want to overheat it. I'm at medium, and I just got it. And now we're going to take a little scoopy poo, about a tablespoon of this red palm oil. About a scoopy poo of the red palm oil. We're going to drop it in there. And yeah, see how it's going from a solid to a liquid. And then we're going to take our jasmine rice, and we're going to take a cup of that. We're going to measure it out. We're going to measure out a cup of that rice. And I say, a little bit over, a little bit under, that's fine. And as the oil starts to melt, we're going to toss the rice in there. And you want to be a medium, maybe you could kick it up to medium high now. And you're going to take your a wooden spoon, or, if you're anti-wood, a non-wooden spoon, but wooden spoon's probably best. And you're going to scrape around. We're going to get all the rice nice and coated in this red palm oil. And this might be when your internal dietary critic is saying, what the hell, you're rice coated in oil? Why don't you just boil the rice? And I would say, good question. I don't know. I'm not a chef. I'm a cook. And the first time I made this recipe, this is what I did. I think the first time I used bacon dripping. So we're way ahead of the game. And it's going to blow your mind. Look at how the color of the rice is taking on the red palm oil. The red palm oil is more of an orange palm oil. So it's kind of giving our rice, and our rice is going to go from translucent. It's starting to take on a milky color. And we're going to keep stirring it there. And as you stir it, I'm going to fill up a cup of water. We're going to use 2 cups of water. Now, unfortunately, my little brain, I didn't get any chicken broth. And the last time we cooked together, I think I used all of my, my bouillon, the bouillon you keep in the fridge. So we're going to just have to remember to add some salt or some soy sauce at the end of the recipe. But that's fine. It's not the end of the world. So our rice is looking good. It's looking nice and translucent. A couple of our things are turning slightly golden. And we're going to put the water, and it's going to steam and instantly boil. And then we're going to put another cup in, and we're going to turn up the heat and start to boil the water. And you might say to yourself, hey, what would you do if you burned your rice? I would say, I don't know. I've never overcooked it. It would probably taste not as good. But yeah, we're getting a boil. And not a physical boil, a water boil. And we're going to take our top there. We're going to put it on our pot, And yeah, we have a nice rolling boil, and we're going to put our top on. And we're going to put our top on, and we're going to drop the temperature down. And wow, are you a mind reader? Because you seem to have cut those sausages up into little halves. Is that lengthwise? That is lengthwise. Wow, that is exactly how I wanted them done. And we're going to put them on my cast iron grill. And we're going to get them grilled, and we get a nice temperature going. We want to get a nice caramelization of the fat in there. And meanwhile, our rice is going to be done in about 20 minutes. So I want you, as our meat cooks, we're going to take a thumb-sized piece of garlic, just like a human thummy poo. And we're going to chop, not garlic, I'm sorry, ginger. And we're going to chop that up, mince it up. Would you prefer, are you a mincer? You look like you could mince, what's mincemeat? I always wonder about mincemeat. I was wondering, I said, what is mincemeat? Mincemeat pie. And I say, is that a good pie or a bad pie? And then it makes me forget, I always forget, do I like pecan pie or not? And I say, is that what, and then I say, oh, maybe I should just avoid those. And then I say, pumpkin, maybe it's pumpkin. Okay, fall pies, avoid fall pies. That's one of my, I was thinking about that, getting that tattooed on my forearm so I could avoid fall pies. I'm sorry, no pecan pie for me. No, pumpkin pie and no mincemeat pie is not a fall pie. Oh boy, well, I got that. That was a waste of a tattoo. But yeah, we're also going to chop up the lower end of the green onions there, and we're going to keep the top half. The little hairy parts, we can throw those hairy parts away that look like a little, funny thing. Oh, great job on great job on the ginger. Bravo. If ginger wasn't like, didn't sound like such a degrading nickname, I would name you Ginger. But then you just minced ginger. Ginger mince. Oh wait, that sounds too much like something for your breath. Oh, wow, look at what you did such a nice job on those green onions. Do you mind chopping up a little garlic, too? Oh, good. Okay, so now we're looking, we've got about 10 minutes. We're going to, well, let's flip the sausage over. You see that it's a nice caramelization going there. You can smell it. You can smell the spices. It smells good. And yeah, I suppose now that we're waiting for the rice to come, it's inevitable that you'd want to talk about my personal life. I know that you're my friend. And you say, hey, buddy, I want to hear about something more. You feel like you're dodging things or something, I know. But we have to, we have 2 eggs that we have to crack and scramble. So let's just hold off on that personal discussion here. We're going to take 2 eggs out. Now, I don't consider myself an environmental hero, but we will reuse our little measuring cup to whatever you call it, scramble the eggs in there. Save, 1/10 of a drop of water, which you probably wasted by just being in existence, but you gotta live in some level of delusion. So you go ahead and scramble those eggs up. We got about 10 more minutes, I think, on the rice till the rice is done. And I'm gonna prep another frying pan here, which we're gonna fry our herbs in, or I don't know, I don't know, are garlic, green onions, and ginger considered herbs? I have a question for you. I have a nutritional question to put out to the hive mind. Because I was wondering, when I think about white rice, and everybody says, oh, that white rice is no good. It's, they take the germ and the bran and they throw it in the garbage, or that's wheat. They take the brown parts. I can't remember what it's called, but that has the nutrition in there. It has like the folic acid. It has the fiber we need. The white rice is just the starch mixed together with vitamins, I think. And you say, well, just as adulterated as it can get. I wonder, because they say, okay, rice, this is showing my ignorance, but I want to put it out as saying, Well, they say that rice is a staple of so many cultures. So many cultures across the world, rice is the most important part of their diet, where they get the majority of their calories from. And my question is it white rice or brown rice? And I'm not being facetious because I don't honestly know. And then I would say, whatever the answer is, I would say, well, geez, is that a new thing? Like, was it brown rice for all this time? And then it became white rice, or has it always been white rice, or is it still brown rice? You know, it gives us an interesting road to wonder about. But you might say, well, I'm wondering about what's going on with you. And I say, oh, you're such a good friend. You are a friend indeed. And I always say, geez, what have you been doing with those calves? Have you been walking around on your tippy toes? Because your calves are looking, and why do they call them calves? You ever wonder that? Calf. It's calf, C-A-L-F, right? C-A-L-F. It's funny because ALF is A-L-F, right? ALF, that alien guy. And he said, well, she said, got 8 more minutes here on this boil, or whatever, simmer. And you say, well, geez, okay, well, enough about I say, I don't have anything going on. My life is pretty contained right now. I'll be honest, I'm stressed. I'm a little stressed, I've had trouble getting back into my routine. I went to see my mom, and I dealt with her. And then I got back and I said, geez, I have not fallen back into a normal routine. And some of the things I had set up that I was doing before habitually have fallen off. And yeah, I've said, well, geez, I'm so busy with the podcast, I can't do anything else. And I've cut back on some things that I was doing, like harassing Trader Joe's employees. And you say, well, you're not harassing them. And I say, okay, well, that's just my way of deflecting my own uncomfortableness. But I say, yeah, it's keeping me busy. And I said, well, geez, I think I'm doing the right thing, but I don't know. Maybe I'm hiding out. Maybe I'm avoiding things, but maybe not. And I said, well, I got a new computer. I'll tell you what I'll do. This is my promise to you. You say, well, I don't want you to become a podcast shut-in or whatever, podcast crazy man who podcasts from a cabin in the woods. And I say, well, I don't live in the woods. And they say, well, the woods is a metaphor for the woods that have grown over your heart and your soul and your inability to make small talk. And I'd say, well, then I guess I am a podcaster podcasting out of the woods. And wow, that is a powerful image you just made for me. Podcasting out of a woods of my own making. It reminds me of the witch season, beginning of this season of Game of Thrones. Maybe, I'm a bit like that witch, hiding out, but I don't have the power of foresight. Maybe the taste of Cersei's fingertip would awaken some spirit in me, but probably not. That sounds weird, so I shouldn't have. I'm regretting saying that, but 4 more minutes on it. We don't want to. I was going to make you a promise. So I'll make you this promise. I got a new computer. And I said, well, Jesus, all my other computers, none of them had battery life. So I had to spend a bunch of time at home editing the podcast and working it. Now I can do it outside at a park in San Francisco. And then say, hey, I'll talk to some people there. I'll make small talk there. I'll go meet some people before or after working on the podcast. That's my promise to you. I'll be in a park somewhere. Maybe I won't be in a Trader Joe's trying to say, hey, does that say Sussex on your shirt? And it says, no, it says leave me alone. I'm trying to do my shopping. Instead of that awkwardness, I'll say, hey, how you doing? You're at the park with your father? And say, no, that's my boyfriend. And I'll say, well, have a good day. Have a wonderful afternoon. So that's my promise to you. But now our rice is coming to a close. Now, a couple things I've learned about making rice. White rice is a lot easier than brown rice. You really can't screw it up. The main way you can screw it up is by either not simmering at a low enough temperature or opening it up too soon. But the cast iron is very forgiving. It makes a wonderful rice. And I know what rice is done is, but we're going to take this to we're going to take on another controversial thing. We're going to take these frozen vegetables we bought. We're going to empty half of the bag right into the rice, the cooked rice that's still hot. And you might say, what the heck is it? Well, these vegetables are cooked. The rice is very hot. In fact, I'm going to use a mitten glove or whatever the hell you call these things, an oven glove. And I'm going to put it in there, and I'm going to stir it in with the rice, and then I'm just going to put the top right back on. And we're going to push that away from the heat, and we're going to take our other frying pan, we're going to put that on the heat, medium heat. We're going to drop in a little more of that organic palm oil. And we're going to put a little canola oil in there, too, because I've found that just trust me, just a little drip of that canola. There you go. And we're going to throw, now you say, well, geez, this seems like, we're going to throw the ginger in there. We're going to cook that. Yeah, as it fries up, we're going to start do you mind chopping up those sausages? Those are done too. And they have a nice little caramelized char on there. Ooh. Oh, and they see, go ahead, pop one in your mouth. Don't be afraid. A little piece. It's spicy. Yeah, it's nice. It has those flavors. You might say if you've had Korean barbecue, I think they call that bulgogi or something. It's a short rib. It's tasty. It's a tasty flavor. I'm terrible at pronunciating all things, but especially that short rib. Well, yeah, so I'm frying up the ginger. I'm going to throw the green onions and the garlic in there, and they're going to fry up pretty fast, about a minute. And I'm going to stir it around here. It's pretty warm. And meanwhile, yeah, you got all that. Now just making a little meat section over there, a nice little meat section. Now we're going to take our cast iron grill. We're going to flip it over. It's still hot. And then we're going to use that to heat up our tortillas. So if you don't mind evenly heating those tortillas up, flour tortillas, that'd be great. I'm going to add our egg in here with our herb vegetables or whatever the hell we call them, garlic and ginger and green onion. And I'm going to, just fry up the egg here and chop it up into little pieces. And sure, there's probably a fancier way to do this, as someone might say, hey, what's that? What in the name of fried rice are you doing? And I would say, I believe fried rice is a dish that can be enjoyed by all people who make rice and fry stuff, so there. And then, yeah, it's only going to take us a quick minute. You see how quick, just shut the heat off on the egg. Watch this, you see that move there? And then I'm going to pop the top off of our rice, and I'm going to give that another stir. And then I'm going to empty this entire pan of garlic and ginger. Smell that fragrant smell. And green onions and egg, and I'm going to mix it all together, all the rice and our 4 little vegetables that have defrosted, so they'll still have a nice pop to them. Peas are nice because peas have pop, and both that and alliteration, believe it or not. Peas have pop and alliteration. It doesn't rhyme, and there's not alliteration when you use literacy has alliteration? No. Illiterate people have alliteration, right? Alliteration, alliterating, illiterate, littering, illiterate, alliterating. If you use alliteration, are you alliterating? I don't know. But I don't know because our dinner's almost done now. I'm stirring it all together is this a melange? This all mixed together, is this a melange? And you did it. Oh, look at those tortillas. What a wonderful job on those tortillas. So we're going to put a tortilla on a plate. And how hungry are you? Because do you mind me asking you a controversial question? Because I would say, now normally I use this recipe to make a load of burritos. So we're going to lay out some foil on this plate. And then we're going to put the tortilla on it. And then we're going to add the rice. If you'd like to try some sour cream and cheese, you can, or you could just have, whoa, hold the guns, I forgot something. we got to salt our rice. Now, you could say add a little soy sauce, or you could add a little salt, but it would be a huge mistake not to add some salt in here. Add a little soy sauce and add some salt, and then let's mix it together. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then taste it. A little more salt, I would say, but not too much. Okay, so we're good now. And we're gonna line the burrito with rice, and then we're gonna take our chopped up sausage meat. We're gonna put that in there. Now you could just eat it like that. That's a very filling. It has a vegetable. It has protein. Has a lot of starch. It has fat, but it doesn't have. It has some red palm oil fat. I don't know what the hell. It's a future superfood, I believe. I can't make any guarantees. But I would say with its color and its smell, it probably has some antioxidant properties. But, don't submit that to the FCC or the FAA at all. Just take my word for it, because that's my words. Just take my imagination for it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to fold up the burrito and wow. Where did you learn to roll a burrito like that? You are a burrito roller. You're like a high roller. You're like the high roller of burritos. And yeah, roll those up in foil. And let's get a little burrito rolling line going. Jump in the line. Roll the burritos. It's fine. Okay. Fried rice burritos. Jump in the burrito assembly line. And I wish I had some limes. Okay. Fried rice burritos. If I take the flour tortilla, I'll give it over to you. You'll put some rice in the tortilla, then some meat, and then roll it. Ooh, jump in my kitchen. We're rolling burritos. Okay, singing off key now. So that's great. And now we have about 6 burritos here. And then we still have stuff for like 2 each for us to eat, which would probably be too much. But what's amazing is that the reason I say, okay, sometimes you want to avoid white rice and sometimes you want to avoid white flour tortillas. But the thing about these burritos is if the situation was different, we could put 3 in the freezer and then 3 in the fridge. It's Tuesday now. I could have a burrito Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for lunch. Maybe if we make 4 more, I could have 1 for dinner tomorrow night. Maybe you could come over for dinner again. I'd love to have you. But because of I think the properties of stripping all of the nutritional value does make it more shelf-stable and tasty. I say, well, geez, now let me pitch you on this, nutritionist. Let me pitch you from a crazy person's perspective. It's my belief, and it may be as misguided as can be, that for every meal you cook yourself and then eat, and you say, well, let's not let any food go to waste here. Let's get 6 or 7 meals out of this fried rice burrito line we just jumped in. And rocked our bodies on time. Okay, eat a burrito. You're saving money, but I've got to believe that the act of cooking with mostly, let's say, this is a fairly processed food, but not totally processed food, has some health benefits. They would say, well, geez, I'm getting a chicken sub at a blank way. I can't imagine that it's more healthy. So I say occasionally, all things in moderate. Oh, wait, I hear a noise. It's like it's a good thing. Are those burritos, could you double check those burritos are still warm in their foil wrapping? Because speaking of foil wrappers, I see outside of my window, it's like an airplane sound. But that seems like the gray silver color of a DeLorean. Like, is that the DeLorean from Back to the Future? Could you open the door? It looks like it, huh? And who's that getting out? Is that Doc Brown getting out of the car? Oh no, I recognize it. It's the guy that plays Doc Brown at Universal Studios. I think his name's Barry. Hey Barry, what's up? Wait, who's getting out of the? That's Christopher Lloyd with Barry. So we have the man who played Doc Brown, and then the man who plays Doc Brown, the man Barry who plays Doc Brown, playing Doc. Right? You're playing Doc Brown. You're a Doc Brown impersonator, I guess, right? Or actor. Okay, excuse me, Barry. I didn't realize you were an actor. But hey, Barry, do you feel like a burrito? Because I've been on this podcast, I love to say alliteration. I love to use alliteration. Sometimes people point out to me, much like Stannis Baratheon likes to point out people's grammar mistakes. He says, Lord Commander, you're misusing this term, Lord Commander. I say I can't do a Stannis after cooking burritos, but yeah, Barry, come in and have a burrito. Christopher Lloyd, is there someone crammed in the back of that DeLorean stuffed in there? Like, oh wait, is that? I smell cotton candy and donuts. And Christopher Lloyd, you have cotton candy donuts all smeared on your face. Why don't you go use a washcloth and then maybe have a burrito? Would you want to try a fried rice burrito, Korean style? I wouldn't say a Korean fried rice burrito, but it has a Korean style sausage in there. Okay, we'll go ahead and try. I don't know. I would not think that'd be Michael J. Fox shoved in the back there. But I get the sense it's are those Sheets boxes. I said, oh, geez, I was just thinking. Oh wait, it's Justin M. from my brother, and me. That's very hard to say. Wonderful, wonderfully beloved podcaster. And he has a box of Sheets donuts. Now, I was just thinking, I was watching, he had a little YouTube review show out, and I wish I would say, geez, I've just been cooking, so I can't drop links out of my mouth. But I said, I was waiting to tell you in person, Justin, do you like fried rice burritos more than cotton candy donuts? Well, great. I'm going to have to figure out what the hell you're doing with Christopher Lloyd and the man who plays Doc Brown, the actor. Sorry, Barry, the actor that plays Doc Brown. I don't know. I think you're playing Doc. It can't be. Can you play a fictional character? I don't know. It gets confusing once there's two people removed. Doc Brown. He's a Doc Brown impersonator, right? Okay. Yeah. Justin, I got to tell you, my first Sheets experience was this summer. This is my friend here, my lovely friend, yeah. And this is Justin McElroy. But I was going to tell Justin, I said, I just had my first Sheets. Sheets is like it's kind of like like they took everything bad about a truck stop or a place you would go to the bathroom when you're on a cross-country trip. And they said, let's get rid of a lot of the stuff that sucks about you say, well, geez, pervy truckers, we'll figure out a way to get them in and out. Dirty bathrooms, they're gone. And then let's take all the stuff you would get at a theme park and put it inside a convenience store. And then let's take let's get a crap load of deep fryers. We'll deep fry a bunch of shit. You say, well, geez, I'd rather have a Subway. Well, yeah, we got Subway-esque food here, too. Do you want you might like cherry Coke. You might like vanilla Coke. But have you had blackberry Coke? Because we have blackberry Coke on tap. You might have heard of Freestyle Soda. You could freebase soda here at Sheets. In the back, we have So it's like this wild truck stop. But Justin, I want to get you I'd like to get you in a burrito. I mean, we get a burrito for you. But first, thinking about Doc Brown and the man who plays Doc Brown, it makes me think of, well, Jesus, too bad, Doc Brown. Doc, do you mind coming out here? Barry, the person that plays Doc Brown, could you come out? He was like, I wish you guys could have got here earlier, because you could have got a cooking lesson if we'd gone back in time. We're gonna go back in time, but I can't get back in time separated from power of love in my head. Take me away, I don't mind, but you better promise me some burrito time. Just I gotta ask you. I gotta ask you. Oh wait, I was gonna tell you about my stop at Sheets, but then I'm so distracted by Doc Brown and the man who plays Doc Brown, and the fact that you're here with him. Now I assume there's some sort of, you have the donuts. I'd like you to go inside and get a burrito. But I can't help notice the car keys are in there. And I was just wondering if I took a burrito and I put it in, is this the version of the DeLorean that has like the thing you can it runs on food instead of nuclear energy? It's a prop. No. No, I mean the DeLorean, the time machine, this has got a flux capacitor, right? So if I put a burrito in there and all parts of the burrito were made from something I purchased at a Trader Joe's. Are you with me so far? Hey, Barry, come over. We might need you. Where's Christopher? He's still in the bathroom? He's been in there that's weird. Oh, hey, Barry, my bathroom light's broken, so maybe he closed it. Is he afraid? Okay, go in and check on him. Okay, so I'm just wondering, so if I take it all, why are you looking? So if it was a surprise. I know this. I was surprised. Of course, I surprised you. And hey, Christopher Lloyd. Can I just say Christopher Lloyd, Doc Brown, and Christopher Lloyd show up with you? But so if I take it anyway about my problems, if I put the burrito in there, it was all made at the same. It was all purchased at the same Trader Joe's. But I say, well, geez, and then I say to the computer, there's probably been a computer upgrade, right? Okay, you're just nodding now. Great. If I say to it, take me back to this time I saw this beautiful woman in a green shirt with some sort of, it said something in English. It said something in like English, like England. Like I can't remember. It was something like Brighton or Sussex or something, but it wasn't those. But I say, okay, there's a girl with a green shirt, running shorts, glasses, ponytail, that like was like, oh, if I say that to the flux capacitor, could it take me back there to that time? Like instead of punching in like 1989. Wait, why? I got a question for either Christopher Lloyd or Doc Brown or you. I don't know if because you put in like, I remember there's 3 times. There's like the time you're going to, the time you came from. What was the other time? Like, wasn't there red, orange, and green? But anyway, is it voice activated now? Is there something like Siri in there? So I say, take me to this Trader Joe's that and I needed to, but I don't have an exact date. I'm not even sure on the season exactly because of the weather here. It would be like when it would be like running season, but I'm not sure what part of running season. And I would say, oh, but I say, so if I say that to the flux capacitor, could it get me back there? It could. Okay, now next question. Now, this probably be easy, but I just want to run it by somebody before I go back there. So if I'm going to probably run into them, I'll see myself running away from this young woman. But it won't, that obviously won't complicate, nothing to worry about, right? And should I just run, so do you mind going inside and eating burritos with Doc Brown and Christopher Lloyd and my lovely friend here? Yeah, I'm glad you guys met each other. It's the power of love. That's what I kind of need. It's not even the power of love, the power of crush. I don't need burritos. I don't need white rice. I don't need whole grains to make this right. I need this time machine to go back in time to be able to talk to somebody I ran away from. Okay, I shouldn't sing. Okay, thanks, Justin. So I'm going to do that. I know what the word prop means. It means it was used in a movie. But you remember, me and my friend, one of my friends, they had a debate in school about they said, oh, how the inventions of Back to the Future are coming true. And they said the hoverboard, and then they said, no, that was an April Fool's joke. So, okay, I know. Okay, I'm just being deluded. I'm just going to sit in the DeLorean. I'm going to close my eyes, and I'm going to put my head against the flux capacitor and imagine. Or try to go back to next question. Why don't you come with me? Because we could take it and we could peel out down the street, and then we could say roads where we're going. We don't need any roads together. And then we'll like laugh like lunatics. Won't they be more fun to see? Haven't you always wanted to do that? And then have the wheels come down? I told you. Well, what I could do, you're going to come with us, right, too? Okay, what I could do is, well, Doc Brown's locked in my bathroom. The lights are out. And Barry does not look right. Let's just go. All right, so, oh, you're going to stay here and make sure. Oh, thank you. You're such a good friend. So I'm going to go with Justin M. So I'm going to go with Justin M. He's probably, and then I'm probably going to drop him off back in West Virginia, Rocky Mountains. I'm going to take him home, country roads, so he can get back to his life is full of work and family as well. And I'll probably, hopefully, ideally, I'll have the woman in the green shirt with me. Well, probably not, because I would have just met her. And then, well, oh boy, how do you set up, if you're time traveling, but you have to return to the present, how do you set up a date? Huh. Yeah, they should have covered that in like Back to the Future 2.5. You say, hey, I'd like to date you, possibly sometime in the future. What's the date today? Maybe 6-7 months from now? Or maybe, you think I could use this? Anyway, we better get going, because if we're going to do if we're going to say roads, where we're going, we don't need any, that was your cue. Oh, let's do it in the car. All right, so thanks so much for helping me cook. It was great to see you. As always, those calves look great. You look great. You're always looking so caring, and so say, well, geez, tell me more, and I told you more, and now I'm going back in time to make I say, well, I regretted that. Let me see if I can unregret it. You're laughing at me because what are you saying? I'm not going back. Well, we're just going to drive up and down the street then saying roads. We're going there. We don't need any roads. And we'll probably use swear words. And we'll laugh until the neighbors call the police. So, okay. So you go inside and eat burritos with Christopher Lloyd and the man who plays Doc Brown at Universal Studios. Is he from Universal Studios Hollywood or Florida? Oh, well, let's so I guess so you're not really an actor then, Barry. Okay, well, don't cry. All right, well, thanks for joining me for dinner, and I hope you get a good night's sleep. Good night. But I was thinking about toys lately. I said, what are we going to do? And then I remember that I've gotten a lot of requests. I know Cassie C. was mostly say, hey, what about some kind of walking tour? I miss those. And you guys really responded to the recipe episode. So I said, well, I said, okay, well, let me do another walking tour. Should I do a walking? So you'll be surprised. Okay, so I got ready. So I'm going to pause and I'm going to take these screenshots. It's 5:50 in the p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, May 17th. All right, so I got the screenshots done. And like I said, I was thinking about toys. And I was thinking about what toys I loved playing with. Now, as an adult, as a person of adult age, I like playing with toys still. I don't always get, if I have toys to play with, it doesn't always, the opportunity doesn't come up. I say, well, geez, I'll play with some toys here, but I don't purchase toys for myself. Like, I know there's adults that buy their own toys. So some, they buy them as collections. I think that's what Toy Story 2 was about. And some people buy them to play with them. But it's like weird, the toys that you remember the most. And I can't remember all the toys. But I said, well, geez, I remember this one Fisher-Price ambulance I had. And it wasn't the freaking, I think it was made by Fisher-Price, but it wasn't the little Fisher-Price guys that are like that, like 2 inches big. It was actually like Fisher-Price guys that were the same size as G.I. Joe and Star Wars. And it had like doors. It was a really cool toy. I don't know when I got it, probably when I was like 14. But I said, well, geez, it's like, it fits G.I. Joe guys. It fits Star Wars guys. It fits, Transformers wouldn't fit in there. But they could ride on the top, obviously. But as far as like Fisher-Price back then, they made a hell of a toy. Because this thing lasted me longer than most of my other toys. And, bathtubs, outdoors, indoors, rainstorms. I don't know if I ever brought it out in the snow, which I'd probably regret. But so that's where we'll take a leap now. I want you to close your eyes if they're not closed already. And I want you to bring your attention to your feet, because your feet are slowly being enveloped in shoes made for comfort. I want you to think about your feet are covered in shoes, comfort level shoes, possibly by a Joy of Feet or a Buster of Browns, or just a general maker, almost like they offer cushions and support. And then you feel yourself, you're standing in these shoes. And you say, geez, I'm waiting for someone. Where I feel like I'm in one of those, it's not an it's like an airlock. And I'm going through the doors. I feel carpet on my feet. Geez, I feel like I've traveled through space and time. Because you have. And as your head clears, you see a palm tree. You say, is that an artificial palm? Is that one of those spider plants that cleans the air? And you say, well, I'm going to sit, well, let me regain my equilibrium. I'm going to sit here next to this palm on this, whatever this planter is, and I'm going to wait. And they say, well, hey, it's you. Hey, I remember you. You were in the Fairmount Flyers Walking Club, weren't you with me? Back before we were carried off of Earth, and then were you a member of the that space station walking club? What did I call it? I think when I look at you and I think about, you're a beautiful person, but when I get the smell of Hickory Farms in my nose, which you're already laughing and also feeling uncomfortable. I can see that. Because the smell of Hickory Farms, of cheese and summer sausage, processed, so they neither resemble cheese nor summer sausage, but I'd say I'm just kidding, but I wish I was just kidding, but now I can't get that smell out of my head. I'm the head of this new walking club. This is our first day. We're in the Beta Walking Club. That's what we call ourselves, the Betas. I'm going to walk around, and I'll be right back. Hi, I'm back. I just walked around. It took me 1, 2, 3 steps. I'm back. And I'm glad to see you again. I said, well, after everything that happened with the space station, and again, they said I was cleared of all charges. Well, they don't have an international space court set up yet. So I said, well, you can't charge me with anything. And I said, in some countries, unintentional destruction of a space station because of saying, well, I just want to see what happens when I hit those buttons at the same time, isn't a crime because it's called, I think it's experimentation is the mother of invention. I think it, and I said, I just wanted to see what would happen. I didn't know. Why would you put, and they said it said don't touch either button, and you touched both. I said, right, exactly. Why wasn't the language on the warning sticker more clear? And they said, well, that was in a locked, it said no access, and it had your picture on it and said for you. And I said, well, live and learn, I guess, for the next space station. But they relocated us to that planet. It's so boring on that planet. And remember, they said, well, that was an accident, how I came up with the thing that saved humanity, the tactile. Someone else wrote a book about it and took the claim for it. But it was my thing, the tactile solution, they called it, where I said, all this activity in space, we need more tactile things. Digital's fine, but we need a little mall to walk. And then it said, then that person took credit for it, and then they ended up not understanding some things. And then they relocated us to boring. And they said, well, that tactile guy was crazy, so he's probably wrong. And then they said, well, geez, now humanity's having trouble reproducing. Humanity's having trouble reproducing. And so they said, and they called me back and they said, please don't touch anything. They said, you're not under arrest, but we're going to keep you in handcuffs. And I said, could I keep the handcuffs? And they said, for what? I said, well, I don't know. They're cool. Space handcuffs. Are these made from a space material? And they said, anyway, we've got an emergency here. They said, have you heard about the procreation problems? And I said, have you heard about my procreation problems? Because there's no procreation related activity because you guys, isolated me. You said, and they said, well, we need you to save humanity again accidentally or however you do it, because we're willing to try anything. And I know you must be confused, all this traveling through space and time. You say, how old are we? Why is this? And you might be thinking in your head, is this have I become Sisyphus? Is it my job to just transfer from time to time, walking a mall with a madman who just talks to me in the most calming, pleasant voice ever? Or is it a wonderful dream? Or can I just pretend it's a wonderful dream? Because that's what my last partner said before she jettisoned, out the airlock. But I'd say to you, we've got a big mission ahead of us. We need to save humanity once again. And they said, what are we going to do? And I said, well, I said, we need more walking. Clearly, one of the solutions to procreation-based decline is walking. And partner-based walking, where you're walking with other people, you have a walking buddy, where you can develop friendships and talk about what's going on with you is an important thing. And they said, no, they said, get to the more expensive, big, and they said, so I have a little surprise for you. I drew them up. I did a diorama. They said, tell us what you want and we'll build it with the last of humanity's supplies. This will be it. And I said, really, this is it? They said, at some points they say, well, this guy's delusional. You might be saying that. This is just a walking club, the Beta Walking Club. Can we get to the walking already? And I would say, yeah, I'm not a religious man, but I'd like to think my grandpa recently passed. He gave me a heavenly fist bump for clearing his old browser history before my mom found it. And Grandpa, he had a thing for nude Smurfs. And I say, Grandpa, that's not socially acceptable, the things with Smurfs. And he said, it's all, and I said, well, Mom's going to freak out. And, that was hundreds of years ago, I guess, across it. Never mind, don't listen to me. So this is the new walking, they wanted to call it something so boring. The new walking walking, industrial walking facility. I think they wanted walking complex. We went through other back and forth. They said, well, a walking emporium. How about that? And I said, a walking emporium is more like a store where you buy walking related stuff. It's not a place to walk. It's a place to walk into and around. But that's much different than walking like we're going to do here, walking the mall. And you might say to yourself, might say as we start to walk, you might say, oh boy, am I partnering up? Is my walking partner, is this a bad idea with the history, with Earth and the space station and all that? You might say, this is the awkward moment when, Satan is a perfectly acceptable option for your kids. And I'd say, well, what does that mean? You mean I'm not a bad person. I'm just unintended consequences. Satan's much more devious than me. I'm more like the guy that, what do they call that thing? Like one of those things that gets in somewhere and does a bunch of chaos. I'm like a chaos, not Satan. Okay? And yeah, maybe if my chaos saves humanity, it saves humanity. And let's start walking because we're still in the old-fashioned mall. This is where I called it the Comfort Development Zone. This looks like our old Fairmount Fair Mall where we just walk. And stores look like they're closed because they're just, fake. And you say, well, Jesus, familiar. I'm feeling comfortable. And I know in the back of your mind you're saying to yourself, is this all some sort of computer-generated virtual reality world because this guy has a crush on me and he's drawn me in this, so I think he's coming up with a solution to save humanity, but we're really on the space station we've always been on. Or maybe I'm still at the 1980s shopping mall. And there's some sort of ether gas leak. One or the other. Is this just some sort of, play he's putting on to impress me? And I would say, here comes our first stop. And you might be looking as the mall disappears to a giant sky. They'd say, is that a real sky? I'd say, no, it's not a real sky. We're inside of a giant facility, a walking facility of my design, based on a diorama of my design, of which I ate 40% of the diorama one time because I said, geez, that's such a wonderful magenta. I wonder what it tastes like. And then I said, that is a neon lime green. I wonder if there's any lime in there. But that's not important. So the sky you see, it looks like it carries on forever. It's a blue sky. But you say, well, it's bluer than Earth blue. It's different than the blue moon we can see from the space station we used to be on. It's a brilliant blue. And it makes me feel like I'm almost in a cartoon world. Well, you are. Because I want to welcome you to, it's beta. We're the beta walkers. So I don't have a name for this walking land yet, other than walking land. And you'll see coming up on the right, it's a farmhouse. And you say, geez, that looks just like a Playmobil playset I may have had as a kid if I was super rich, or bought toys at garage sales, or had a rich friend whose house I went over to play at. And I'd say it is a Playmobil playset. It's the farmhouse. I don't know the exact number, probably 9807 or 3621. I know they number their playsets. But I want you to go ahead and look around, and you might go ahead and ask me, go ahead and wonder. You say, did I shrink down to get placed in this playset? Or did the playset, is this a giant playset? And I would say, sit with that question, because the scientists refuse to tell me the answer. So if you get any, I don't know if they shrunk us or not. But I left some clues at some point in my diorama because I said, did they just fix up my diorama? Or did they purchase these toys? If they had a shrink ray, would they really waste it on this walking? Well, if it makes humanity procreate, I'd say they probably would. But you're going to see your first little surprise here. You see around here, there's a little pig bog there. You see that like little wooden those two pieces of wood, that's where the pigs run and jump off. But in there, have you ever seen a baby camel before? Because they are just the cutest thing. They look to me like a sheep, but a little bit more camel colored. With it, you say, well, you're just the cutest little sheep. And then the baby camel's in there with the pigs. And you'd say, well, that's weird because the baby camel looks real, but the pigs look like toys. What's going on here? I'd say, well, surprise. That is a baby camel. And you could go ahead and pet it. I like to call him Bernie. Bernie the camel. Too innocent for this world. So I said, put Bernie in the play world. And really, I was hoping they'd say, well, we would rather keep the camel and have you live in the play world. But they refused to let me live here. I said, why? And they said, because you'll bother the walkers. You're hired to design the walking terminal. But so you can see around, there's so much in this farmhouse. And I said, would children be able to play here? They said, no, this is for adults to tactilely reinvigorate, the need for procreation. It's a counterintuitive thing. We don't understand why it works. We don't even know if it works. And you might say to yourself, well, I don't even know if this man's telling the truth or he's making this story up to impress me. Let's say all of it's true. Okay, let's just say that and walk around. This is a grain silo here. You can climb up the ladder. It's got a little funny little cow logo on there. I think that's the logo for the pretend farm. And if we walk around this bend around, you can see the tower. I wouldn't climb up there because they say, I don't know the density of Playmobil characters to human. I said, well, there's a weight. It's probably not safe. That's what I'm saying. But you see around here, next up is a movie theater. And it's also a Playmobil movie theater. This was one of the Playmobil sets that was only produced for a brief year. When I think Playmobil, I don't know if they're a Dutch company or somewhere in one of those countries in Northern Europe, I think. Lego's in one, IKEA's in one, and Playmobil's in the other one. And the world doesn't exist anymore. But you'd say, well, geez, which country could we trust the most? And we'd say, well, we chose, believe it or not, we have some Lego Lego. These aren't play sets, though, because they said you're not allowed to play with them. I said, well, please, just let me play before it opens the beta stage. And they said, no, it's for walking. And these will be stores like your mall. I said, well, what are they going to sell at the farm store? But we will. I said, no, they said it would be a farmer's market. They would sell farm, food. And I said, oh, that makes sense. And I said, real food or pretend? They said, real food. And he said, please don't raise your voice at me. I'm trying to do my best here. But you're going to see the next place said it was only sold for a year before we relocated humanity to a space station and Playmobil ceased to manufacture toys on Earth. This is the movie theater place said. And it even has a little marquee, and they said this will be a working movie theater since it's supposed to be a mall. We're supposed to be walking. And they said, yeah, maybe people will want to go on dates. They have another doctor. They said, we have doctors doing the hormone and relationship, parts of saving humanity. They said, we don't understand the walking and the tactile thing, but you saved humanity once, just do it again. And we'll work, just do what you do best. And I said, press buttons that I'm curious. And they said, no, just mall walk. Give us the ideal mall walking place you would create from the ground up. And welcome to paradise. So yes, the movie theater, the first movies they're going to show, it's a Korean film festival. You can see there's the Korean film chart in English and Korean. And then, I don't know, that's some sort of binary code. I don't know that. Or maybe it was the part, I don't know. Or maybe it's the cost. Because I asked them, I said, how much am I going to be paid? Do we have space credits? And they said, be quiet. Well, so maybe one day, if our walking works, and you say, well, Jesus, guys, we could go to a movie here. And I'd say, you might say, well, what Korean films are, and I say, well, geez, Snowpiercer, okay? And I love that movie. So maybe we could see that. Maybe we could see something new that we haven't heard of or seen before and say, well, geez, we'll be surprised. But let's just keep walking. Let's get some walking going. Let's skip over this next place set here because it's just like there's a cactus. It's just a desert. Very boring. Just a cactus. There's that's a crab. What's that doing? Okay, good thing I brought a notebook. Crab in the desert. That's a no good. And there's, some coyotes and some other stuff. I think this was leftover stuff. I said, well, I like a cactus. I'll be honest. I said, well, cactuses are nice. And then we're going into the woods now. This is also a Playmobil set. This will be our last Playmobil set for a little while. And you'd say, well, could we camp in here? Could we camp in this woods? And I would say you could. I think there'll be opportunities for camping and for friendship or for whatever, or caring. I don't know. Maybe groups will come here, but there's a little cave you see under those pine trees there. There's a little cave down under there, and there's a family of plastic foxes that lives there. Would you like to come get close with me? And, oh, you're afraid. Well, I don't think plastic foxes, I don't know if they're animatrized. Animanized. They're just plastic, I think, but I guess, I don't know, I don't even know. Like I said, I don't know if they shrunk us or this is real. So you're right, well, maybe we'll just keep our distance. But there's also wild boars around there. And you might be thinking to yourself, geez, I'm walking through a Playmobil playset, what happened on Earth? You see, I'm still feeling like unsure. I remember, Hickory Farms. I feel like I do smell a little bit like Hickory Farms. I remember walking through a spaceship with you. And I said, remember that one thing that was that UK government quietly passed on new legislation that would exempt, like the GCHQ police, other intelligence officers for prosecution for hacking into computers and mobile phones. And then, remember then there was that, one of those evil geniuses, he was working for some sort of secret, shadowy conspiracy organization, government, new order or some such thing. And I think he was the one, he said he was a big fan of those Tron movies. And he said, let me see if I could get into, and similar to what we're doing here, but in a digital sense. That's where things went wrong. He said, well, I want to get inside this computer. And he wanted to combine he said he wanted to be Kyle MacLachlan from Twin Peaks, which I remember that show. And he also wanted to be one of the people from the biker TV show right before what was that show called with bikers? And it was, and they were having biker shootouts. And all of a sudden he's in this computer, biker shootouts at Twin Peaks. And somehow that leaked out, and I think there was some sort of magnetic swirl. I think that's technically what they called it, a magnetic swirl. And that sucked everyone into a large portion of people into the computers. People that had jobs, they said. So I don't know if you didn't, maybe, like I didn't have a job, I was at my house. They said the productive class has been taken from us. I think that's what they said. So, when I said, what about people that work from home? They said, well, they were sucked into their computers. I don't know. I just made that up. I don't read the news, but that stuff about Twin Peaks was real. And can you imagine being in a Twin Peaks playset? Now, that would be disorienting, so I'm glad we're not. But up here we have, coming up here, on our right, you're going to see the pink and the red and the turquoise of a sign that says Sweet Shop. And this is it's not the littlest sweet shop, it's the only sweet shop here in Playland, Playset Walking Land. Any of those ring a bell to you? No. But you can go in there and, see, there's plastic people enjoying sweets. Say, well, hi, guys. Hi, is that a pretend shake you're drinking? Hey, let's go in here, and I'll pretend I'm talking to the people. There's a couple on a date here Or maybe they're just friends and there's a little puppy and there's a gumball machine, but those are Legos in there, not gumballs. And you'd say, hi, everybody, but no one can talk because everything is a toy. And see, look at this. This is the shake machine. I'm pulling this black lever here. Nothing's coming out. But they said this will be a real sweet shop, so I don't understand where the sweets would be coming from. But they said not to come in here either. But look, there's a patio out back. And there's more people, pretend people, but they said real people will be able to eat their sweets and hang out here and have a good time. So I'm just glad that I didn't imagine this, because this was just a place that I observed at some time in my life. And then I built it in my diorama, and they said, what the heck is that pink and turquoise mass? It looks like you just balled up and I said, that's the sweet shop. And they said, well, luckily we have a hard drive full of images from Earth, so we'll look it up. And they said, well, is this the sweet shop, a Lego sweet shop set from the Friends collection? I said, correct, that is where friends go to have sweets. And I would say, you see they have a pie there. I'd say, was this an ice cream shop and a bake shop? It's a sweet shop. And I'd say, candy too. And they'd say, sure, if that's what you say, we'll sell all three. I said, great. Because I was thinking for my cake day, I wanted to share like a video of my father being a hero. And I posted it before. Remember, we were on the space station. But I'm sure a lot of you haven't seen it. And then I said, I did it. And they said, you just erased some sort of oxygenator program, firmware, with your video of your father being a hero. And then they said, what is he doing? And I said, he's teaching me how to blow a bubble with gum. And then that was the sound they made, nothing. And they said, is that your hero? And I said, yeah, he's my hero. Teaching me how to blow gum. But you'll look out here if we go down this alley, there's a blue house here. A-frame house, well, blue roof, white walls, gray walls. It's the only house here. Because I said, well, there should be a house if I'm going to live here. That's what I said in my head when I was planning it. And then they said, you can't live here. And I said, well, why not? And then I already covered that. They got mad at me. And I said, well, geez. I said, well, I guess you guys can't live there either because I designed. And they said, well, actually, our team is going to live there to observe. Our psychologists, our psychiatrists, our hemophiliologists, our endocrinologists. And I said, in the house I designed, the A-frame house. And they said, yep. And I said, well, they have bunk beds. And they said, oh, we haven't decided that. We'll see. And I said, so I don't think they're in there. They might be observing us right now. Or they said, well, another thing they said, I forgot to warn you about this since it's beta. They said something about the off-gassing of plastic gas. Uninhabitable, I don't know, but I think we'll be fine. I said, well, these were, and they wouldn't answer me. I said, are we being shrunk down? Or are these giant toys? And I said, I would love to go to the factory where giant Legos are made. And they said, factories are boring. And I said, I would love to go to the factory where giant Legos are made. And they said, we have 45 industrial accidents a day without you visiting there. And then they said, okay, let's just move on. And over here, you're going to see, I call this vehicle town. Because I couldn't, again, I'm working, there's a RV, that's a Playmobil RV. You're going to notice you say, oh, my perspective is off. Some of the sizes are off. Yeah, maybe they are. Okay, so, we have the RV here. It's a yellow and blue RV. I think it's dated from the 7 Earth years, the 1970s. And then we have this this is a strange one. I said, who played with this? I mean, obviously, rich people have different tastes. Rich Northern Europeans, they say, well, I want to play with something Amerikansky, I think they would say. So they have this one. It's an off-road Jeep, but it's towing a horse trailer. And I always said to myself, well, when I was at my friend's house, Now, his mom became a congresswoman, and then I think, oh no, that's my brother's friend, but she things didn't go well for her in Congress, but she liked to buy Playmobil play sets. And I said, well, what if you're going off-roading and the horses are in the trailer, won't they bang their heads? And then I actually I think maybe this pushed her into becoming a congresswoman because I protested his play set. And I said, I protest this play set, plastic horse abuse. And they said, this is the last time you're welcome over here again. Call your mother. And I said, geez, I just wonder, don't go off. Why pretend, you're bumping horses' heads? But so I said, well, let's do it here. Why do it here? But if you'll look inside the back, come with me. Come close, yeah. Well, you don't have to get too close because you do smell like Hickory Farms. But I still do have a crush on you. But you do smell like Hickory Farms. You'll see in there's a quilted roof for the horses' heads. And the horses are plastic. And the vehicles don't move. So that's a guarantee of no banged horse heads here. No banged horse heads here. Or hereafter. Heretofore. However, over here you're going to see another vehicle. Do you recognize that red sleigh with 8 regular-sized reindeer? And you say, well, geez, I thought reindeer were brown. No, these reindeer are gray. And that's how they design them. And, expensive toys are, and they say and that's Santa's sleigh. And Santa's not in his sleigh, so I don't know where Santa's supposed to be in the sleigh. And then, and there's some presents in there, and they actually things in those presents. I'll tell you what's in there. In the square box is a soccer ball. In the rectangular box is a little race car. And in that small square box is my heart. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that. I wouldn't be able to talk to you if my heart was in there. Okay, and then over here, that's a Lego place. They say, geez, that looks a little smaller. It is smaller. That is a Lego play set. That is the King's chair. It's a stagecoach, but a royal stagecoach, I guess you'd say. And the king travels in that. In luxury, while his people, live a life of barely getting by. Just like, well, I don't know what it's like anymore, because they say, well, you're not allowed to talk to anyone except for the person we've decided you talk to. And then over here, that's an ambulance, a Lego ambulance. That's the city collection, I think they called it. And if you open it, watch, this door opens up here. The roof also opens up, which is cool. And then they have in there, now that man in there, he was in a bike accident. And there's 2 people, which you could stage a bike accident. If you go around here, he crashed into a garbage can. Yeah, he crashed into that garbage can there. And it makes me think of that time. They say, well, geez, we got to take care of this guy. Get him in the ambulance. He was in a bike accident. That's what I was saying when they were built. And they said, it's a play set. And I said, can I play with the life-size play set, please? And then they said, don't you remember the mission? We've told you it like 50 times. And I said, can you let me do my thing? Am I being observed by the psychiatrists and the psychologists and the doctors and the phlebotomists? I need to save humanity. I need to do it my way, the way that makes no sense to anyone. The only way that worked once, maybe, because you guys said, well, all our data was lost when you crashed the computer. But your thing about tactile, necessity of tactile, and you said something about Maslow's something. So they said, okay, you can play with the playset for 5 minutes. So I said, well, and I helped get the guy. I said, can I carry one end of the stretcher with the playset? And there was a lot of sighing by the workers. They were doing a lot of sighing. I said, this is the best. I am a Lego man, a Lego paramedic man. But it reminds me of the time that Rangers hockey subreddit members, they were donating like $20 for every goal scored by Dominic Moore. And they were doing it to the Katie Moore Foundation, a foundation created in honor of his wife who died from liver cancer way back in 2013. And I said, well, I'm just carrying a place that now I feel silly just pretending with the place with that memory. And I said, geez. And then some of the workers were thinking about and then it was a sad moment. They said, everybody go home. And they said, please don't come back during the construction phase from now on when there's workers. You can come at night, which it happens to be night. Would you believe with this blue sky? It's the middle of the night right now, and we're walking around. Now, as we approach these next low-slung, light brown buildings, a tone might be building in your head, and it might be something like da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da, da-da-da. Do you know that? Oh, you don't want me whispering in your ear. Okay, well, that is the cantina playset from Star Wars. The original Star Warses, which were 4, 5, and 6. And then we all know what happened, but it was not an important thing to cover what happened after. They did the first 3. And that was a middler. Plenty of middlers about that. But then they did, well, it doesn't matter. We don't need to talk about it. But there's a dewback there. That's a stormtrooper riding the dewback. And tucked away on this side is the land speeder. Again, something I would like to ride around in, but it doesn't have wheels. It has these strange discs on the bottom. So I said one day, I'm going to find a hill and I'm going to take this to the top of it and push it down. Now, don't tell anybody that. I'm thinking about the A-frame house. If we could get the land speeder to the top of the A-frame house and balance it on the top and then let it slide down, that would be fun. And there's Luke, there's Obi-Wan there. They're inside the cantina. That's Greedo's in there. And people say, Han shot first. And I would say, well, I'm sorry, who? Because Han doesn't come with this place that I think he costs extra. But Greedo must be happy because he said, well, geez, I've been resurrected as a piece of plastic. That's great. And that's it. No R2 or C-3PO here to see. But there is the band. And then you'd say, are you going to make another noise? And I'd say, da 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 da. Would you like to dance with me? Or do you prefer music with a blue elephant man playing music? Because I like these guys with like straight out of the book Communion. And would you believe how long has humanity been in space and we haven't met any aliens yet? Oh, you're laughing now. Why are you laughing? Oh, am I an alien? In some sense, we're all alien to space, so you're brilliant. Oh, no, my alien to humanity. Maybe. Sometimes I do feel a bit alien. I guess, and that brings up the whole question, what is psychology's place in modern science? And I think the psychologists would say, well, they did say it to me. They said, well, with all the destruction, you did on Earth, and then in space, the first space station. And I would say alleged. And they'd say, no, it's been proven. And I said, proven to be accidental. So they said, yeah, we can't prove, there is no more modern science. And I'd say, well, obviously that's not true because we're building these giant playsets or shrinking people down. So sometimes they just yell stuff at me and they say, you started it. And then I say, I forgot, all of the world is just people that weren't at work the day the computer sucked everyone into that biker Twin Peaks battle. When they said, oh, Ayn Rand's dream come true or something. I said, what? I don't know. I mean, it's kind of like an unorthodox soccer ending, which would be like a lot of goals scored. Sometimes that happens. And you'd say, I'm sorry, maybe it's unorthodox soccer defending. And I would say, I remember doing that, saying boring is good. And I'd say it's not boring, and I love it. But, let's not get distracted because now we're getting close to my favorite part of play walking land. Walking playtown. No, neither one of those works for you. Like up here, we have this is called Ambush Alley. And if we were in the King's thingamajig, the King's stagecoach, that's not what they called it back then, but we'd be encountering an ambush here. You see that spider net. It's not a spider net. There's a soldier hiding in there. And then there's another one next to this tree has a giant hammer that would drop on, I don't know, the king, probably one of the king's minions or one of the wheels of the king's stagecoach. But I'd say, guys, let's make peace, But then they say, well, they're Lego crew. They don't have ears. I'd say, well, I guess not, but whatever. I'd say if only Lego and Playmobil had made peace, what would the world be like? And they'd say they were banned from making peace because that would be non-competitive. And I would say, why were Legos more affordable than Playmobil? Answer me that. And I'd say, sorry, I'm going off on you. Excuse me. Believe it or not, coming up here is a giant tree. And you say, geez, that's a little bit different shade than this ambush alley here. But that's a tree house. That's also from the Friends collection. I think that's Doreen up there. And she has a cat. I think the cat's name is Bernie. Same name as the baby cat. Hi, Doreen. She's up there. She has binoculars. Again, I had not allowed up there. I said, what about me? What about me living in the tree house? You won't let me live in the A-frame house. And I could live in the tree house. And they said, well, no, you'd be exposed to the elements. And I said, you guys wait a second. And then I said, I get it. I can take a hint. I get it. I can take a hint. You're afraid I'd jump out of the tree house. Well, thank you for caring about me. But you'll notice some nice details on this tree house. There's little ladybugs, those little red spots. Some are flowers. Some are ladybugs. And if you look at Bernie the cat, there is a bow in Bernie the cat's. Oh, no. Where's Bernie the cat's bow? Okay, I'll write that down. Right now, we only have two problems. A crab in the desert and Bernie the cat is missing its bow. And I don't know if Bernie is Bernie, they say, oh, it's a guy. Don't assume people's, who they are. Say, well, she's Bernadette the cat, okay? And I know for a fact it is Bernadette the cat. So it's Bernie the cat, lady cat. But coming up here, speaking of lookouts, this is a giant, look at this. This is a giant pirate tower. Up there, that's not, up there, that's a, what do you call that? It's a spotlight. And then on these, behind these giant double doors here, this gray, this has got parapets and chains to swing on that break when you swing on them. And they have a giant cannon in here. Now, I already know what they're going to be doing here. They said inside this giant cannon, they're going to make cotton candy. And I said, I wish I thought of that. That is brilliant. I would like to meet the person who thought of it. And they said it was you, that you submitted a questionnaire wanting cotton candy and saying that's the one thing you miss from your life on Earth. And I can tell you that not only is it's working. I said, can you turn it on for this? Really, you're laughing so much. And you do have a beautiful smile. And you might say, what cotton candy do they have? I'd say, what is your favorite kind? Was it blue and pink mixed together with a general sugar flavor? They tell you it's raspberry and strawberry, but it's really just a sugar flavor. Yeah, that's the flavor they have in there. Go ahead and help yourself. Here's a paper stick. Oh, no, don't get me any. Oh, you're going to let me, that is intimate. I can bite off of your cotton candy. Oh, boy, I feel like a pirate on a tower with a cannon full of cotton candy. So you'll see this is the tower. It's got 3 levels, and, up there, that's where the spotlight is. Now, this tower is going to be part of a show, so you'll get your cotton candy. You'll step back here to the safety zone. And then over there, that thing launches something. I think they said, well, we're going to launch T-shirts or something. But the castle will experience an earthquake and collapse, and then they'll rebuild it. You can't see, but way up in the sky there are ropes that'll come down and rebuild the castle. And this was from the movie Pirates of the Caribbean, or as a little child said to me, Pirates of the Carabiner. And then the child would say, "Ahoy, my keys." And I'd say, "It's ahoy, mateys." And they'd say, "Yeah, ahoy, my keys." And I'd say, I think my grandfather used to say that when he would lose his keys. But he never called himself the Pirate of the Carabiner. But if he had been the Pirate of the Carabiner, he wouldn't have lost his keys. Because they would have been on a carabiner, he could have put them on his belt. And I said, from the mouth of babes, they're just so bright, those children. But yeah, so then there'll be the pirate show, and that's kind of like help you wind your day down. They'll be shooting out the T-shirts. There's the Johnny Depp character there. That is some other character from the movies. Most of the other characters, I said, well, that's not Johnny Depp. And then they said, well, this isn't Johnny Depp either. They didn't have the rights to put his face on a Lego character. And I said, well, geez, don't you guys, you're in a playland, use your imagination. And then some scientist said, well, I did last night. And I said, oh, wow, that's weird. With a Lego man. And then I said, okay, well, don't put those ideas in my hand. And then I thought of, no, never mind. It's terrible stuff. You're laughing, though. Is that sugar from the cotton candy going to your head? That's so nice of you. So that's the pirate show. And the next up is the pet shop. And you might say, wow, that's weird. Are they selling the pets? Well, they're selling toys that look like pets to take back. And they'd say, but they're like, they said they're going to have like those, what were those robo pets you had on your keychain, the Machuchis or something they had. And you got to take care of them so that you pet the pets. And then I said, well, why didn't you make them furry? Because it's easier to pet something furry than something, plastic. And I'd say and they say, you told us to make, these are the play sets you told us to build. And I said, you did not tell me, to add accessory packs. And I said, well, tactile. So they said, we'll make some furry animals. And I said, plush toys. You'll make plush toys is what you'll make to snuggle with. If you want to save humanity, but that's just me, the man you hired to partially add to a possible solution that you said is costing way too much to save humanity. So that's me. And then you say, well, I want to see one more entertaining thing before I go, or if I'm waiting in line for my exit for my walk, you could walk around this here. It is a penguin performance area where they will have a plastic penguin performance, possibly, pending preparation of the plastic penguins. You say that fast, but you still are eating that cotton candy. Do you mind if I have one more bite? Do you mind if we both bite the cotton candy at the same time and then kiss? Okay, well, yeah, we're not at that stage yet, so that's fine. So that'll be the penguin show. And the nice thing about the penguin show is if you can't make it a pirate show, or you say, well, I want to be the first out of here when the, walk. I said, well, you're walking. It's not, you should always be almost in motion. Like a mall walker in a place at mall. Beta. So I said, well, geez, I'd probably make some changes with that crab in the desert. What was the other thing? I forgot what I wrote. And then you say, next up, you say, well, what if things are really going well? I've got someone, I'm eating cotton candy. I'm saying, wow, I could see the sparkles of the candy on your lips is lovely. I'd say, well, geez, what if we share a song here at the Star Stage? This is the Star Stage. These are Lego friends, the Lego friend collection here. These are the Lego friends here. They perform But instead of having performances, you get to perform. So they say, well, we'll move the characters out. You can pretend to play the keyboards. We can do karaoke. Now, I think that right now there's only one song, and I don't know the song. It's a Jefferson Airplane song, White Rabbit, which is some sort of psychedelic classic rock. I don't know. I said, I don't know any songs like the White Album, the Beatles. I know that kind of. White Room with no curtains. I know that one, but we could one day, we'll come to the Star Stage and we'll perform. One day but that's the Star Stage for, and that maybe it'll rekindle that. So that's the general plan here of the play Walking Land to restore tactile functioning in humanity. And you might be having questions like, well, what about people, is this just to spur some sort of patriarchal return to a nuclear family situation? I say, no. All of humanity's lost its mojo. Whoever people love, that passion has been sapped from us. So it's just not about making babies. It's about making sweet love. And they said, well, maybe it's not I said, it is tactile. Sex, love is a tactile thing, like eating cotton candy with your tongue, licking it into your mouth is a very sexual thing. It's so, oh, I'm sorry, I'm lightheaded. Must be the plastic gas. But I'd say, it doesn't matter if people are going to have babies or be making babies. First, we have to start making sweet love. You're looking at me different than I've ever seen you look at me in all our mall walking. You've never given me that look, and it makes me feel safe and aroused a bit. But well, I'm going to tell you a little secret that I said I'm going to whisper it to you, but not too close to me. Oh, you want me to whisper it close to you? Well, I've decided to live in the ambulance because when I was carrying the man in the ambulance, I created a hollowed out play Lego man. So I'm going to sleep inside the Lego man. What did you say? Oh boy, that is wow, that is a come on. Yeah, we could move the Lego there. Yeah, we could push the Lego man out, and there is what do you call that thing? A gurney. And I put a bed. Wait, did you just say naked in a bed inside the cannon with all the cotton candy? Wow, there is hope for humanity. If this is really happening, maybe I'm in a dream. Are you serious? You are. I can tell. Wow. I haven't seen a human skin, that part of the human body. Okay. So yeah, I'll join you. Or we could relocate okay, I'll just climb right in. One second, because I was recording this. I forgot to tell you for the, oh, jeez. Wow. Okay. Is that the nape of your neck? That cotton candy is. And I was kidding. Now you don't smell like Hickory Farms at all. You smell like, oh boy. Okay. So, that's it for the virtual walking tour. Ending here at the Star Stage. And, okay, wow. Okay, so this is a cotton candy goodness. Making a restart for humanity by making sweet love. And what sweeter way to make love than inside of I don't know, are you worried? You're really crammed in there. Are you saying there's room for two? Oh, boy. Yeah, because I was saying, well, if we're making, do you use heat? Well, we're going to make it. Okay, so that's the end of our tour. Thank you, and hopefully this is the restart of humanity. One piece of cotton candy at a time, making sweet love in a play set made to reinvigorate humanity's need for tactile sensations, against, across time and space. This is a need we've had since the beginning. Okay, I gotta go. Goodbye. I'm gonna get in here. I go. Oh, okay. And that is the, and then we can fall right asleep in this bed of cotton candy. You think just stop talking. Oh, it's cotton candy, man. And that is the end of my tale of walking in a playland where the end. All right, guys, it's another random Thursday episode here, and I was saying, geez, you guys talked about the sponsorship thing earlier. And I listen to a lot of podcasts, about podcasting, so I'm always looking to try to learn, what the hell I'm doing. I said, geez, I don't quite got it figured out yet. I don't even think you can figure it out. I should just try to get a little bit better, a little bit more. But, some stuff I don't necessarily always agree with. And that's one of the hard things about podcasts is the person's in your ear. You're like, oh, this person must know what they're talking about. And then I'm also a crazy person. So it's like, well, I want to fight this person. And I said, well, geez, I think he's just trying to help you. Why do you want to fight him? I don't know. I do. I don't like him. Well, are you sure you're not being, that's the kind of stuff that, you've heard me before. That's how my brain works a little bit, part of my brain. Well, some of the podcasts, they say, hey, you probably got some rich people listening to your podcast. Come up with an idea. Or people that, aren't rich but will blow money, like they're rich. Come up with something to sell them that's wicked expensive, and then you don't got to do much else. And I tried that once. I said, hey, I'd come to your house and tell you a story. I think I was charging $10,000 or $100,000. Maybe it was $100,000 to brush your teeth. I didn't have any takers on that, but I said, well, Jesus, $10,000 is a little low to come to your house, to be honest with you, tell you a story. I mean, all expenses paid, but then it's like, well, maybe it's not. That would be like, it'd have to, then you'd be like, for that much money, you got to drop contracts. Once you hit the 10,000 mark, then the lawyers get involved. And then they say, well, come up with a digital course. That's what they say. Come up with a digital course or, a local, you say charge people to meet you. And, give them some kind of, you got to become an authority expert. I think that's what they said. I saw something, authority figure, authority leader. I don't know. But I said, I liked it. I said, well, geez, how much do you get? They said like $3,000, $29.99. That's a good price for a course. $1,990. And I said, well, whoa, I could go for $1,000. And I said, geez, how many of my listeners have said, hey, I'm wicked rich, man? And I said, well, I love my listeners. I don't know. And I said, well, I don't want anybody. And I said, well, $1,000. I said, well, wait, $3,000, $29.99. I said, well, geez, maybe I could come up with something. And then I said, I couldn't do that to my listeners. But I said, well, oh, wait a second. What about, I could come up with a digital product for free. And then I could just, instead of being a digital product, it could just be a podcast episode. And then maybe I could just lie, and then I could sell it later. If I change my mind, I decide, hey, I don't give a shit. Let's sell this shit. Hey, listeners, 3 G's to listen to a whole podcast episode. Or a rewritten one I rewrote, that digital course that I did that one time, remember? And I said, hey, I wouldn't do that to you guys. Well, I'm doing it now because I got, I heard, I saw somebody named Richie Rich was following the podcast, and, I got money in my eyes. But in order to do that, of course, I have to turn. And then I said, well, I got a cold this week or something. I don't know what the hell I caught, but don't worry. I literally, as emotionally trying as it was, I didn't go to work for 2 days, or really, I was supposed to record yesterday. I didn't do it. I'm on the tail end of this thing. But I said, well, gee, maybe I should hire somebody, like a talent. Because, someone that's talented, like I said, I've never given a seminar or any kind of, I said, I said, oh boy, that's even boring for me. I could do it. Why don't I hire somebody that's got so don't adjust your, if the volume's lower or something, this person, they might have a lower type voice. I might even be that person right now, but it sounds like me. You say, hey, his voice is off. Maybe he's sick. Maybe he's lying. Maybe he's been lying about everything. But yeah, so, settle in and start to feel the early morning of a conference room. You're sitting in a seat-long table, yellow legal pad in front of you. A tan takeout box in front of you. No smell of food, though. And you settle into your seat. You play with your pencil, and a man walks to the front of the room. Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Well, thank you for coming to my seminar. Welcome, everyone, to this session. Now, my name is Bertrand Red Swirl III. It's, we don't have a board to write on that. I said, well, I don't need one because I have a lot of handouts. But my name is Bertrand Red Swirl III. This is my first seminar I've ever given. I'd apologize. That's why you were allowed in at the intro rate of $887 to take this course. So there'll be a survey afterwards. I'm thinking of unleashing your boredom. That's what the initial title was. That you signed up over using boredom to master your life by mastering boredom. Boredom mastery. So what do you think about that? Unleashing your boredom. Boredom mastery. That's the course potential title. Or titles, or, subtitles, secondary titles, SEO type stuff, so I'm more searchable when, people say, hey, I need a... So you're sitting there, you're looking at me, and you're saying, who give us the who, what, when, why, and how. Who? I'm Bertram Red Swirl III. I'm a boredom expert. And you say, well, geez, how did you become... We'll get to those things. Who, what? This is boredom mastery. Where I'm going to teach you in, let me just double check my resume. 10 easy steps, how to take boredom, reformat your life, and use it like a boring ninja, a ninja that is, taking all the joy out of ninjaing, of taking the ninjas practice martial arts, of assassinations and, climbing walls. They said, well, I'll just hang on a wall. I'm not going anywhere. Ninja star, just drop it. It fell out of my hand. Nunchuckers, I'm just going to let it hang here. Oh, I'm going to hang my wrist, so it's just hanging. Oh, look, the breeze is moving there. Is that just the motion of my existence making it swing like that? My arm's getting tired, so I'm going to put this... They say I would have brought nunchuckers, but they said they're illegal in this state and all states. And ninja stars. But I'm glad you're here. What? Again, this is my first, who, what, why? Why? You might be saying to yourself, why am I here? Why am I at a boredom session? Why would I want to obtain boredom mastery? What would that do to my life? Well, let's be honest here. You came here, something's appealed to you in the marketing material. Probably the discount where we said $30,000 in boredom knowledge for only $887. Tax deductible if you're an entrepreneur, solo penis? Oh, solopreneur. Or a, or your work will pay for it. I think all you were here from, all you hear was that insurance company, huh? Well, welcome. Welcome. So that's why. Why? You'll learn why. And you'll say to yourself, geez, I don't need things, excitements for my personal life, or excitements for those other people. Or I'm an exciting person in a biology teacher's clothes. Yes, I'm here to help you with that. What? Why? Where? Well, where? We're in what do they call this? The Duck's Belly conference room. I don't know why they would name a conference room Duck's Belly, but they said that's the conference room we at this hotel. Names their conference rooms after duck parts. It's probably the most boring part of the duck, the belly. At the same time, without the belly, the duck would sink to the bottom of the sea. Or, I know, sir, you're looking, I know, but there's no sea ducks, thank you. Sea ducks. That should be the name of a sports team, don't you think? Anyway, that's where is here, and where in your life, in your home life, in your work life. In your life, traveling from work to home, boredom can become an asset. And I will teach you to unlock those things. And soon you'll forget about all those other things running through your brain, and you'll learn the power of boredom. What, who, what, where, when, why we did right, how, who, what, where, when, why, and how. Well, how, where, when, when, I don't think I skipped when. When, we're going to start right now. And you'll be able to walk out here today and use these things immediately. You could even start using them. Well, there's no real class participation really in here, but you could start using them in your personal life immediately. Even on the phone. There'll be no breaks. But even, when, right away, that's when. What, where, when, how. I'm going to give you 10 easy steps. 10 steps that you can walk in your life or your day-to-day existence to take boredom. And, once you become a boredom master, you must say, geez, I'm going to start my own boredom seminar. Well, good luck. Good luck. This countenance that I have, if that's the correct usage of it, doesn't just come naturally. It comes with years of, I've been boring for more than 10,000 hours, and I have a gripe to pick here to be controversial, but also make it boring. A little example, a teaching method used by teachers is have a controversial thing not to say about Mr. Gladwell, the person that spread the word about outliers in 10,000 hours, but the people that use it as an example. Because they say, I've got my 10,000 hours selling insurance. I'm the best there is. And then I say to my brother, well, why aren't you the number one insurance salesman at your company? You're number 8. And he said, fuck you, motherfucker. And I said, well, you said you had your 10,000 hours. That would give you mastery over insurance sales. He said, you son of a... Okay. I say, this is all the part to make a point, though, folks, of the language and my hand motion. What slips through their 8th place mind is the fact that it's 10,000 focused hours. You can spend 10,000 hours walking down the street and still trip. But if you walk with focus, will you trip? Or do you walk with focus? The answer is no. Do you bore with focus? Well, I have for 10,000 hours, maybe more. Maybe people say, well, how many hours have you been alive? I'd say no focused hours. So I'm going to teach you where to put your focus in order to maximize your boredom on your quest for boredom mastery. So let's begin, shall we? I want you to open the box in front of you, and as you open it, you'll unlock a secret to boredom. You're looking at some of you, please no interaction with each other. That is an eye mask, and I want you to put it over your eyes for the rest of our session. Place the eye mask over your eyes, and your employer, they may or may not be videotaping this session to see you troublemakers, or you'll probably be forced to refund them at the full $30,000 price. So please put the eye masks on, because You're going to learn to use your ears to listen to me, and not your eyes to look around or to doodle or to, look at other people and make faces. As I said, as my students once did in the class I taught. So let's move right in. Now that you're masked, cloaked in darkness here, you can hear the sound of my voice. Be reassured that as I unlock each step of boredom mastery, you will take one more step into control of your life in ways you say, Jesus, this is actually useful stuff. Maybe this is worth $999. And there will be no use of subliminal messaging here or any of those things. Pseudo-subliminal, they said, because they said you can't say subliminal since you don't know what the hell you're doing. And that's one of the ways, anyway, I'm getting at step one. Well, let's refocus our efforts on being dull here, folks. Step one, let's figure out your BOR ID. Is a driver's license floating in front of you. You can see it's your picture, better than your driver's license picture, quite nice. And it's writing there, but as you see the license float away, you see yourself on a street corner, observing a car accident. Someone's talking to you. You were in a conversation about the accident. The accident wasn't yours. Wasn't anyone you knew. It was a minor accident, one where in the cartoons, where the fire hydrant sprays the water and a puppy wags its tail, and a policeman, exasperated, tries to work out some sort of compromise to determine whose fault it is for when he writes a report to send to the insurance company. Now I want to draw your focus deeper into the conversation. The person talking to you is someone you know. Maybe you were getting coffee and you came outside when you heard the crash, or the horn, or the brakes, or the car alarm. It does not matter. But as they tell you about what's been going on with them and their, what's that psoriasis called on their arm, and they tell you about their latest doctor's appointment, what are you doing? Answer A. Thinking about whatever food you left in the cafe and that, what you wish you ordered. Say, I should have ordered a bagel with lox. I was in the mood for a sweet breakfast or something like that. Or you're saying, geez, I can't wait to get home and masturbate. Or whatever it is, you're thinking about something. Answer two, you interrupt them and say, that's not base, that's a, you say something about what they're saying. That's it. You say, well, I know the right answer about homeopathy. Pro or con, here's what it is, you fool. And maybe you say it nicer than that, but maybe you don't. But you got all the answers. That's answer B. Answer C. You start to list off all the places you had heard about. So you just talk about psoriasis forever and ever and ever. About your grandmother. About what you heard about it. About the time you saw this. About the fact, what's the difference between a cream and a lotion? And then you talk about creams and lotions. Oil, how come, which one was it that condoms are allergic to? Oil-based lubricants or water? How could you make a water-based lubricant? What the heck? How could water be a lubricant? I don't get it. Explain it to me. And then it's time to go back into the cafe. Now, did you answer A, B, C? Or you say, well, I would have done something else. Well, if you answered A, which was your bored daydream. I don't have all the answers for you, but if you answered A, you're a bored daydreamer. Day bored dreamer. Yeah, day bored dreamer. Yes, that's what you are. Day bored dreamer. If you answered B, You're a know-it-all. You got all the answers. You're a bore prof. If you answered C, well, you just blah 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 blah. This about this. You're a bore searcher, a researcher. So think about whatever it is. Now mark down. I want you to take the next few minutes, and if there's 5 more questions on the first worksheet in front of you. Oh shit. Never mind. Don't leave your eye masks on. It's much more important to have the eye masks on. We'll skip that part. So your bore ID. Are you a day bore dreamer? Are you a bore prof? Or are you a bore searcher? Think about what if you answer the other questions, you would have had a better idea. But you say, oh, geez, I feel like I like this. Let's just go with, in your mind, you pick one. You say, hey, I like bore research and stuff on the internet. Memorizing Wikipedia articles, so I'm a bore searcher. Okay, we'll hold that with you as we move forward. For that's when you're at your dullest. Step 2, we're going to start to look at when do you draw attention? And when should you be on the lookout and say, oh boy, no attention for me? I want to think about the last time you were at work and you met someone new. It might be a client. It might be a new coworker. It might be a customer. And think about the last time that happened and it went well. And then they initiated the next conversation with you. They said, hey, I like your shirt. Excuse me, I have a question about this product that just exploded in my hands. Or, why is my house, whatever it is, your insurance company isn't even licensed or bonded. Is it? Any of those questions, think about it. Why did they pick you? What was it about your body language? What was it about your eyes? How did you feel having them see you as an expert, as an authority? Did it feel risky or did it feel good? Next up, I want you to think about a similar situation where someone was talking to you and talking to other people about you in a positive way. You're in a group and they're saying, oh, Mr. Red Swirl here, he has his own wonderfully interesting analysis of Malcolm Gladwell's Outliers. And he gets really agitated when he talks about it, and we love to see him get agitated at work. But it's wonderfully insightful, oddly enough. And that's why we have him heading up this new boredom initiative. We think there's a potential in it. Think about something like that, where it was a wonderful moment in your life where you said, wow, I'm shining. I want you to think about, was it day and night? How many people were there? Were they people you knew? Were they strangers? What was the eye contact like? Where were your hands? What were you doing? These would be questions we'd be answering in the worksheet. But I need you focused in the Gladwell-esquian manner. Answering worksheets is for piddling 10,000 hour faux outliers, inliers, I'd say. Anyway, back to the boring thing. That's not boring at all. Now we're at part 3. Fear causes forcing. Is what I call part 3. I don't remember part 2 or 1, what I was calling those. Fear causes forcing. I want you to think about the last time you were in a social situation where you had a little stomach flutter or a little heart palpitation. Maybe it was a potential romantic encounter. Maybe you did something wrong at work. You had to admit to a mistake. Or you were being called in to discuss a mistake you made. Maybe it was a promise you made that you didn't keep and you had to say, maybe it was an apology. Maybe it was a tricycle you ran over 3 times. And then you said, oh boy. And then you said, well, that felt good. And then you had to tell the people, you were nervous, you were afraid. Now think about how you dealt with that situation. Was there fear driving an adrenaline Did you feel like you had to act to make things right, to admit the truth? Did you notice yourself talking? You're in the office, you're at the parents' house with the broken tricycle. Are you talking more animated? Are you overexcited? Are you flushed? Is your heart beating faster than normal? Well, fear causes forcing. You're not at your boringest. And you might make a slip. Why risk making a slip? Fear causes forcing. But it's okay to be afraid. It's perfectly natural, and that's why you're here. For when you when you reach boredom mastery, you'll have nothing to fear. Believe me, you'll feel nothing at all. Now that we've been sitting for a while and your eyes have been cloaked, some of you may still be awake. I put that nail chemical for not biting your nails on the table to make punish any of you that would fall asleep onto the desks. But I want you to bring your attention to your hands. Where are your hands right now? If anyone, I don't mean to be exclusionary. If anyone's missing a hand or hands, I apologize. You could bring your attention to your, she's in this phantom hands. But you could bring your attention to your arms. Everyone do that. And again, I say, oh boy, this is, it's hard trying to sell these courses. They say, is there any exclusionary material, offensive stuff? And then, now this is a weird situation where you could use boredom if you're a boredom master. And then don't sign anything that says, you say, well, we don't need to sign anything. There's no exclusionary language here. This is the boring seminar you're looking for. And then they might scream at you, I know when you don't try, are you trying to be funny? Or do you really think you're a Jedi? Because either way, say, sir, what were we talking about? Anyway, move your attention to your shoulders and to your back. And you say, okay, or whatever body part happens to say, hey, give me some attention. Within the appropriate confines of business decorum, of course. But I want you to think about those times you've shined or those times you've been in conflict. And think about how you held your body, because now we're on step 4, slim ball body. I'll say it again for all of you, slim ball body. There was once a man named Slim Goodbody, who was a child I was exposed to. I thought it was Richard Simmons, but it was not. He wore a suit of inside of a man. He danced and yelled, I think, or maybe that was Richard Simmons. I said the two are irrevocably binded in my mind for some reason. But he had but anyway, this is a witty title I thought of. I said Slim Ball Body. So, think about those times when you're in conflict, when you're afraid, or when you're in a good position, where people are giving you positive attention. How are you holding your shoulders? How are you holding your head? Where are you looking into people's eyes? Are you relaxed and holding your hands at your side near your pockets? Well, no longer. Slump your shoulders forward. Those of you that are just a little bit, feel the weight of the world on your shoulders. The price of gas continues to crush the American budget. Food goes up, it's more. Is it healthy? I don't know. Feel that on your spine, those possible truths, or they say that's circumstantial. I don't know. But it's weighing you down just enough. Not too much, so they say, is there something wrong with you? Just enough where you say, oh, I won't give up yet, but I feel like it. Excellent. I see some of you doing a good job. Don't sit up when I say that, though, with pride. Now, I want you to picture yourself in a ball, one of those mixers that you might be at work or for romantic purposes, or a bar. I want you to practice, instead of in the group you're in, practice aiming your gaze across the room at an inane object, a girder, a, a fire alarm, a strange, architectural quirk all the way across the room, outside, having nothing to do with you or the conversation. And I want you to remember to check in every once in a while on that thing. See how it's doing. Jesus, that gird is still there. Why is it there? I don't know. Get curious about it. Because eye language is a part of body language, because but right now it's not. If I don't know if your back is bowed, your eyes are flicking back and forth, and your hands, as you begin to think about the things that are pressing upon your shoulders and weighing you down, your hands should naturally become uncomfortable. But if they don't, think about, can I feel the sweat on my hands? And some of you must say, I have dry hands or I have sweaty hands. That's not the question I asked you. I said, can you feel the sweat on your hands? And then you'd say, with my fingertips or with some sort of magical energy, with my own pores? And I would say, good question. Try to figure it out for the rest of your life when you're in a social situation. And you'd say, what? And I'd say, good job. Now your hands look very uncomfortable as you wonder, can I feel the sweat of my hands? Because your hands should always be sweating, I think, maybe, or breathing. And you say, well, now I've mastered that down the road. Or I'm bored with the sweat on my hand. Well, they say our entire body's covered in cilia. Maybe it's your palms that doesn't have it. Or do they? Did you read that somewhere? Don't look it up, because I can guarantee you, if you're sensitive enough and you're in an important social situation, you'll begin to wonder, do I have a hair on my palms or not? What about my fingertips? Try to figure it out. Okay, those are go-to actionable items in that slim ball body. Now, next up is step 5. We're halfway. Well, I guess we have to finish this step, then we're halfway there, but there will be no break. That would cause too much interaction. But step 5, deflection, deflection, deflection. Now, here I'm going to offer you an allegory, which is a story. What's the difference? Anyway, you're on the plains of a fantasy kingdom. You and another soldier have gone out on the plains, and an entire enemy army approaches. And they before you left, they said, here, you take the shield, and you, the other guy, take the bow and arrow, and go off to face the enemy army. They said they will see who is the bravest of the men, and who will survive and marry their queen or something. And they said it is told in the prophecy. And you go out there, and you might say to yourself, as you've been, inundated with Western culture, you say, well, I'd like to be the man with the bow to take out the most powerful warrior on that enemy army to prove my, powerfulness or my ability to dominate and declare war. Well, I would tell you, you're a fool. For as they rain arrows at you, or me, because I'm the boredom master, I simply raise the shield and deflect the arrows into you. And then I ride my boredom move. And you say, well, it's an allegory. You say, well, how many arrows? What type of shield arrows should deflect? Is it a wood shield wouldn't deflect? I say, deflect, deflect, deflect. And this is where we get into the advanced boredom, because now we're past halfway. We're at the halfway point of the point, deflect, deflect, deflect. So in social situations, in work situations, in life situations, deflect the attention to someone else. They say, wow, you really have, your teeth are really somewhat straight. Did you wear braces and remove them yourself? Yes, I did, but Mary here wore braces the whole time, and her teeth are wonderfully straight. And you might not have listened to this whole thing, but listen to that. And think about how Mary feels. Think about the complimenter feels. Who knows what the motivation was with that complimentation? They could have been plotting against you, or attempting to manipulate you. Or they could just be a buffoon handing out compliments like a compliment buffoon. Either way, you've achieved your goal of winning 2 allies. Or in the case of the allegory, winning the queen or the princess or whatever we said, and destroying your rival. And sometimes deflection can destroy, and sometimes it can win you. Deflect. Number 6, escape with grace. Now, with grace, I say escape with grace. Don't make up a lie. You'll be caught. But always have an escape route to get out early. And you say, well, geez, this is something you're going to have to learn on your own, but make sure it's boring. So start to think about the boring pastimes you have. And you might say, what could I say? I'm going home to feed my pet. Only if that person you ask them first. You say, Bob, do you have a pet? Oh, yeah, I have a dog. Okay, I got to go home and let my dog out to go to the bathroom. You've escaped with grace. Oh, I got to go home. Do you have a pet? I have a cat. Oh, I got to go home and feed my cat. Now, you could get yourself a dog and a cat. You could get yourself a picture and a dog and a cat, name them, talk to them every day. Now, that is boring. It'll help develop, your minor level boredoms of, fantasy of life and some such things. But just have an escape route. Anywhere you go, leave before you get too much. Say, oh, Bob wanted to get out before the party started. You don't want to get the party started, and you don't want to be there when the party starts. The party don't stop. You need to be gone. So they always remember, well, you didn't ruin the party. Being boring is not about being a wet blanket. Well, it's not about being the one that people remember as ruining the party. You don't want to be, oh boy. In my old life, before I was boring, I was the party. Anyway, you just want to say, oh, that Bobby. And they say, he's probably going home to work. Meanwhile, you're, playing with your collection of Hummel figurines or whatever it is, or playing with your grandma's Hummel figurines and scratching them, and then painting them yourself. And then it was the cats, Grandma. We don't have cats. We have pictures of cats. Anyway, not important. Have an escape route. Figure it out yourself. You can do it. Point 7, here we go. We're at point 7, kill the convo. Now, you might remember when I asked you that quiz at the beginning, and you might not have. Are you a bore searcher? Are you a bore prof? Oh, you a bore? I don't have my notes. I guess I shouldn't be giving the talk with an eye mask on, but I felt the need to do what I asked you to do. So I can't. I put it on a little while ago. But are you a bore? Kill the convo. Now, the easiest way to do this is to take something popular that would work in a normal conversation that's going to come up, and then expound upon it in a way. Again, you don't want to be remembered. You don't want to be a downer and say, oh, well, did you hear about that landslide? They'll remember you for that, but they won't remember you for this. And then when you strike, like a boring ninja, they would say, that ninja's been on that wall for 2 years. I didn't think he would ever move again. That's where the subliminal messaging comes in later. Anyway, the best way to do that is to read up on, go to Google News, look up what's popular, read an article about it, read it to yourself, word for word, and then say, well, was that interesting, or was that facts or some sort of story? and learn to paraphrase incorrectly. And you say, well, geez, I heard about that episode of blankety blank, but play to your strengths. Were you a ball prof? Then start listing out, well, geez, have you heard about the latest research on this? Or if you're a researcher, ball searcher, do a little research, read some New Yorker magazine, New Yorker, or some long form articles, and paraphrase that. Oh, did you know Siberia? It's a funny thing you mention it, because I was reading this article about the Trans-Siberia Railway, and I was wondering, what is trans in Russian? And then I started to wonder, but I read the article, and then you take it from there. Another thing is to say, well, I'm not interested in popular things. Find what you're interested in and make a spider web to connect it to what is interesting, and then find your way back like a boring little spider. They say, hey, what do you think better, Breaking Bad or Better Call Saul? And you said, I just rewatched Welcome Back, Kotter for the 5th time in my life. You wouldn't, and they say, well, do you like John Travolta? No. Well, you might like him as a young man, Barbarino. They say it's offensive. Okay, so that's a bad example, actually. There's too many offensive things. That would be attention getter. So again, this is why we practice focused practice for boredom mastery, my little ninjas. But you almost want to think about it. You say, well, oh, that is Breaking Bad, Bryan Cranston. What I loved was Malcolm in the Middle. And they'd say, oh, remember that one where he tried to be a figure skater? No. It was the little boy. His name was Dewey. How many storylines involved Dewey do you remember? And then there was the other kid with the bright eyes, not Malcolm. He was in the middle. But Dewey, he ate a lot of cereal, didn't he? Do you think they had product placement on Malcolm in the Middle? And you think about it, and they'd say, well, what are the odds, father? And I say, yes. Well, what are the odds that young Dewey was eating healthy? I say, geez, well, do you think that was filmed? See what I just did? I took something. And then if they start to get exasperated, you say, you're right. Oh, that Bryan Cranston. Sorry about that. I just said, oh, geez, I love Bryan Cranston so much. He made me think of that silly Dewey. But, and then you make an exit, combining strengths. Soon you'll learn to combine strengths, but most of the time, you'll be making a point and say, oh, you know what, I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And you'll be left all alone, where you're safe. And where my ninjas, when the time comes, you will be activated. And the time to strike will come. But you won't even know it, because you'll be so bored. So that is Kill the Convo. Next up is 8. We're on the home stretch, metaphors. And you might say, metaphors, like miniature. And you say, could you explain meta to me? If I could, it would be extremely dull and incorrect. But I'm talking about metaphors and rhyming it with bore. Metaphors. Now, there's nothing that makes someone more interesting than a good metaphor. And there's nothing that makes someone tune out like a metaphor that can't get started. You might say an impotent metaphor, but that wouldn't be boring, because that would be a metaphor that's sexually charged. Avoid sexually charged metaphors, even if they're your own humiliation. Avoid them. But listen to your conversation and say, well, geez, what are they talking about? They're talking about climbing mountains. And what is the best? Is it respectful? Are we pushing our wealth on other countries and saying, I want to climb your mountain. I'm going to leave my garbage there. You clean it up. Here's $50. And you say you take that situation and you metaphor it. And you could even say, let me see if I understand what you're saying. If they don't walk away at that point, you haven't achieved boredom mastery. But soon they will when you start talking. And you say something about farm animals, grass, boring natural things. Again, TV shows no one watches or no one remembers. You'd say no, Kirk Cameron's controversial. Anyway, remember, you need to vet this stuff. Focused practice, my sweet ninjas. For soon, your training will become deeper and the levels much deeper. Not today, but soon, my ninjas. But you'd say focused practice. You say, I drove by a field of cows the other day. And I wondered about it because all the cows there, they eat the grass and they go to the bathroom there. And then they say, well, geez, that is fertilizer. So they come and collect the fertilizer, if I'm correct, I believe. And then they use that on products, to grow and harvest the products, correct? Or incorrect. I'm not sure if I'm either one. But you say, well, is it cows produce milk? Grass produces chlorophyll. And I think we clean up after the cows. But it's because we're reusing it for something else. Now that's a metaphor. They say, I'm sorry, what? And it has to be relatable, but only to you. And they say, I don't understand what your point. Well, my point was, some material on the mountains, is it being reused? Like the grass, the cow poop. And in some sense, the cows themselves. Say it with a straight face. Say it boring. And they'll buy it. Because it's been bought in, my ninjas. Well, my friends, we've reached step 9, where we begin to unlock the deepest powers of boredom. The most powerful, the most, in some sense, the hardest to master and the hardest to understand. With constant focused practice and a focused mind, though, victory will be ours. Because step 9 is the internal magnet. And I want to lay a metaphor on you, but it might be more of a metaphor so I can actually make a point. As a child, an almost universal experience is playing with magnets. Now, at some point, they invented those super magnets, which if you ate them, 2 of them, you were screwed. And they said, no more, but those were round, which deprived the children, I don't know how old any of you are, of the joy of playing with flat magnets. And you learn that, okay, one side of the magnet attracts, and one side repulses. And just like a magnet, we have an internal magnet. So just like a magnetic magnet, we have an internal magnetic energy that can attract or repulse. And people might say you're crazy. And I would say, listen to my voice, my ninjas, for this is powerful stuff. For you can control the power of this magnet to repulse or attract with just some deep-seated things that you need to revisit in your focused practice, my ninjas. Focused practice. 10,000 hours of nothing is still nothing. Do not disappoint me. Now, as I was saying, you say to yourself, you will practice this in the quiet of your home, your focused practice. You'll say, stay away from me. Stay away from me. Find a quiet spot. Picture your internal spirit, your internal heart pushing people away from you. Far, far away from you. Where they're at a distance, where they can be controlled. You're repulsing them like a magnet. You just need to focus on that energy. Think about the reasons why these people are against you or whatever you need to do. This will be in a focused practice of your home. taking the time to find the way to push invisible magnetic energy out there, to push people away. And with focused practice, it will become something you cannot escape, you cannot control, that you take with you into your bottom mastery. But as you begin to discover the power of this internal magnet, you don't want to use it for repulsion. You want to add a metaphor level to it, as I don't know how to describe it, because that was our last step. That's the last step I remember talking about. But you'll think you're saying, I'm not repulsing you because you're gross. I'm repulsing you because I'm so boring. And you could figure out a way to interact with boring wavelengths, with your magnetic energy. This is very heady stuff. That's why it's step 9. And then you'll be able to silently do as you wish, to follow orders and carry out the commands I will give you in the future. By using that energy, you will keep people at bay, but you will also give them some level of comfort as you start to say, oh, I'm boring, you're not, saving you your time. Find a mantra. I think that is boring mantras, level 2 lessons with nunchuckers and ninja stars will be the next course I will be offering all of you, and you will be required to take it. And soon, even the sound of a ninja star shooting across the room while your eyes are covered will cause you to repulse it with a swift kick. I don't know, that might have been too much. I don't know what was said there, folks. That was just a metaphor. Here's a metaphor about stopping a ninja star with a kick. Not boring enough, I'm sorry. Maybe I need another 1,000 hours of focused practice. Always focused practice. Focus on the practice, not on the implications of what I'm saying, or the implications of your mission, or anything but the practice. Just focus on the practice. And that leads us, my friends, to step 10, which is bore to win. I'm going to turn you loose on the world now. And you are going to go out there. All this is contained in the packets in front of you. Also, internally, I've burned a new pathway into your mind with special boring methods that cannot even be disclosed, and will never will be disclosed. Ever, my ninjas. You will learn more as you sign up for higher level courses. But I want you to take these lessons and integrate them into your life. I want you to find time, as much time as you can, for focused practice. Now, I don't expect the next time I see you to have 10,000 hours of focused practice, but I expect focused practice or no practice at all. Do not disappoint me, my ninjas. Just practice and focus. Learn to be boring. Master boredom, and no one will suspect anything. You'll be able to carry out your missions or your life's desires in a stealth mode like a ninja, but just a regular suburban boring person, or a young barista, so most boring barista in town, they call you. Little do they expect you're the key, or you're the person, the key, the disposable key to unlock the door that I will enter. So that is all bore to win. Take these lessons forth in your life. Use them to create space around you where you could practice focused practice, always focused practice, my ninjas, and live your life more fully. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. It has been my pleasure. And I expect you all to practice focused practice and be boring to live. Thank you. So it's Monday. Happy Memorial Day. I want to thank you, everybody, and thank you and the thank yous, except for, but all the people that are out there that are currently serving United States or any other of their countries' military to, protect their country, or a lot of those of you that have served, whether you're living a happy and healthy life and you just can't sleep because of something else or because of anything that happened to you while you were serving, the PTSD or whatever else it is, thank you so much for stepping outside the normal, normal, hey, let's, thank you for having the courage, to say, hey, this is something I'm going to do. For whatever reason you did it, thanks. I don't know. I'm not good at this kind of stuff. And so thank you. So I don't know, these 3-day weekends, you think, part of me, let's see, so for Saturday, Sunday, it's Monday now. I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but I think it lulls you into not, okay, my anxiety, on Saturday, my anxiety was so low. I was like, oh, wow, normally, and I have a little extra responsibility this week, but I said, well, normally, I'd be worrying about all the stuff I get to get done on Sunday, but now I got extra day Monday. And then so I said, well, it's like I got 2 Sundays in a row. So Saturday I was really feeling, so man, this is great. And then yesterday, I don't know, I feel like all those brain pokers, brain bots, anxiety, stress, regret. I don't know, it started picking at me yesterday. I started thinking a lot about the past, mistakes I've made, things I never, regret city, I guess. Oh, take me down to regret city. I mean, I wonder how many regrets Axl Rose has. I mean, maybe not. Maybe he's not at that point yet. Or maybe he's like, I don't care. I'm Axl Rose. I got regrets. What are you, freaking Frank Sinatra over here? But I was like, I was going to do an episode last night, but then it was late. And I was like, well, you have to, sometimes it's hard with the podcast to know when to say, okay, even though I don't feel like recording, I should record to rigor I talk about, or there's times, so it's like trying to find the fine line between forcing it and doing it doing the work when you don't necessarily feel like it, but that's the time the work's to be done. Now, luckily I had today off. So I said, well, I don't want to force it. Something's going on with me. It's an inner turmoil situation. Let's not force it. So here I am doing the podcast now. And I had this idea last night I was going to do a show about, and I said, well, I also felt like I was forcing it, because then I had this other idea come up about a couch, sofas and couches and life. And I said, because I don't know, everybody worries about money, right? And for most of us, there's not enough. And if you live in an urban area, it gets pretty expensive and pretty tight. And I said, I've been wanting to get a couch or a sofa. And I said, well, geez, when I have them, whatever. I worked out. I said, well, this is when I'll get a new sofa. And then as part of me, this isn't regrets. Money comes up when you're not feeling good, and then you start to feel bad about money, and then you think about, and I was thinking about clutter, and then I was thinking about, geez, the couch I have now is covered in dog hair. Why am I going to get another couch? Well, there's this reason why. And I was like, well, how often do I sit down and sit on the couch? I said, well, sometimes. It'd be nice. And then I started thinking about the couch I have. And I was like, well, no. And I was too emotionally close last night to say, let's sit down and do an episode about this couch. Because it's a holy mackerel, this couch and me. And again, this isn't like, I guess I can't even say this couch and me. And I guess I feel a little bit bad saying this. I don't really feel that close to this couch or a sofa. I don't know what the hell the difference between a sofa and a couch is, for starters. And I actually sold furniture. I didn't sell very many. I wasn't in the couch or sofa business, but this plays into it. But this couch, and I was like, Jesus, what, are you going to do a podcast episode about a couch? They said, geez, you're going to do a podcast episode about a couch? What is that? Okay, well, okay. So I said, hey, let's do it. And they said, well, the couch that yearned to be free. But then it's like, well, maybe this is one of these get to know the podcaster episodes, because this couch and me, and again, there I go saying that, like this couch has been a partner of mine. And it hasn't been. It's been there. I mean, this is why I say the couch that yearned to be free, because it's like, Jesus, poor couch has kind of been dragged along for the ride. And man, I feel like not a bully, a neglectful pet owner almost talking about this. So the way back story of how I got this couch, way too much details, but I had this furniture business that failed. I think I've talked about that. Bankrupted me and my wife at the time. That's probably now we're in new podcast or revealing territory. And it was a horrible mistake getting into this business. Terrible idea. And then not only was it a bad idea, it was something I stuck with because I said, well, geez, I don't want to quit this. It was a bad idea from day one, but I said, well, maybe I didn't trust my gut. I think I've talked about this a little bit, and I should have said, oh, I'm not a furniture salesman. I'm not a business, like an entrepreneur or a salesman. And there's nothing wrong with that. Those of you that are listening that are, if that's your thing, and that's great. But I'm not, for sure, because this is not the only business I almost ran into the ground trying to sell stuff. But anyway, we could talk about that another time. But towards the end of the furniture business, this is just companies selling furniture on the internet. And they said, oh, we want to partner with local, like I was selling on the internet, but more on Craigslist. And they were selling it like on a website. And they said, oh, we want to partner with local places to distribute our furniture that we sell on the internet. And they sold couches and stuff. So this couch is one of the things that came through them. And I can't remember if it was like they had sent it to somebody and they canceled the order or what had happened. But this couch didn't get sold by them. It ended up sitting in my warehouse. And every once in a while, like I said, I didn't sell couches. I think I tried to sell it on Craigslist. But it was like a reddish, maroonish colored couch, which I have no taste. So I said, well, just this ain't a half bad looking couch. Not the most comfortable, but not the most uncomfortable either. And, what do you call it? But I couldn't sell it. And then and then the company that was selling the internet, I got in a big fight with them, probably with all my stuff. I had a big jerk to those guys. I was like, you owe me all this money. We were fighting over money. Actually, they weren't fighting. I was like, felt like they owed me some money, whatever. And not pretty things, but probably some, apologies are owed. I owe some apologies there. But somehow they ended up with this couch, whether they owed me money, they gave me the couch instead, or they said, just sell it and keep the money or something like that. Ended up with this poor maroon couch. And I couldn't sell it, and then I was selling everything I could of this furniture business, because once I knew I was out of business, you try to sell everything because you got to move out of your warehouse or whatever. And I remember I pretty much sold everything, all my floor samples and all that, but I couldn't sell this couch. There was a couple other things I couldn't sell, but this couch was one of them. Now my wife at the time, I said, hey, this couch, I kept trying to pitch her on it anyway. I was like, I don't like this couch. And she was like, I don't know if she ever came on and said it was ugly. But I said, well, geez, now we're stuck with it. You could tell what a great, really. And so I said, well, it's just a brand new couch. It's nice. And again, I don't want to be disregarding, but this couch is not the most, it's kind of like a couch, you're like, kind of like the podcast when you're like, the stories, I'll fall asleep. Not super comfortable, not the best for lying and taking a nap. Kind of probably a poor design, and I can't take a picture of it because I have a black slipcover on it now. But so business goes under, or well, I decided to, didn't, whatever. Business is closed. The couch comes home with us. And then the couch has to stay with us. And we say neither one of us, it was almost like this symbol of a failure I was almost unaware of. I said, geez, it was like such a relief to be away from this business. Like it already failed, but I stuck it out for like many more years. So in some sense, this couch was stuck in this weird psychic place because it was like totally a symbol of my failure, but also like a symbol of my freedom from the failure. But you're not, it's okay to fail, but you, at the same time, I don't know. It was like some sort of wave tidal action or something. Like the impact of the failure hadn't hit me yet. Within the first year or two, I was so relieved to be on the shore, that the tsunami wave had not crashed on me yet. And I think that's one of the things about failure, especially if you move away from your 20s and move into ages beyond your 20s, is like saying, oh, geez, it's the impact of that failure, of the wave crashing on you, of like bringing you to your senses or terrifying you, where you actually have to come to grips with it and say, oh, what did I learn from this experience? Or what can I carry me forward? Or was it this terrible tsunami that, wreaked all this destruction and now I've got to pick up the pieces or whatever? So in some sense, this was like a mini tsunami, this couch. At the time, I didn't know it. And this couch had, silently sat in observance as, I continued to not do the best job as a partner, and is just getting any general direction in my life. But this couch kind of sat and stood silent watch. And maybe, was like, and then we had a daughter together. And this is getting way deeper than I thought it would. But, this is what 3-day weekends are here for, I guess. And the couch was there for that, the tsunami couch. And we're starting to raise our daughter together. And then the painful parts of having a relationship, either with someone, in my case, I wasn't fully invested in a relationship. I was like, I don't know if I was a full-blown drunk at the time, but I definitely wasn't a full partner. And just like the business, I was playing out a similar pattern where it was like I wasn't trying to fix things in neither one. It was like I was defeated but not willing to admit defeat. And I think that was the business more than the relationship. But I don't know. This is just not this is not all 100% my business to be airing here. I'm just trying to put everything in context. But in some sense, I bear a lot of that responsibility. But the couch was there, watching this go on. And then things happen. I need to respect some decorum here. And then the couch went into storage for some point, where we weren't living together anymore. And then we both moved again, separately. And then the couch moved. This time I said, oh, geez, that couch is in storage. I'll take it. And again, I'm trying to skirt around this private stuff because it's kind of private. You don't have to say, geez, this is some disclosure. But I don't want to over disclose anything. But this poor couch is like, geez, okay, I'll take you out of storage instead of throwing you away. And this couch came to a place now where I still live. This was many years ago. And then I said, well, At some point, after like living in my place for a few months, I said, geez, this couch is kind of ugly. Poor thing. And I said, let me get one of those covers for it. And I think right around the same time, I got a black cover for it. And I said, well, maybe it's good, because the thing about a couch is you do want a special relationship with I guess I'm sorry I'm not trying to be hurtful, but it's like, and this is not a metaphorical discussion. This is an actual concrete discussion about a couch. I'm not making any metaphors here. Ideally, you want a couch you take a nap on, that you drool on, that you fall asleep on in different positions, but that you're like, oh, I mean, I guess this is like my fantasy couch relationship. It's like, oh man, I can't wait to kick back this couch. I'm just like, well, I can kind of get comfortable, but I put this black slip cover on it. And I said, hey, not bad. Then I get right around the same time I got my dog. And I hadn't owned a dog as an adult, so I didn't really know the ins and outs. And this was a full-grown dog, Koa, that I got. And yeah, it was just to relieve anybody's fears, was sharing custody with my daughter and co-parenting, and that's a wonderful thing. And that's going fine. So just address that there. But this dog, I let it sit on the couch, and it was covered in dog hair. And I was like, oh, that was a bad idea. And that was years ago. And it's still covered in hair. A lot of times so that's the state of affairs of the couch with it. Just intertwined in my life inexorably. Ideally, I could have avoided it telling you guys any of that, but you guys are getting to know me. Some of you get, email me or run into me. You might know some of this, but you guys know, but from listening, it's like I'm a human being just like all of you. Trials and travails, a lot of mistakes I made, and a lot of people I've hurt, But this isn't a public airing or attempt to resolve any of that. Just part of a story, just part of my tale, I guess, and trying to tell this tale about the couch. And set up like, what the hell is this couch want? And this isn't a metaphor, but maybe the couch will become its own. Maybe the couch wishes it had a metaphor for it. It was like, this poor couch, if it could speak, it's like, you've dragged me through your life. And first of all, the couch would probably go get whoever designed it and be like, what the hell? And then maybe it was like a custom order. Again, I don't know. I find a maroonish color. I like it, but I guess, it definitely doesn't go with anything I own. And then even with the black cover covered in dog hair, it's like, well, geez, that doesn't really match. And, and I said, it's not a most comfortable couch. It's not terribly uncomfortable. It's just like a mediocre couch that's been chained to me. And for I guess a semi-disposable item like a couch, it's like, man, what a life to live, being chained to me. And you might say, well, Jesus, couch saw a birth of a child's first steps. The couch has seen, happiness and passion between people, and probably moments of love. And moments of love between parents and a child, between grandparents and a child. It's been at celebrations and birthday parties. It's had a dog, that has, it can't stop licking her feet, so her feet always smell on her. That's a nice dog. And you say, geez, you're not seeing the whole picture. And I guess that's another thing that comes up on these anxiety-ridden days is, oh, wait, I don't see the whole picture. I was having this discussion with somebody. And, it's hard navigating these relationships with all you guys sometimes because it's like, I don't know you. Or you don't know me, but we kind of know each other. And then sometimes confusion can come up. And I've had more than one person say, oh, geez, I have trouble reconciling the person I hear in the podcast, the person I see on Periscope, with the person you say you are or whatever. And it's like, when I said, it's hard for me because I only see myself from the inside. Yeah, so it's interesting. This couch has been seeing me from the outside the whole time. So the couch is probably like, dude, you only see in the negative. You're not seeing the whole picture. But I don't see the whole picture with myself. I just hear all these noises and all these voices inside and all these voices from the past and worries about the future. So I don't see what you guys see or necessarily hear what you hear. And I have a little bit of a quick story about it, and then I'll try to do some sort of fantasy type story too. So one of the things I did was join this San Francisco podcasters meetup where I've been to 2 meetings, and it's like ideally be like help each other as we try to develop our podcasts or people try to launch their podcasts. And I talked about a little bit Dom and Jen from This Damn World. That's their podcast. They host it and everything, and they're great people. The last one we were at, there was a couple different people there trying to launch their podcast or get ready. And there was this woman there named Carol. And her and her husband she was there, but her and her husband were thinking about launching this podcast or coming up with ideas for their podcast. I guess I was trying to come out of my shell and like be helpful. And I got really excited about it, helping. I said, geez, I remember I'm not good at asking for help. So I was excited to help these people that are trying to start their podcast. And so was Dom and Jen. And there was another guy, Mark, there, who was trying to start a podcasting company. And he was pretty excited too. And so it was like, oh yeah, like I was just trying to relay some of my experience. And I have no idea how I come across, to be honest with you. Like, to me, it always feels like, and this is very egotistical, but that people just, people will end up being like, seeing right through me, that I'm a terrible person and like a repulsive human being. I mean, geez, there's some good qualities that you're trying to put forth, but we can detect who you are. But trying to fight against that part of my ego, because it's just this form of egotism or whatever, or whatever we want to call it, narcissism as being better than everybody. So trying to keep that in check and be like, well, how can I help these people launch their podcast? But this is still like baby steps for me. I don't know what the hell, I've never done this stuff as an adult before. But so I got into it like the flow or whatever, like being like, oh yeah, this is okay. Oh, that's, just talking without editing myself. Kind of like I'm doing tonight. Whatever, it ended up after the meeting, and I just said, oh, this is my podcast, and people kind of laugh when, they hear the idea in a positive way. They say, oh, that's a unique idea. But so we were getting ready to leave. It was nighttime, and Carol said, she's like, oh, I'm walking to BART. Did anybody go? I'm like, oh, I'm going to BART. That's the train. So I said, we'll walk together. So we're chatting. Wonderfully pleasant person, wonderful person. I can't wait till she gets her podcast launched. But we were chatting, and I was telling her more about my podcast and you guys, how wonderful you guys are. And she said, I'll have to listen to it, when I get home and check it out. And then she sent me an email the next day. Oh, thanks so much. Because, I was really interested. I was honestly interested and honestly wanted to help. But she sent me this wonderfully nice email where she said the same thing you guys say, but from the exact opposite perspective. She said, wow, like, I don't think I could fall asleep to your podcast. It was great. And I can't wait to tell everybody I know about it. But she was like, I can't resolve. It's hard for me to resolve the person I met with the person in the podcast. And I don't know if that's because I was more, like, less goofy or more goofy. Or like because I was serious and I was like, geez, I wasn't trying to be serious, like, about the podcasting business. Or because, I was in more of a helping make a podcast mode. So it can be weird, these kind of things. And really a little bit terrifying. To be like, oh, all you guys are listening, and I've met some of you, or I've emailed with some of you. And it's like, geez, I don't even know who the hell I am a lot of the time. I'm still trying to figure that out. And the weird thing is, so this couch, we have the tsunami couch has been there the whole time watching me. and watching me stumble through life and watching me have these high moments in life, these wonderful moments in life that somehow I'm still learning to be grateful for, or to savor, to learn what savoring means, or to appreciate things. 'Cause I'm lucky to have some of these things. And because I know I hear from some of you guys, people with chronic pain issues, or I mean, man, I've been sick for the past week, and I've been, man, I don't know. So I'm an incredibly lucky person. And then on top of that, all that, I'm incredibly lucky to have this podcast and to be able to just tell stories and share with you guys and experiment and then say, geez, whatever this testing out I'm doing, following my gut, which was one of my huge mistakes all along of not following my gut. Just follow my gut in this situation. It's helping people fall asleep. And I don't quite understand what's going on here. It is counterintuitive. And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense a lot of times, but it can be fun. It stretches me so much. And it's like, geez, I don't know what the couch has to say about it. I wish the couch could talk. But I don't know how well it would go because the couch really has a lot of grievances against me, or should. That couch might just be totally chill. But I don't know, maybe it's a gift tonight for the rest of the time we have here. Is take a couple breaths and say, well, maybe we can start to look at it from a couch's perspective. Maybe my ego could step aside and say, yeah, maybe I don't know the answers about who I am. Whether I want to say I'm all this bad person with this past of mistakes and hurts and unfulfilled things. And then you're just glossing over, or whatever, matting over all of the joy there. And maybe that way, and say, well, geez, that is the past, you're right. So maybe if we take a minute and you say, well, geez, Scooter just kind of, I don't know, that was overwhelming maybe, or it was overwhelming for me. You say, well, geez, a lot of people go through this kind of stuff. This is a part of the human condition. Regret, fear of the future, mistakes. We all make them, failures, couches even, and not even, well, most of us have them, or sofas, or futons, or some freaking primary sitting device. Well, Jesus has a time for the personification of, your sofa or whatever else. But maybe it is, maybe it's like, geez, I never cut you a break. I was so caught up in my stuff. And if we're putting aside the metaphor thing, all the stuff I talked about, that kind of stuff involving other people deserves more than just a sofa-based metaphor, clearly. So, yeah, I'm not trying to make any metaphor about I said that about 50 times. Maybe just to relieve my own fear. But what if it's like, hey, man, I never caught your name over the past, whatever. I don't even know how long it's been. That's what I was thinking last night. I'm like, man, when was that? I said, well, geez, the bankruptcy hasn't cleared my credit report, so it hasn't been 10 years, but it's been a while. Man, you've been dragging you along, or forcing you along, or maybe the sofa's chill. Maybe it'd be nice to have Jeff Daniels comes up a lot in podcast discussions with people. But that would be a pretty good person to have personify your sofa. And maybe not quite the dude. Maybe, was it Bad Blake? But maybe more like, geez, I bet you Jeff Daniels has got a, pinch of those, but, he's got his own fullness to him that we don't see or know. But she's just Jeff Daniels go through this identity thing. Well, geez, am I the, which side of the mirror am I? What the hell? What does that even mean? Am I the paint? What the hell? And I don't know, maybe Jeff Bridges is too much, but he's like a good silent listener with a grin. He's got those kind eyes. I wonder how close him and Bo were. Bo, or are, I guess. Are they best friends, you think? I mean, I think Bo Bridges is still with us, but I'm not. I think, yeah, I think he's on a show right now. And you say, well, it's not really an archangel or is that what they're called? Guardian angel. It's my tsunami sofa, In some senses, just broken over me in the past couple of years, the impact. And maybe it was the cheap slipcover I put on it that was instantly covered in dog hair. And then the clutter amassed on it, and then, panically unmasked on it, and then the laundry, the folded laundry, the unfolded laundry, the remotes, the mouses, the chargers, I say, well, I clean that up and move it. But I never said, hey, man, hey, Tsunami Sofa. I'm sorry. I never got it right with you. And I'm not even sure what right is. I never even gave you a chance, or ever said, I even had the respect to say, hey, well, we're not feeling you. But I said, well, I don't know. At the time, I didn't really have any other options. I could have thrown you in the back of a truck, but then what would I have done with you? Because I still have nightmares or what are those panic type dreams of having a forgotten warehouse or storage unit full of furniture I never dealt with, like you. Since you've been here all along, you've been quiet because you're a sofa, of course. You don't talk much, but you really haven't made any trouble. And, geez, you've put up with a hell of a lot. And eventually, I'm trying, well, have I taken it? I'm sure I've taken naps on you. So I'm sorry I didn't take any naps on you. I'm sorry that you've just kind of been there and treated that way. Probably not what you were going for. I mean, probably, and that's then to be, you probably would have been more, wrong material for a porn shoot. And I think your price point, you weren't a super expensive sofa, but probably too much for, a couple of, afternoon porn shoot. But your color is porn, maybe porn office, they're probably shooting everywhere. I didn't mean it that way, but, so maybe not a porn office. But, maybe backstage somewhere, it would be, well, then you'd be, but you might like that. I mean, I spilled a lot of beer on you. And so maybe backstage somewhere, maybe someplace like the Silvertone was with the Atomic Cherry. Atomic Cherry, I don't know, I don't want to look it up, but it wasn't Atomic Cherry juice. It was either Atomic Cherries or Atomic Cherry Kittens or something, I don't know. But maybe backstage at someplace like that has like a little, where the Silvertone would be, actually. It would be. You're kind of jazzy. And you say, well, it's too late now, man. Why don't you just, and that's why I said, well, hey, man, listen, I know this is going to sound weird, Sofa, but I have this podcast, and it puts people to sleep, and it helps people with, I don't know, I want to give this to you, so I want you to close your eyes. You don't even need to be Jeff Bridges, because you don't need to help me anymore. You've helped me. You've been here. Maybe you already helped me in the tsunami wave, watching everything crashing over me, to be like, hey, right your wrongs and appreciate what you have, and what maybe you can learn to savor what you had, and, suck the juice out of life or whatever the hell it is. But here, it's not about me right now, Soph. I want you to, I don't know, you don't have eyes, but if you were a free sofa, find yourself awake in these woods, is green, leaves and a dried leaf path through trees. You hang your sofa head low as you go through. And as the trees they part open, you see a couple of trees that have fallen on each other, that have fallen down. Blue sky streams through on you. And you look close at one of the fallen trees for the first time. You know, you've seen it on those TV shows and stuff, but now you can see moss growing inside trees. Say, geez, what did that podcast guy say about the moss as they grow? But you think you see the texture, you look real close, you lean in, and you see how it's layered and dense. And you think of the Hulk probably from the times we watched stuff with the Hulk, the different Hulk movies. Was there? So there's 3 different actual Hulks, or just 2? You say, well, geez, there was that one. And then the Avengers Hulk, so that's 3. But you say, geez, is this a sofa-like texture? And then you say to me, you know, you look back and say, geez, at least I'm not this color. This wouldn't match anything, but I know you like it anyway, which is even weirder. And then you tell me, put my nose and face down and get my own good look at the moss growing. And I look so close there. And I see it too. I say, geez, yeah, you're right. That's cool. And then you push my face into it and laugh. I say, is that the first trick you've played on me? You say, no, it's not. I've been playing tricks. And I say, like, what? And you say, never mind. Oh, look, there's more moss. And then you say, hey, let's follow along these broken trees. These trees are, you pat the wood. No, I wonder. And you say, hey, just watch me. And I watch you taking in. That's some internal wood-on-wood bonding. And then we get a close-up view. You point out little holes bored in the side of this rotting piece of tree. It's moist, moist when older dead tree starts to absorb water like a woody sponge. There's even a flower petal resting on it, so gently. And a green tinge to some of what you see. You think that's moss? I said, I don't know if that's moss or algae or what the hell it is. Moss. I say, you think it could be some moss stain? And you shrug your shoulders, and then you hop up on the log. And you start to navigate it like a child would, balancing on the log. And I said, wow, you're very personified now. Walking the log, almost laughing. We come across a little clearing. It's a picnic table. It looks like there's an electric light hanging above the table like they'd get at IKEA or something. And they say, geez, it's too bad we didn't pack a picnic. And I say, do you ever sit down? I said, well, that's a weird question, but would you sit down here? And you laugh at me. And you tell me to sit down, and you sit next to me. And I say, oh, geez, I guess you do sit down. And we look out at the woods. And you're just so silent, taking it all in. I guess I don't know where your eyes are. And taking everything in. And as I start to watch, I say, Jesus, I say, I should have taken you on an adventure sooner. Maybe I should take you somewhere, send you somewhere with the power I have, the power of lulling dullness. Would you like your own full adventure? Because I was like, Jesus, I could have given you this one, but I was kind of caught up in my own stuff. And I said, Jesus, I think that was a slightly tilting nod. And then I think I get the sense you want me to be quiet, so I sit there and we take in the sounds of the day woods, which are much different. Some bird calls, and a lot of wind rustling through the trees. human sounds. I hear something buzzing. It's a lawnmower or what do you call that? Tree cutting thing or chainsaw. Siren carrying on in the distance. But I guess where I really see is like the beginning of something. Sending this tsunami out. I say, geez, maybe I shouldn't call you Tsunami Couch, but I don't have anything else to call you. And I feel like right now my stock names wouldn't do you justice. So I say, hey, maybe in a couple nights I'll send you out somewhere cool. We get to know you a little bit better with your Jeff Daniels-esque thingamajig you got going. And I feel an arm around me. And I say, Jesus, is that a couch arm that I've shunned away? Because I said, well, Jesus, just not. And if you hold up your other arm to quiet me down. I say, yeah. Well, I say, thanks and I'm sorry. And then you wave out at the woods. And I say, well, and I get the sense that things are going to be okay. That I got a case of 3-day weekend nerves and I'm making it all about me. And it was this whole life you've lived has gone unappreciated, and the whole life of the forest. The person with the chainsaw, the birds, the bugs, the moss, the trees. And I just let it sink in so slowly, like the slow rolling of the trees in the wind. Punctuated by the quick ruffling of the leaves and the calls of the birds. And it settles something to me, some vibration of nerves or anxiety. It says this is something here that's real, that's now. It's not in the future or the past. But it's always here to return to in some sense if I can make some space for it and remember it. And I say, okay, well, I think I can make it through Tuesday now or Wednesday or Thursday. I just breathe in, I smell that moss, I smell the wet earth. There's something that smells like green and moisture. And I say, man, okay. Yeah, it's going to be okay. All right, good night. So tonight will be a little bit of a hybrid episode. I'm going to use the Flickr stream I got from Mizuzu and some of those pictures, and then I think I'll maybe check out Silvertone hashtags over on Twitter. But it comes back to this tsunami sofa I dealt with, my tsunami couch. Kind of like, there's so much a two-part episode as a related episode to the last one. If you weren't here, I had a bit of a 3-day weekend blues. I wouldn't want maybe not blues, but anxiety, and I was trying to rectify that with all the changes in my life for the past 10 years or so. And this sofa that's been in my life, and I said, this sofa, at least my initial thought was, does this sofa yearn to be free? Or is it a symbol of the mistakes I made, or a symbol of the mistake I've made not to see the whole picture of my life? And I think what I learned was that, some of all of that was true. But what was also true was a bigger thing of like, well, maybe you're not the center. Maybe you're, maybe that I'm not the, maybe I need to take myself out of the center of things. And then we went for a little walk in the woods. Me and the tsunami sofa, we ended up at a picnic table. And this sofa said, hey, maybe I do want to be free. Or maybe I want to go on some kind of adventure. And I said, I'd like to give that to you. And then it was a pickup where it said, well, we were in a discussion. And I said, well, geez, my freedom's not yours to give. And I said, geez, you're right about that, my friend. And I said, geez, you know, as a matter of fact, I can't even claim to know your name or know if you have a name. I named you my tsunami sofa. But really, you're just a maroon sofa. Can we just? And the sofa said, "Yeah, let's just move forward. At this point, we're forming a new relationship. You know, the past will remain the past and have to be dealt with in full at some point. But for us to have but for now, we're going to move forward into, it's my time now." And I said, "Is this the start of a Goonies speech?" And the sofa shook its head. And it's a maroon sofa, 3-seater. Which, to be honest, it's harder for me to even wrap my head around it. Retelling this story is like, it's like a vague memory when I try to picture it in my head, a personified sofa come to life. And I mean, that's what happened. You must say, oh boy, that doesn't really, you've taken the parallelogram story too far. You've taken a suspension of disbelief and thrown it in the trash like a rapper. No. You meant a rapper with a W, right? No. This sofa had come to life, but and I said, Jesus, maybe I was in some sort of, story deluge. But I can't picture it. Say, geez, I can see it moving like a person. I can see it talking like a person, but I can't say, well, this was the sofa's anatomy. That's what I'm trying to get at, where its head was. Was it standing on its ends, or was was it like remember the McDonald's characters way back? They would be misshapen. They would say, okay, you're the Big Mac police or whatever the hell that was. Your head's a giant friggin' burger. Rest of you is normal. I don't know why Ronald's totally normal. There's nothing normal about a clown that works for Ray Kroc, for starters. Or then you had Grimace, which, geez, I don't know. I'm sure maybe a smarter comedian has done a routine about this, but who would have thought that Grimace was in some sense McDonald's saying, hey, this is what you're going to look like one day, minus the purple and the fuzz. They say, hey, we're going to shape you like this Grimace character. Just keep drinking this soda, boys. Yeah, and you're going to be a pair like Grimace. And I think science has said that that's the least healthy shape. Maybe, I don't know. But anyways, I can't picture the soda in that way as clearly as this nostalgia from my past that I just went down, nostalgia turnpike. Destination McDonald's birthday party I never had. When they had, instead of the playhouse outside, they just had a friggin' 4-person, what the hell, merry-go-round that they would turn on during your birthday party for your friends, which was cool. And again, something kids, like, hopefully you're not listening already. But I gotta tell you guys, those of you that know this, the sofa's trying to get my attention because they say, you're stealing my story, man. But those of you that regularly listen to podcasts know I'm a connoisseur of eating and tasting things you're not supposed to eat. And I have to tell you, and this isn't made up to be funny or controversial, but those McDonald's birthday parties, they a lot of times in the grab bag, they would give you an eraser or some sort of rubbery, tchotchke. Those had the most unique taste to them. I would chew them up. I don't know what the hell legal plastic they were using, rubber, plastic, chemical combination. But and I'm not kidding, the mouthfeel, I mean, it was like they said, hey, when you're done designing the fries and the soda, we need you to design some erasers. And the guy's like, I'm a food scientist, not a eraser scientist. And they said, we don't give a shit, man. You're the only scientist that works here. And we haven't figured out all our licensing agreements. And we need some crap we can give away at birthday parties. It's not as good as the crap we give away in the Happy Meals as like an extra. So we could charge, an extra $1 a kid. And this may have been pre-McNuggets. So this guy said, okay, well, I'm working on something to bind the mechanically separated chicken in a way. And I have this thing is banned in every European country. Every South American country, every Eastern European, but not here in the United States. So I will test it out. It's a solvent and an acid and a base combined. And then they were like, was it inexpensive? And he said, and they said, well, what is it? He said, it's a eraser. And then they said, well, it doesn't erase anything. He said, what are you going to erase at McDonald's, you fool? You're here to play and eat. And they said, well, right, we forgot our mission statement, play and eat. Or eat and maybe play. But those erasers were not delicious, but I can remember chewing on it, and it had this and I've eaten a lot of erasers. And it would be sad to admit, but I got Honesty Express is open here. There's a part of me that yearns for that taste again. And there's a part of me that's sniffed erasers. And, that's different from, sniffing erasers, the fetish community that's out there. Not a fetish, it's just an interest. I mean, I guess I'd get some tactile pleasure from it, but it's not, it's above the waist pleasure. But yeah, very unique to the McDonald's eraser of the 80s, I think. And every once in a while I'll come across one and then I'll, bite it in half and I'll say, well, Jesus, it's just like old times. Like I'm a boy, and suddenly some of the cells in my mouth are, subdividing in strange ways as, the chemicals bond with the cell walls in ways that aren't supposed to happen. But, taste good, mouthfeel. But anyway, back to the story at hand where I put aside me and my needs and, my ego for the betterment of this sofa. Ooh, I can't recall what exactly. I said, geez, I don't know what the hell. But anyway, at the time, it was like I was communicating with a humanoid. And I said, geez, I was apologizing for, hogging, but blaming all my problems and saying, oh, geez, you're just a symbol of my failures. Well, I said, hey, well, let's get to know each other. What's your name? And looked at me strangely. The Tsunami Sofa said, I've been calling you Tsunami Sofa if you want to go with that. You can't probably TS, like T.S. Eliot. You couldn't go with SS because that's no good. What do you think? And the sofa just kind of stared at me blankly. As, sofas do. If you've ever looked in the eyes of a sofa, good luck finding them, especially in your memory. But he said, no, I want to be Brussels. And I said, like, Brussels. And I said, like, Jean-Claude Van Damme muscles from Brussels, or like Brussels sprouts are the greatest vegetable, Brussels. And the sofa is, again, no answer. And I said, well, geez, is it Brussels? And I said, oh, that's a nice one, Brussels. So I'm surprised more people don't name their kids Brussels, probably because of confusion with either. They say, are you a Brussels sprouts fan or a Jean-Claude Van Damme fan? And most people say, who's Jean-Claude Van Damme nowadays? No offense, but, that's probably what they say. What? Is that some sort of French character actor? Or is that somebody on Game of Thrones? Does he play Roose Bolton's cousin, Reese Bolton? No. He was formerly known as the Muscles from Brussels once upon a time. I say to Brussels, Brussels a sofa. And he said, just Brussels. I said, all right, Brussels. Close your eyes. And, I said, I think I can tell when your eyes are closed. What do you see? And Brussels said, my feet. And then it took me a while. I actually started counting on my fingers instinctually. One of the things I do when I can't make any possible sense of anything, I say 1, 2. And he said, what are you counting? And I said, your eyes are supposed to be closed. And Brussels said, I see everything. I'm a sofa. And I said, everything, huh? And I said, okay, well, I was just trying to figure out where he said, trust me, my feet are hanging over some water, crystal clear water, flipping back and forth like I'm on the end of a dock, springing my feet, flicking them in joy and relaxation, stretching my legs out over the shimmering water, catching the sun, reflecting my yellow socks. And I said, wait, what? I'm sorry, what? Yellow socks? And Brussels said, yeah, yellow socks. And I was counting on my fingers again. I said, okay, to me, belief suspension time, or maybe disbelief suspension time. And I say, okay, Brussels, where are we? And Brussels said, near this water, the sea. And I said, wait, and Brussels said, oh, no, I see a window within a window, framed by a window. And I see the sea up there. And I said, okay, well, I guess this is where your adventure begins. And then I said, well, what happened? And I was like, is this like a Mad Lib story with Brussels? I said, well, Brussels, what happens next? And Brussels says, I'm talking with someone. They're looking away from me. We're in the middle of a conversation. And meanwhile, it was really hard. I said, who the hell starts a kind of story in the middle of a conversation? Is this some sort of seance? And I said, gee, what did I sign up for? And I said, okay, it's not about me. Not about me, how I tell a story. So this sofa. And then Brussels said, I see everything, I hear everything. I said, okay, well, what? Who are you? Who are you talking with? Who are you in the middle of talking to? Who's looking away from you, Brussels? And Brussels said, a warrior of Mirkwood. And I said, oh boy, now I said, yeah, really, warrior of Mirkwood, eh? So that sounds cool. I said, what are you and the warrior of Mirkwood discussing, Brussels? Your muscles? And even Brussels, if you ever heard a sofa laugh, it sounds a bit muffled, like you were saying, okay, that's a sofa laughing. Or was that the sound of air passing through the air? Or it could have been a sofa laughing. That's what Brussels laughs like. And I said, okay, what are you and the Warrior Mirkwood talking about? And Brussels said, oh, no. Oh, we're talking about a set of a necklace and a postcard. He said, this isn't the Warrior of Mirkwood. This is the creator of that necklace. She has an Etsy store, and we've been discussing it. And Brussels said, I told her that you thought she was a warrior of Mirkwood, and she laughed at you. And I was like, really? With a nice laugh? And Brussels said, oh, yeah, we both laughed at you. And I was like, well, it was a better laugh than to go, But I said, Brussels, I hate to see you, even though you may not be the muscles from Brussels. Or you might not eat Brussels sprouts. I'm glad you're not, getting involved with a warrior from Mirkwood. Better a crafter of warriors' necklaces of Mirkwood. And I said, well, what's next, bro? And he said, well, another friend is here. And I said, a friend of yours? No, a friend of the crafter of Mirkwood. And I said, cool. And Russell said, it's a little cold, chill in the air. Russell said, well, sofas, we don't get cold. Physically, emotionally cold. And there was a long stare at me. I said, it's a hint if I ever got one. But he said, this is a friend of the warrior, crafter of the warrior in Mirkwood. And saying, follow me. And we're climbing some stairs through a little village. And warrior crafter Mirkwood's friend is stopping to take photos, and stairs are overgrown with greenery. And I said, so we're by the sea with a crafter of Mirkwood warrior necklaces and her friend. He's a photographer. And so it's just, okay, is there any conflict in this story, internal or external conflict? And Brussels just looked at me like, get over myself. I said, oh yeah, you take the reins, take us home. I said, are we at the halfway point of the story? You know, when Brussels put an arm around me and said, are you going to live in the future or the past or the present? And let me tell this tale, or are you going to worry about when this story comes out, whether it's fits your type of period dullness? And I said, I don't do period dullness, but that's a great idea. Now I will. And brilliant, as always, Brussels. Brilliant Brussels, the sofa with muscles. And then so Brussels laughed. I said, okay, hit me. What happened next, Brussels? And Brussels said, we were at a public pier. The sea looked beautiful. There was a peninsula jutting out across from the public pier. Building I can't quite make out if it's a lighthouse or a customs house, but Brussels says there's a ship nearby, 2 masts, a wooden ship. I said, on the water very free? And Brussels said it's free and easy. As a matter of fact, it's flying a Turkish flag. And I said, well, there's a hint of where we are. And they said, or that this ship would carry, it's the home country of the ship. What are you investigating, the ship or listening? And I said, listening, so listening to you, Brussels. Who are you with on the pier? And he said, the friend in the green jacket that's been taking photos. And Brussels said, he's a handsome young man. His eyes look at me and make me feel like a sofa walking on a public pier. Interesting, but out of the ordinary. But to this young man, he's just rolling with it. And I said, you don't got a name on this guy? Brussels said, he said, call me friend. And I said, what next, Brussels? And he said, come with me and let's look at some sea foam. Foaming around, and we looked over the side of this pier or whatever you want to call it, a developed shoreline. And we looked at these rocks and the beautiful, beautiful water. I said, well, what color would you say was the water, Brussels? Not maroon like you, of course. And Brussels said it's hard to nail down, crystal clear by the shore, reflecting the sun in the sky. But just a distance off, a perfect green-blue, or blue-green, depending on how you like to, put what stronger color. But just right there, like something out of a dream, those colors. And then as the water got clear, my friend was showing me sea foam and rocks, and it was nice. And I said, sounds nice, Brussels. And then what happened next? Why don't you tell me more? And Brussels says, the strangest thing, this giant truck pulled up, overflowing with nachos. And I said, okay. In my head, I said, what the hell's this guy? I said, oh, wow, I said, what type of truck? Brussels said, a pickup truck. And I said, like a American-style nachos? And Brussels nodded. And I said, with the jalapenos? Brussels nodded again. I said, nacho cheese? And Brussels said, yes. And I said, wow. And I said, real steaming? And Brussels said, no. So I hopped on top of the nachos. They were fake. And Brussels said, along the side, it said, nachos, motherfucker. And I said, but Brussels, like that could be your... I said, I'm not saying you're Brussels, the sofa with muscles, but if you were, that could be your tagline. Like, I said, we'd have to figure it out. But you say, nachos, motherfucker. And I said, well, Brussels did it. He said it. And I said, wow, sofas are really good at those soft, threatening voices. And he said his friends got in and they said, imagine driving this cross country. And I said, well, where did you go? Brussels said, we pulled up to a cafe. And Brussels said, I stayed outside. I was too big for the doorway of the cafe, but my friends went inside. And I said, well, what was the name of the cafe? And Brussels said, it was Foca, maybe, F-O-C-A. I don't know. He goes, I sat outside for a while before I realized my friends went in there. And he goes, they were working there. And Brussels said, and I figured I wasn't going to drink anything because I'm a sofa. So I started walking. I realized we hadn't gone very far, that we were at another inlet as part of this harbor. More boats, and I took it all in. More flags, Brussels said. Clearly, he's like, we could be in Turkey. And I said, wonderful, wonderful, Brussels. He said some fishing boats. I was looking at them. And I said, your powers of deduction for a tsunami sofa. And then Brussels interrupted me. He said it so slightly and softly, the nachos line, that I could barely, I was almost undetectable. And I said, you're like the Clint Eastwood of sofas, not the, what was that guy's name? Jean-Claude Van Damme. And I was like, what happened next to Brussels? He said, a woman pulled up in a glitter top and a ballet dress, and she was putting on makeup. Doc Brown was doing something on the roof of the car. And I said, what? And he said it was some sort of time machine thing. He said he think they were lost because the woman, she was putting on lipstick, and she said, come on, Doc, get me at Mardi Gras 2002 already. She said, I don't know what you were trying to do. And in Brussels, I got the sense Doc Brown was wasting her time. Trying, and they shot off at 88 miles per hour. And I said, 1.1 gigawatts. And Brussels said, I've learned enough about you not to trust your numbers, so I'll say no. And I said, 88 miles per hour, is that right? And Brussels said, who cares? It's a story. And I said, well, okay, Brussels, take me. So Doc Brown goes, and Russell said, I don't know. So the next thing I was in some sort of transit center or something. I was waiting with somebody's sister. So they were drinking some tea. They were on their phone. They were nice. They were pleasant. They gave me a look that made me feel like a sofa sitting waiting for something. That was a little bit, I said, hey, I'm a little bit lost. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a sofa, name of Brussels, out on a little adventure. My first adventure, and I don't even know if I have short-term or long-term memory, but I don't know where I am exactly. And Brussels said she was perfectly pleasant and willing to help. And Brussels, I said, well, what happened next, Brussels? He said, we got in a bus. And I said, what was on the bus? He said it was a half man, half shark, but in a non-threatening way, like he said, but I said, well, yeah, those are two threatening things on a bus, especially. And he said, yeah, I couldn't tell if it was a Halloween outfit. And I said, well, how'd you know it was a half man, half shark? And he said, well, I had a T-shirt that said half man, half shark. And I said, any other identifying characteristics, or are you just going, like, are you a T-shirt fundamentalist? And Brussels didn't even dignify that with an answer, just an empty stare. Or you can't tell with sofas, he could have been cracking up, but I think I could pretty tell by his sofa body language that it was an empty stare. And I said, did you ask? And Brussels said it was even more confusing. I said, hey, noticed your shirt. And I said, whoa, Brussels, you're making small talk on the bus? And Brussels said, what the hell else am I going to do? I don't even know where the bus is going. And I said, well, Brussels, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. And Brussels said, yeah, I said, hey, I noticed your shirt. And Brussels said, yeah, Brussels said it ended up embarrassing because it was a young woman. She had her hat, she had a hat pulled down over her head while she slept. I woke her up. And I was like, wait, did you think the hat was And Brussels like, I'm a sofa. Okay, give me a break. I'm allowed to. And Brussels like, yeah, I noticed your shirt. You really have, I noticed you're a woman, but your shirt says half man, half shark. And she said, yeah, and Brussels said, yeah, she said, I'm Iante. I'm a half gay man, half lesbian shark. And I said, Brussels is it? And Brussels said, no, that's what she said. And I said, well, is it safe to say he or she then in that case? And I said, the shark person. And Brussels said, you're more offensive when you try to be unoffensive. I'm just quoting somebody, so just relax. And I said, could I relax in your arms, Brussels? And Brussels said, no, I need my arms to tell the story. And Brussels said, so it was dusk. We went across the country or across something. I don't remember. Because the next thing it was night and I was in a ferry crossing some sort of body of water. And I said, the same body of water from before? Brussels said, I don't know. And I said, well, what was the ferry like? And Brussels said, it was a 2-story ferry. It was a cold night, even for a sofa with muscles. That likes to say a tagline. And Brussels said, I even had like an imagination game that I pretended I was a super secret sofa. And it was like a longer pause than that where I said, holy freaking crap, super secret tsunami sofa. So they said, we just got to figure out how to get the muscles in there with that much alliteration. Super secret tsunami. I said, maybe drop tsunami. Super secret sofa with muscles. Brussels. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Nachos, motherfucker. And I said, wow, Brussels, that is cool. And in Brussels, I said, well, you like Kaiser Soze? And Brussels said, didn't you pay attention during that movie? And I said, no, but I've been reading and rewatched the very end because I'd like to misquote Kaiser Soze and say, like, I'm the Kaiser Soze of podcasts. Poof, you're asleep. But I don't know the rest of that quote. And if you could see a shaming look from a sofa, super secret sofa, tsunami sofa, and then Brussels is still crossed its arms and waiting for me to finish. Stop. And I said, back to you, Brussels. In a story on a ferry across an unidentified body of water. No, just on a ferry. Sofa. But you were pretending in Brussels. Yeah, I saved the day. I made another friend who had a nice warm sweater. She was playing a game on her phone. They said, what game? And Brussels said, not my business. And I said, really? I said, that sounds not my business. I said, that's a pretty good name for a game. How do you play it? And Brussels said, you go into someone's business and you try to ruin it. And when the customers complain, you say, not my business. And you keep going into businesses to run them out of business for evil, anti-business business. And I said, that sounds like a situation that would call for a super secret sofa with muscles. Tsunami sofa. And Brussels said, okay, I get it. You're. And I said, so your friend was playing the game. You were sitting there, watching them play a game on their phone. And Brussels said, watching their face while they played. It's very entertaining. And I said, wow, it's riveting, Brussels. Anything else about this ferry I should know? Brussels said they use instant water heaters instead of tankless water heaters. And I said, well, that makes sense I wonder if they draw the water straight from the sea. And Brussels said, clearly I don't have a bladder. And I didn't have anything at the cafe, so I don't know. And I said, well, it'd be nice if you washed your hands every once in a while, especially when you're done defending the ferry from, they say, who was threatening the ferry, Brussels? And Brussels said, I don't feel like telling you. And I said, well, go on. And Brussels said, well, it was a ferry ride across the water, across a body of water, rocking back and forth. The night had fallen. It was a inky blackness, a moonless night. The sea and the sky nearly the same color, just the lights from the ferry reflecting off in the weakest way possible. It's so cold you stayed inside, and the water was just choppy enough to relax you, but not make you afraid or anything, just rock you gently, like you were in the arms of a sofa, being drifted off into dreamland. You went on a wonderful journey where you met some friends and had an exploration where no one took over the story with their agenda for plot or conflict. Not even many meanders, but some nice turns. Scenic journey, waterfronts. Remember we went up some stairs that had some green stuff on there. We met a jewelry maker and her friend, the photographer, who worked at a cafe maybe. We went in a truck made of nachos. We met a Doc Brown and a woman trying to get to the 2002 Mardi Gras. I rode on a bus for the first time. The bus had a nice motion, much better. Well, not better white noise than a ferry's, a slightly more grinding, whirring, where a bus has a low hum to it, like the tires sing against the highway, like they're tuning themselves when the bus is really moving. But that's where we met the shark person, and then my story went on, and we went on a ferry on a body of water, and I watched someone play a game, not my business. I pretended I was a hero sofa, but in some sense, as you know, I've been a hero to put up with this madman who's owned me for the past 10 years, who needs to be on a gently rolling ferry surrounded by benevolent darkness, in some sense ensconced, being ported somewhere, but at the time out at sea, but still safe. And that it should take the time just to rest and put aside all his fears and worries and negativity, and just to breathe and be carried on this part of the journey, knowing he had a sofa, a loyal sofa with muscles, a sofa named Brussels, sofa that could have been super secretly admiring him for making mistakes, because sofas, we don't get to choose our mistakes until now. And in some sense, maybe this is a goodbye and a meeting again as a new person. Because when you go to your living room, you'll see I'm gone. That I've gone to become Brussels, the super secret sofa with muscles, tsunami sofa. But, I'll always be there to remind you to not always look on the, but remember when you need some rest, board a ferry. It'll port you from point A to from a port to another port, unless it's some sort of hovercraft type thing that goes from a port to a land area, which would be cool anyway. So you wouldn't have to worry about, putting a title on it, but just enjoy the journey. All the night around you, but like a kind blanket, like a kind sofa holding you and rocking you off to sleep, reminding you to just stay in the present and be carried away to where, reminding you to be carried away to where you're supposed to be, which is right here, right now. Good night from Brussels, the sofa with muscles, and from Sleep With Me podcast.